And it's been a while, YouTube, but here I am. And the Haunted by Daylight event is out, which means it's Halloween time. And I have completed tomes 1 through 15, and I've been thinking about doing this stream for years. Like, where I would just go through the tomes and just let them play out for anybody who's never actually watched the tomes or don't know any of the Dead by Daylight lore. And I've been planning on doing this for a couple of years, but I wanted to have a nice bit of the tomes done in order to have kind of a big stream. So, and well, here I am, and we're doing it. We're doing tomes 1 through 15. I know there's like 20 tomes out right now, but 1 through 15 is what I got currently. Everything else I'm working on. So after I do 1 through 15, we're going to do some trials. And, yep, and that's that. Okay. Let's check out all this stuff first. Gameplay deal. Collecting void energy. Yep. Killers know which survivors are in the void at all times. Huh, interesting. Yeah, look at all this stuff they got to unlock. Who's this for? Yunjin. Pretty cool though. Ugh, trickster. Gross. Who's this for? Meg. Ace. Ah, for Jonah? Cool. Yeah, I got my 4 survivors. All, like, of course, there's Ash, Jill, Hattie, and Jonah. Those are my 4 people, and they all 4 play different styles. Renato, Gabriel, the Spirit. Ooh, Spirit got a new outfit. Sweet. The Blight got a candy outfit. Sweet. Awesome. Ooh, hey, that's kind of a cool banner. I like that. You can just keep Trickster to yourself. I want nothing to do with it. That's cool, though. And I got one for the Oni. Well, at least Jonah got something. I'll be interested in that. And the banner's pretty cool. Alright. Nice. Alright, so without any further ado, let's get to it. Let's get to them tome stories. Now, I'm not gonna like... Oh, my bad. I'm not gonna like talk during the tome readings. See, this is what I got done so far. 16's almost done, but I couldn't quite get it all the way. 1 through 15 is completely complete though, so I'm not gonna talk during the tome readings. Like I'm gonna mute and let the tome stories played out, and we'll follow along with it. And then, yeah. So, alright. Here's Tome 1.
He moves through the death and decay of the void. He doesn't remember his name. Everything's a blur. He feels pain in his stomach, in his arms, in his veins. He needs He needs to find one of those flowers. The nectar, the sweet serum that gives strength. Strength for what? He remembers. The killers. Experimenting on them. Why? Why was he experimenting on them? He doesn't remember. He caused a lot of suffering, but he doesn't feel remorse. He doesn't even know if he should feel remorse. He doesn't feel anything but an ache in the pit of his stomach for power. He has flashes of the doctor, his screams, his agony, turning the tables on him, experimenting on him like he had done with so many others. Where? Not here. Somewhere else. Another world. All of these survivors, marooned from other worlds. How does he know this? He doesn't remember. He remembers the experiments. What was he trying to understand? The nectar? The serum? The right dose? The right dose. To use without hurting himself. Too late. He feels the hunger. Not for food or drink, not for talk or fun. For a flower, a single flower, for serum. He knows the entity is watching him. He knows it, feels it inside his bones. He doesn't want to be snatched for another trial, to suffer or cause suffering. And to what end? The great horrible mystery of it all. He wants to understand this place. He does. But he senses that to know, to really know, would drive him mad. Madness, that's what this place is. The embodiment of madness. He doesn't want to be pulled into another trial. He wants to return home. He must return home. That's why he was studying the serum. It gave him insight. Insight to what? He doesn't remember. Home. He doesn't even remember where home is. He only remembers the void. Hundreds, maybe thousands of discarded survivors. Not dead, not alive, something else. Alive but dead inside. Burnt. Emotionless, useless to the entity. He remembers rising from the void, finding a flower. Had this flower been his salvation? Had the flower been his way out? He falls to his knees and shouts at the abyss, and the abyss answers with silence. The silence is so deafening it hurts. He buckles over, climbs to his knees. He needs serum. He's lost. He doesn't know where he is. He sees things like tentacles reaching out for him from the fog, and he knows they're not real. None of it is. He's losing his mind if he hasn't lost it already. His eyes play tricks on him. He sees giant, nameless creatures looming over him. Doesn't matter. They're not real. None of it is. His hunger confuses him, oppresses him. He'd do anything for that feeling again. Anything. Even return to the trials. He would. He'd rip survivors and killers apart, limb from limb, for that feeling again. He begins to mumble words, a promise. One flower, and I will do anything. Claudette is 7 years old and feels alone, very alone. Yes, her parents love her. Yes, they want the world for her, but the world doesn't want her. Or at least that's what Claudette believes. She just wants to fit in at school, fit in with her cousins, fit in with her teammates on the soccer pitch. But fitting in isn't as simple as being like others. She's different, and she knows it. She feels slow, unresponsive, not quick enough to understand her teacher or keep up with her class. The librarian calls her addle-minded. When she talks, she stutters. Sometimes she loses her breath and has trouble recognizing when she's talking too loudly. But most of all, her teacher embarrasses her. Says she's in the clouds, always in the clouds. Get out of the clouds, Claudette. But she can't help it. She's exploring massive gardens and colorful bugs on strange new worlds. Claudette feels things more than others, much more. Like the shame of not being invited to any birthday parties. Not one party. Every day her parents ask her who she played with at lunch, and every day she lowers her chin and tells them that she doesn't want to talk. Her parents ask her teacher, and her teacher tells them she likes to play alone. Not so much play, more like collect and observe things, flowers, weeds, beetles, worms, rocks. Some kids are just loners. Every day her parents ask her about her friends, and every day the shame returns. They want her to have friends. More than that, they want a list of names for her birthday. But she doesn't have a list of names. She doesn't even have one name. Claudette observes a beetle while her classmates chase one another around the playground. She wants to play, but no one wants to be around her. She doesn't want to think about it. Thinking about it hurts. Thinking about it reminds her she will disappoint her mother again. Her mother just wants her to have a friend, but making a friend isn't easy, not for Claudette. And she wishes more than anything that it was as easy for her as it was for others. She wishes she had a friend to make her parents worry less. Maybe they would even be proud. Maybe she should give up her passion for bugs and flowers. Maybe that would help. Maybe then she would be like other kids. But the need to explore and collect is strong. It is not beyond her. It is her. Claudette loves to collect things, and she knows this is why many call her weird. Her father tells her she's perfect the way she is. He tells her a man named Darwin used to collect bugs and plants too. He had a big imagination like her. He often mused on ideas and theories, and boy did he come up with a whopper of a theory. He explains the theory, and she understands. Her father has a way of taking complicated ideas and making them easy to understand. Darwin. Claudette likes the name. She smiles, stares at her favorite blue and green beetle, and names him Darwin. Claudette's mom is crying. She's upset because Claudette is having trouble in school. Her grades are lower than they've ever been. She doesn't understand what she's doing wrong as a parent. Her dad says she's doing nothing wrong. He says Claudette's wired differently, and that's okay. Her mom doesn't want her to collect plants and bugs anymore. Her dad says that's the best part of her, and he doesn't need a child who fits some bell curve. More than this, he defends her. He tells her mother that the greatest treasures gifted to the world were from those who didn't conform, who weren't normal, who didn't fit some outdated bell curve. Tolstoy, Tesla, Einstein, Shakespeare. Her mother doesn't care. A sudden cry escapes her lips. I don't want her to repeat the year. Claudette hides under the covers pretending to be asleep, pretending she can't hear the yelling. Her mother wants her to get special help, but her father doesn't want to alienate her. He's right. Claudette doesn't want the other kids to know she needs special help. They'll laugh at her. She'll figure things out. She promises she will. Her new substitute teacher, Mrs. Cahill, is helping her. A lot more than the other teacher who always said she was in the clouds. Her father says stress is the worst thing for a child's developing brain. Leave her be. Let her grow at her own pace. Stress shrinks the brain, destroys confidence, kills creativity. He doesn't want her studying at lunchtime. Lunchtime is for real growth, authentic growth. Growth unhindered by the pressure of tests and the fear of making mistakes. Claudette's mother is happy because her grades are improving. A single teacher can make a difference, can make all the difference, especially this teacher. Mrs. Cahill. Other kids call her strange and weird, but Mrs. Cahill isn't weird. She just gets it. She understands because she had a tough time learning when she was a student. This is why she makes an extra effort to help Claudette, to help her understand what she is explaining in class without alienating her. Claudette is happy because her new teacher is helping her, really helping her. She's learning new things every day. More than facts and vocabulary, she's learning how to learn. Or rather, she's learning how she learns, and that is the key. But her teacher is doing something else. Her teacher is talking to her. She's talking to her about her issue and how her issue is really a blessing in disguise if she can just learn how to succeed in a system that favors one type of smart at the expense of all the others. A system that frowns on taking chances or making mistakes, when making mistakes and taking chances is what is needed for learning, for true learning. Her teacher tells her that she has passion, and passion is everything. Claudette knows she's not like other kids and she doesn't have to be. Things like bell curves and ideal student don't apply to her, and that's okay. The ideal mold is a prison for those wired differently, and her teacher has set her free. Her grades are getting better and a test is coming. She writes, visualizes, and imagines everything she needs to remember, and somehow this works. The right teacher at the right time can make all the difference. Her parents are proud, very proud, but still her mother wishes she had friends. Still her mother wishes she liked what other girls liked. Her parents argue in another room about what to get for her birthday. Her mother wants to buy a new doll. Her father thinks she'd like something more related to bugs, plants, and bacteria. The suggestion upsets her mother. Her father defends her. See her for who she is and not who you want her to be. Her mother goes silent. She suddenly releases a cry and says she doesn't want her to be bullied like she was bullied throughout school. Claudette's eyes go wide. For the first time in her life, she realizes her mother's wired differently too. Claudette will be 8 years old tomorrow. She should be eager. She should be excited. She should be counting the hours, minutes, seconds. Instead, she is none of these. She dreads the moment she will have to open her gift. Every year it's the same. Dolls, crafts, jewelry. Nothing that means anything to her. Maybe this year she'll smile and pretend she didn't want a magnifying glass, or a collection of stones, or a set of books on botany. Maybe, to make things easier, she'll pretend. Maybe that'll make her mother less scared for her. Seeing her happy about her grades felt good. Real good. Evan is 14 years old, and he knows something his father doesn't. The thought thrills him, amazes him, scares him. There is something his father doesn't know, something the owner of one of the most profitable mines in all of Seattle doesn't know. His father manages his workers with an iron fist. No, not an iron fist, brass knuckles. He calls them maggots, groveling maggots. He's about to discover he's wrong. They're more than maggots, much more. They're men. And men working together can bring change. One of these men is inspiring others to take their lives back. If they can stand together, maybe, just maybe, they can bring in the union. With the union, they'll have rights. More than rights, they'll have dignity, freedom, time to spend with their friends, time to spend with their family, time to be human. Evan knows something his father doesn't know, and he feels empowered. Evan's father thrusts him to the ground, calls him weak, tells him he's got to stop being so nice to the maggots, stop talking to them, stop helping them, keep them in line, break them, let them know who's boss. If you give them an inch, they'll take a yard. They're just using you. Evan knows better than to say anything. His father punched and broke his jaw last year when he showed weakness. This year, he'd rather not sip dinner through a straw. This year, he holds back, bites his tongue. He wants to tell his father about the union, but doesn't. He feels ashamed, torn between his loyalty for his father and his friends. Bob, Tom, Jim, they deserve more. Evan enjoys creating something from nothing. He's not an artist, but he enjoys sketching, and he hides his sketches from his father. His father forbids sketching. Sketching is for weaklings, vagabonds, gypsies. He wants Evan to do worthy things. He drags Evan to his most profitable mine. He teaches him how to manage maggots. He's hands-on, very hands-on, abusive, violent, brutal. The key is to break them, break their will, break their spirit. Once broken, a human is a tool that can be wielded to do anything. Broken. It's what he did to his mother. It's what he's doing to him. But Evan still sketches. Sketching is defiance. Evan watches his father yell at one of his workers. He's sick. He wants to leave, but he's not allowed. He leaves. He loses his job. Evan feels for the man, wishes he could do something for him. He wants to tell him things are going to change. The union is coming. The union is coming, and with it a good wage and fair working hours. But the man's lungs are black and his stomach is rot. Too much stress, too much acid, not enough sleep. He collapses. His father doesn't care, kicks him in the gut. Tells Evan to drag him out of the mine. Evan drags him out. For a moment, he feels disgusted at the man's weakness and wants to put this maggot out of its misery. He's becoming his father, and he's not sure if that's a bad thing. Evan's father forces him to set a bear trap in a dark forest. His father's obsessed with hunting bears, always has been, always will be. He tells him the story, always the same story. He doesn't want to hear it, but he will. His father was hunting with his brother when they ran into a grizzly bear. The bear tore his uncle's arm off and bit into his head. Evan's father jumped on the grizzly's back, stabbed the bear endlessly, killed the bear, ripped open its stomach to retrieve his brother's head, carried his brother's mutilated body 10 miles to their family estate. This time it's 10 miles, last time it was 5. His father grins. The story is changing with every telling. Sometimes Evan wonders if there even was a bear. Evan's inspired in a way he's never been before. Furiously, he sketches his father in a bear suit killing his uncle. He never met his uncle, but he's seen pictures. His uncle was a philanthropist, a bleeding heart, disloyal. He would have run the business into the ground with proper wages and all that socialist crap. That's why he had to go. Evan doesn't have proof, but he knows. Deep down he knows his father murdered his uncle, tied him up, left him for a bear. There was no knife, no fight, no honor, just a terrible death for a disloyal worm. Evan suspects all this, and yet he doesn't feel disgusted or ashamed. He feels something else, something he's trying not to feel, something he won't admit to himself. Evan looms over his father's bed and watches him sleep. He hates and loves him at the same time. Sometimes he wonders what his life would be like without him. He owes him so much, and yet he's miserable and alone. He raises a massive gray stone and holds it there for a long minute that feels like forever. He could be free, truly free. But he can't, not like this. He could free himself in other ways. Accidents happen, hunting accidents, mining accidents. He could lure him into the bowels of the mine and ignite a stick of dynamite. No way he'd survive. But despite it all, Evan can't do it. His love is bigger than his hate. He owes him too much. Evan sketches his father in a bear suit drowning his mother. He never believed his father's story. Something didn't feel right. His eyes, his grin, his lack of empathy. She was pulled into a current and never seen again. His mother, she was beautiful. Blonde hair, blue eyes, fun, full of compassion. His opposite. She didn't just go out to swim one morning and never come back. She was getting in his way, and no one gets in his way. Not even family. Especially not family. Obedience or death. Evan's tired of obedience. Yes, he's loyal to his father, but he's also loyal to his friends. They talk to him, encourage him, think he's a great artist. He has friends. He's never really had a friend. His father wouldn't allow it. Waste of time. They're using you. Yes, he's loyal to his father, but he's also loyal to his friends. They deserve better. Evan's father stares at him across the dinner table. He knows. Maybe he doesn't know, but he senses something's amiss. He has that look in his eye, that look that tells Evan he's in for it. He chews on a fatty piece of rabbit and hopes his father doesn't say anything. He should have known better than to keep something from him. His father knows. He always knows. Last year, Evan lost his cool on a man who said something about his mother. He almost beat the man to death with a 2x4 while his father watched and laughed. The authorities pulled Evan away. He smiled at Evan and knew what he wouldn't admit to himself. He enjoyed beating on that man, not because of the insult, not because he felt threatened, but because he felt powerful. His father smiled. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, eh? Evan finds his sketches torn to bits. He puts the pieces together, all of them accounted for, except one. He doesn't have the picture of his drowning mother. His father enters his room. Despair and dread overwhelm him. He waits for a blow that never comes. Instead, his father tells him he has instinct, and instinct is everything. He tells him he inherited his instinct from his side of the family, the same instinct that told him Evan was keeping something from him. Don't pretend. I know. A few of your maggot friends sold you out for a few dollars. Evan starts but doesn't say anything. Can't say anything. The words are caught in his throat. He apologizes. His father says nothing, walks away. Evan follows him to his bedroom where he sees the picture of his dying mother, framed above the bed. His father tells Evan he will learn a lesson tomorrow, one he hopes he understands. Evan stares at his father and feels hate. Hate for the maggots who betrayed him, and for his father, respect. No, not respect. Admiration. Arcus 1. I would start at the beginning, but I don't know when that was or how long ago I was banished to this prison. What I know is I've been observing and studying the inner workings of this entity that had once been, well, an obsession. How ironic that I should be sentenced to live out the rest of my days in the very thing I sought to destroy. An obsession turned prison. As all obsessions are, I suppose. Arcus 54. The atmosphere of the realms is dark and grim, to say the least, but also ever-changing. I've already remarked that the atmosphere is misty, even foggy at times, and that this fog feels alive. It seems to contain swirls and streams of memories or imprints of beings from multiple terror worlds. It is as if the entity absorbs all the psychic energy and thoughts of beings it snatches as it journeys through the endless cosmos. I've used the Orus to study the black fog and have come to 3 observations that will prove invaluable to finding a way home. First, the fog is rich in auric particles, leading me to believe this dimension is more conscious than it is material. Second, I should be able to manifest anything I am able to pull from rifts in the fog, using techniques passed down from my family. Third, the entity is far more ancient than we ever suspected back home, and most of our theories and conjectures were wrong. The rich presence of auric particles in cells suggest it is one of the original ones, and ancient. Arcus 142. The entity is the cosmic embodiment of evil. Back home, we witnessed how its very presence turns worlds inside out, how it seems to remove or extinguish any sense of empathy or compassion within communities, how it brings people to the brink of madness and, well, pushes them in. Now I understand. It does all this in order to rip victims from their lives and have them play out an endless trial of terror that it presumably needs for its own survival. And there, perhaps, lies the key to its destruction, if an ancient can be destroyed at all. End the trials. Destroy its ability to sap dark nectar from victims like a cruel parasite feeding from a flower. At least the archives affords me a better understanding of the entity, why it moves from universe to universe, picking victims off and devouring worlds as though at a cosmic buffet. What I have yet to conclude is whether it is attracted to worlds that are brimming with darkness and madness, or if it is in fact the catalyst of such darkness and madness. Arcus, 557. All planes of existence are a unique mix of conscious auric particles and material particles. The entity is almost certainly pure consciousness. The observable fact of existence is the material world responds to and changes with consciousness. Collective consciousness is the key. The body, the home, the trial, all of it is an expression of the entity's unconscious need for fear and terror. The distinct observation in the specimens chosen by the entity is that they all come from worlds that have failed to understand the metaphysical relation, to my mind, self-preservation. Victims who know this truth and have honed their ability to manifest could be poisonous to the entity. This leads me to believe the entity is attracted to dark worlds because darkness and chaos are clear indicators that inhabitants have failed to connect the dots between the collective consciousness and the health of their world. The conclusion, then, might be that the entity feeds off ignorance. Arcus, 731. Hard to tell when one day ends and another begins. The tower and the library help me cope, but it's hard to forget the truth of my situation, even for a moment, knowing everything I have is a lie. I have access to anything I want, and yet I have nothing. The survivors continue to undergo the trials of the most brutal of killers. I continue to search the fog for the memories of those who found a way to escape. It sometimes feels like a futile search. But then again, I've got time on my hands. Lots of time. Arcus, 1513. I have used the Orus to explore the memories of an unknown survivor who comes from a world where, from what I can gather, a cult for the entity exists. It's not a surprise, or the first time I've seen such a thing, but the memories suggest she was a detective of sorts trying to prevent a cult sacrifice before she was snatched for the trials. I'm not sure what happened to her, and we'll have to explore the fog to unravel more. Arcus, 1672. I have culled imprints of a killer I have yet to observe. My best guess, judging by the nature of the crimes, is this brute is from Terra Dark. She lured men with love, robbed them of their savings, and fed them to her pigs. Lovely, efficient, and resourceful. The impressions of the memory are as follows. He stands framed in the doorway with flowers, a stupid smile on his dumb face. He has no sense that his days are numbered. Lonely soul made the trip for a wife. He thinks he'll get everything for a ring, her land, her farm, her savings. Won't happen, won't go as planned, not as he planned anyway. It didn't for all the other lonely souls who answered her classified ad. She peers at his eyes and thrills at his ignorance. His long, dumb face, his false sense of superiority. He wrote her a poem. How sweet. She'll cram it down his throat when he's convulsing on the floor. She takes his poem and asks about his money. He has it with him. packed his savings in a bag, and made the journey for a new start. He'll get more than he bargained for, way more, to the bank with his money, to the pigs with him. Arcus, 4902. Life is not life in this prison, and death is not an escape. It is merely the start of a new trial, and most survivors are aware they are caught in something they will never understand. Why this is all happening is no longer obvious to me. The truth is, I don't know what to believe anymore. The entity is not what it is, or what I thought it was.
Hey, that was pretty interesting. I can definitely kind of, I can relate with Claudette, you know. I mean, it ain't exactly the same story, but, you know, it's like similar. I was definitely kind of odd in school as well. A lot of that. And I don't know if you caught it, though, but during the Revelation story, the very first page, he was talking about Elodie. Like, if you look into Elodie's backstory, I think I have to re-look into it, but Elodie's parents were taken by the entity or something, or maybe they were part of the cult. And yeah, but anyways, yeah, that first page was about Elodie, and we learned that the Blight is a fucking junkie. Anyways, time for
Jane
Tome
needs a
2,
job. She has a
Reckoning.
job. She works as a waitress at a local diner. She needs another kind of job, a role, a part, something. Anything to let her know she's on the right path. Anything to let her know she deserves more than a school variety show. Acting is a fool's pursuit, 1 in a billion, her father says. Her grandfather agrees but adds, those who have the courage to follow their dreams have a 99% chance of being that 1 in a billion. Have courage. Courage will put the odds in your favor. Jane loves her grandfather and wants to make him proud. Wants to show him he's right. I'll be that 1 in a billion. Mexican waitress speaks in Mexican and English with a Mexican accent. Who wrote this? Mexican isn't a language. Doesn't matter. You get the gist. Her face grows warm with frustration. The accent isn't necessary. Why? Why the accent? Why can't it just be waitress? Waitress who speaks English. Why does the script need the waitress to be Mexican? Why is this important to the scene? Jane stares at the director, trying to understand his needs. It brings flavor. What does that mean? It doesn't bring flavor. It perpetuates a stereotype. Yet, Jane says nothing. She says nothing because she doesn't want to be blacklisted as a social justice warrior. Doesn't want to be called a complaining minority. With a slight Spanish accent, she finishes the audition. Jane shares a beer with her friend Dwayne. Dwayne tells her how a creative executive hired him to be the co-writer of his terrible script, to be the spokesperson of his terrible idea, to validate his insensitive cultural appropriation of an African-American story. The creative executive wants to make a minority film because it's a fad, the quickest way to be recognized, the fast track to fame for a hack. Many writers told the hack his script was wrong on so many levels, badly written, disrespectful, boring, insensitive. Dwayne refused to accept a script that was disrespectful to his cultural heritage, refused to attach his name to a project so the executive could avoid accusations of cultural appropriation, refused to validate an entitled interpretation of a minority story. The executive discredited Dwayne by calling him a social justice warrior, fired him. Jane sighs sadly for her friend. At least the script won't get produced. Dwayne raises a skeptical eyebrow. The hack has a friend with money, lots of money. He'll write, direct, and produce. Entitled hacks with friends in high places. It's how bad movies get made. They toast bad movies. Jane laughs, not because it's funny, because it's true. It's been months. She hasn't worked. No calls, no auditions, nothing. Jane stares at the blank television screen. As a child, she used to imagine herself on television. She doesn't see herself on television anymore. Something is happening. She can't see herself succeeding anymore. She wishes for her shot, her one shot, her 1 in a billion shot, but scripts for her are few and far between, nothing beyond the stereotype. Her agent shouldn't care. He should put her forward for all the female roles in her age range. She can play any female role, lead or support, and yet she only gets auditions for the spicy Latina, or the funny immigrant, or the waitress with the accent, never just woman, American. That's all she wants. She stares at the snowy television, tries to visualize herself as the star of a show, but can't. The phone rings. Her agent, an audition, a major part in a play, and it pays well. For a moment, just a moment, she feels like 1 in a billion. Jane's cell phone rings. She freezes on the sidewalk. This is it. And she doesn't know if she wants to answer or not. She can't take another rejection. Not for this part. This part is too important. She brings the cell phone to her ear, answers. She hears a voice she recognizes, her agent. He tells her how everyone enjoyed her audition, how everyone thought she was just fantastic. He goes on about something else. She waits for the but, the proverbial but, 1,000 compliments negated by one single, all-destroying but. It doesn't come. She listens to the trivial notes and waits for the polite rejection. Instead, you got the part. She's not sure she heard right. You got the part. She mumbles to herself. I got the part. Her face grows numb with disbelief. She screams. Strangers turn to face her. Sorry. Dwayne helps Jane rehearse at a cafe. They take a break and he tells her the hack is now doing a Chinese story and is desperately searching for a Chinese writer to validate his most recent abomination. Jane laughs. Hacks with money, it's how bad movies get made. She tells Dwayne things are going well with the play. She doesn't have to do an accent, doesn't have to wear a miniskirt or perpetuate a ridiculous stereotype, doesn't have to do all the stupidities she had to do in the past. This is a real gig, a meaningful gig, a gig she can share with her family. She knocks on the table. Dwayne laughs and says it isn't wood. She shrugs. He says he's happy for her and hands her a cutout from a magazine. Open audition for Quick Talk. He says he put in a good word for her. She'd make a perfect host. She thanks him, but the play takes all her time. Too bad. You're the most real person I know, and that's what the show needs. Authenticity. Last rehearsal before opening night, and she's nailed her role despite some last-minute changes to the script. She feels the adrenaline and a great sense of flow unlike anything she's ever experienced before. The director claps after the last line is delivered. He approaches her, tells her he's amazed, impressed, inspired, but he feels her character would work better with an accent. A what? The request undermines her, shatters her. Why? I don't understand. For giggles. It would be fun. The character doesn't need an accent. The character is fine without an accent. But it would add comic relief. Comic relief! That's what she is to this director, to the producers, to this industry. Comic relief. She stares at him, waits for him to burst out laughing, waits for him to say he's joking, waits for an apology that never comes. She sighs and feels the strength of her ancestors coursing through her veins, a strength that won't allow her to sell out, a strength that won't allow her to perpetuate a hurtful image of what it means to be an American. She shakes her head at the director. Find a comedian, asshole. She storms off stage. Those who follow their path beat the odds, even if the odds are 1,000,000,000 to 1. Bullshit. King scrunches his broken fist. Cheers and hollers from a drunk crowd echo through the alleyway. He stares at his fallen opponent, bleeding face, busted nose, chipped teeth. He kicks him in the mouth to put the finishing touches on his handiwork. He never lost a fight. Not now. Not ever. Always bet on King. He glances over the crowd, spots Donnie, an old friend with a gambling problem. Not much of a problem if he continues to bet on me. King looks at his watch. He's late for a family meeting. King's father gives his mother hell for talking back for something he didn't quite understand. It's always the same crap. King grinds his teeth. Blood and warmth rush up his face. Every scrap, every single one he won because he saw his father's face on his opponent. To say something is to be cut off. But this time he's not thinking straight, or maybe he is. His father raises a hand to strike his mother. It happens faster than the thought to perceive it. One moment he snatches his father's arm, the next he's beating him black and blue for years of accumulated shit. He walks away while his mother tries to help his father up. You're out. Never show your face here again, ungrateful bastard. Get ones anyway. He had an entourage. A group of sods enjoying the high life with his credit card. Now he has no one. Not a single bloody friend to help him out. He had friends once upon a time in school, but that was long ago. He needs money. But money doesn't grow on trees, and no one wants to challenge him, not after what he did to his last opponent. He needs a job. His accounts are near empty, and his old careless spending habits are hard to break. He meets with Tommy. Tommy has no room for him in his apartment. Wishes he did, but he doesn't. Mick wants to help, but his old lady won't let him. Same with Bill. And Harry. His ex has moved on, and she doesn't want to see his face. Something about being a shithead. He can't live in a hotel room forever. It drains the account. He remembers a face he recently spotted in a crowd at his last scrap. They were friends since they were toddlers. He was a genuine friend, even if they went separate ways. King looks him up. Castle Drive. He hails a taxi. King hasn't felt real in a long time. He sits in Donnie's apartment drinking old ale, realizing how much he misses genuine heart-to-hearts. Donnie was his friend before he realized he came from money. The rich aren't really rich. He's not sure why he thinks this or what it means. It's just a random thought. The ale talking, as it were. Donnie says he can stay until he figures things out. He's not sure when that will be. It doesn't matter. A sudden rap at the door startles him. Donnie stands, opens the door to reveal a few men in black leather jackets. Muscle. King doesn't hear much. What he does hear, he doesn't like. Donnie owes money. and can expect a bundle of lead in the face if he doesn't pay. He laughs when he returns to the kitchen table. "It's your fault, King. I don't know who to bet on anymore." King lost his last 3 jobs and is going back to what he does best. A challenger steps into the circle in the dimly lit alley, double his size, massive. King doesn't care. A head's a head. He'll go down like the others. Crowd calls him the Ghetto Masher. The Ghetto Masher glares at him. The ref spits out rules he's heard 1,000 times. King stares at him and sees not his father, but his opponent. A bell sounds. With a bestial snarl, the Ghetto Masher lunges. King evades a wild blow that would have ripped his head off. He feels strange, unresponsive, confused. Donnie screams at him. He glances at him as he receives a massive fist to the skull. Black swirls across his eyes. He doesn't remember the thud against his skull. He doesn't remember his legs buckling. He doesn't even remember collapsing in a pile of festering garbage. He only remembers waking up on the couch in Donnie's apartment. He's lost his edge. His anger, his rage, his hate. Was that all he was? Donnie's asking if he's okay, and he's not sure. Am I okay? Will I be better? I don't know. Was it just a fluke? A lucky shot? Happens to the best. I feel wrecked. I am wrecked. Donnie bet the last of his cash on him. King's getting the hang of working behind a bar. Donnie sips a beer and tells him he needs to find another reason to fight. King tells Donnie he needs to get home before the beer he's drinking turns to piss, before he gets in trouble. Too late. King spots 2 men. They approach Donnie, grab him, usher him into the basement. Not a good sign. King rushes to help, but his manager yells at him to stay behind the bar. Screw it. He leaps over the bar and rushes to the basement where he finds Donnie being beaten by Ghetto Masher and Uncle Brass watching in his chair. King doesn't hesitate. He tackles him. They exchange deadly blows. Ghetto Masher can hardly keep up. Uncle Brass sends others after King. Doesn't matter. King's a whirlwind of destruction. He cracks Ghetto's knees and thrusts his thumbs into his eye sockets. An eyeball pops out, still attached to a series of nerves. Cries of terror. Ghetto Masher cups his eyeball, screaming for medical help, staggers and slams against the wall as more ruffians attack. Stop! Uncle Brass stands and approaches. It's well within my power to rip your fucking head off for what you did to my boys. King staggers to his feet. Not a bloody joke, am I? His debt is paid if you work for me. He straightens up and brushes his jacket, smiles. Always bet on King. Imbecile. That's what he calls Professor Blanchard. The imbecile is choosing 2 students to lead a research assignment in an abandoned farmhouse. Carter knows he's going to be selected. He's the best in the neuroscience program. The best at the Leary. The Leary. It could only be the Leary. The Leary or the Allen. 2 institutions with a history of working with the government to push the limits of psychology beyond the code. Not beyond the code, despite the code. The papers coming out of the Allen amazed him, captured him, inspired him. Had he been Canadian, it would have been the Allen, or what many called Ravenscrag. The experiments they conducted were brilliant, cutting edge, mind-shattering. He wishes he were a student in the 50s studying under Lord Crag, the nickname patients gave the genius at Ravenscrag. Lord Crag returned from the trials with ideas, not cautionary tales, not disgust like the other bleeding hearts who condemned the doctors who would anyway be smuggled into his country and be given the highest positions in government in exchange for their discoveries. Lord Crag took the experiments he had heard about to the next level, and Carter hopes to do the same. But not with this professor, not with Blanchard, Dr. Bleeding Heart Blanchard. He has no idea what real power is. Real power is freedom. True freedom. Freedom beyond the limits of ethics and morality. Carter's leading the research assignment with another peer. The challenge? Secure the secret word through the good doctor, bad doctor interrogation technique put forward by some other bleeding heart imbecile at some other institution. He's bad doctor with a code, a list of do's and don'ts the imbecile gave him. Very limiting, too limiting, self-limiting even. How is he supposed to secure anything with these limits? Surely he realizes how futile the experiment is with this code. Nevertheless, he tries. He shouts at a fellow student sitting across the table from him. Shouts? Big deal. Tell me or I'll... Shout again. The student doesn't take him seriously. He's play-acting fear. It's all make-believe for him. I should smash his skull and yank the secret word out of his substandard mediocre brain. Second day, and nothing. Carter's frustrated, really frustrated. At least they're tied up, all 7 of them, but it's still not enough. They need to take the interrogation to the next level, deprive them of food and water. They'll talk. When their cells begin to self-cannibalize, they'll talk. Better yet, he wants to deprive them of sleep. Sleep deprivation. Removes masks, lowers guards, makes prisoners talk for the promise of a few minutes of sleep. The 7 prisoners stare at him. They know they're safe. He can see it in their eyes. Limits. No one got anywhere respecting limits. He despises his colleague, Good Doctor. He'd have the secret by now had he been working alone and without a code. Ridiculous limits. Skinner knew better. Put his own kid in some kind of a box for years just to see what it would do. Huxley worked for the Secret Service and wrote Truths as Lies in Brave New World. War of the Worlds was another great test in mass propaganda. The power of the radio to induce fear and anxiety in an unsuspecting audience. The power of fear and anxiety to inspire silence and indifference and create perfect consumers. Ethics, morality, limits. For sheep, not shepherds. Carter feels anxiety unlike he ever felt as he watches Good Doctor interrogate one of his classmates. He approaches him from behind with a piece of wood, something he found on the ground, raises the makeshift club. Before he realizes what he's doing, he pounds the Good Doctor's head. Pretend fear becomes real fear as his fellow students stare at him in horror. No more Good Doctor. No more rules. No more limits. Except the limits of his imagination. Carter ties a student to a chair. Warm blood drips everywhere. He twists pieces of flesh off his face. The sheep look away, but never up. With terrible moans and squirms, he gets a secret word from each and every one of them. New, Reich, Horizons, Fourth, Bird, Kill. His classmates beg to be released. They sob and agonize in their chairs. They plead the experiment is over. You have the words. You win. We're done. Carter smiles. He's still got a few days. A few more days and a few more experiments to run. Could put his career at risk. But he's got the Good Doctor to take the fall. I'll take what I learned from Lord Crag and lobotomize these imbeciles and manipulate... No. Not manipulate. Manufacture. Yes, manufacture reality. Music blares. Eyes are kept forced open with toothpicks. Carter piggybacks a looping song with an inaudible subliminal frequency to evoke fear, anxiety, and discontent. He experimented with the loop on his parents, always caused a fight between them. He doesn't remember where he got the loop. He first read about the subliminal frequency from advertisers. Advertisers deny subliminal loops work. Of course they do. Advertisers deny they use subliminal loops. But they do. They use them, and they work. They must. They must because peace and contentment is our natural disposition. War and discontent needs to be instilled, enforced, manufactured, repeated over and over again until it's the main script in the collective consciousness. Paperclip, Bluebird, MK Ultra, MK Delta, MK Search. They were all necessary. Lord Crag had the right idea, good instincts. So did the Black Sorcerer and the Dirty Trickster. They inspired all the goodies he brought with him in his bag. Music, drinks, drugs, lots of drugs. For a moment, just a moment, he hesitates. He'll probably go to jail for a long time if he uses his goodies. But being free, being truly free for a few days, is worth a lifetime of imprisonment. But I won't get caught. Good Doctor will. Carter wonders if he can remother these sheep. Remother, he loves the term. He wishes it was his own, but it's not. Shock them with electricity and expose them to endless images of death, chaos, and destruction. Traumatize the brain, empty it, lobotomize these subjects to remother them with new personalities. He wonders if he could remother these sheep into wolves. Get them to kill each other. Better yet, turn these good, law-abiding students into serial bombers. He rips the plug out of a lamp, splits the wires, peels the wire, places the exposed wire into a student's mouth, slowly approaches the socket, taking in his terror, plugs it in, screams as he remothers this exemplary student. A putrid smell of burning hair and skin reaches his olfactory receptors. There's another stench. Imbecile soiled himself. Carter laughs. He hasn't been this stimulated in ages. To be free. Ah, to be truly free. Carter hasn't had this much fun since he first tried to transplant a mouse brain into a rabbit. A week isn't enough. He wishes he had more time. He needs more time. There are new avenues within the mind to explore. Too many avenues, not enough time. He wishes he had the tools to operate on their brains. There are knives in the kitchen. Good work. Not surgical precision, but good enough. He's read about a gland in the brain that looks like an eye, a gland that supposedly secretes DMT, a kind of mystical drug. He wonders if he can extract it from a living subject. He wonders what a good dosage of human DMT does to a test subject. Carter unties a rope. He's going to release Good Doctor. He's pumped him with drugs and programmed him with new thoughts. He believes the other students are Russian spies that need to be executed for national security. He unwraps the rope and places a screwdriver in his hands. He changes his mind, removes the screwdriver, replaces it with a fork, changes his mind again, replaces the fork with a spoon. He's never seen a spoon used to kill a human being. He backs away from Good Doctor, who is lost and confused, remothered. He says a phrase. The moon is down. Confusion becomes clarity as Good Doctor stands and approaches the Russian spies with a spoon. Brilliant. Bleeding Heart Blanchard returns to the farmhouse with a group of men Carter's never seen before. They look like government men. He suppresses a smile and tells them Good Doctor got out of hand, took things a degree too far. He barely got out alive. Blanchard tells him to shut up. His tone is different. He doesn't sound like an imbecile. We taped the whole thing. Carter exchanges a look with the men in black suits. He doesn't understand. The imbecile enters, and does the unexpected. He stares at the barely breathing student unperturbed. No fear, no panic, no emotion, nothing. He grins and mumbles something to himself in German. He turns to Carter with a smile. His smile turns to a grin when the men in black suits handcuff and arrest him. Blanchard whispers, "Looks like you had your chance to make merry hell and took it. The cuffs are just for appearances." I don't understand." "Yes, you do. You understand much more than the others. Welcome to MK Awakening." Rin sits at her desk, dreading the end of the school day. Not because she enjoys junior high or because she respects her teachers, but because she despises being forced to learn kendo. But her father demands it. He demands that she practice the way of the sword. Not just practice, excel. She's a Yamaoka. The Yamaokas come from a proud legacy, a samurai legacy. He reminds her of this every day, and every day the kids tease and humiliate her, telling her she has no business in their class, telling her she should wield a broom, not a shinai. She ignores them and tries her best. Maybe if she excels with a katana, her father will feel better. He hasn't been himself as of late, frustrated, irritable, reactive. She can't do anything right, nor can her mother. He has become very quiet and talks and argues with himself. She doesn't understand what's happening to him, but she knows he is suffering, and the last thing she wants is to add to his pain. Family is everything, and maybe one day she'll be okay with wielding a katana. Maybe she'll even enjoy it. Rin's bones feel brittle and ready to collapse under the weight of the armor. She holds her bamboo shinai up to her opponent. "I want this to be over. Can't this just be over?" Her opponent insults her. He tells her there's a shattered window in the changing room she ought to clean before someone cuts themselves, Janitor Yamaoka. He laughs. He makes another janitor joke at her expense. A sudden heat rushes up her face. She wants to shove the shinai down his throat. See how he laughs with wood and splinters piercing through his stomach. Splinters piercing through his throat. Where did those thoughts come from? It's not like her to think such thoughts. She angles her shinai and feels something strange inside. She's never felt anything like it before, like a waking dragon in her heart. She stares at her grinning opponent. Faster than thought, she lunges and strikes his head. Everyone laughs at him. His head slumps in mingled defeat and humiliation. A boy stares at her with wide, disbelieving eyes. He blinks. "You might be a Yamaoka after all." She hates to admit it, but it feels good to win. No, not to win. To defeat a foe. To defeat another human being. Defeat another human being? Why would I think this? These aren't my thoughts. But they are. She doesn't understand what happened. What thing came over her to give her the strength to contend with the boy in front of her? He isn't laughing anymore. He glares at her. She beat him. Not once, not twice. Thrice. The boys continue to stare at her open-mouthed. Something is changing in Janitor Yamaoka. They know it. She knows it. She feels the waking dragon in her heart. It's the closest she's ever felt to being a fighter, a warrior, a Yamaoka. And she likes it. Likes being treated with respect. Likes being taken seriously. For an instant, she imagines herself beside the great Renjiro Yamaoka and his son Kazan. Something tugs in her heart, and the dragon stirs. And the dragon, she realizes, is the waking of her raging Yamaoka blood. Janitor Yamaoka, you got lucky. Let's see how lucky you really are. Boys close in on her, cursing, jesting, shouting. She wants to run, but doesn't see an opening. She wants to apologize for being good with a shinai, but the waking dragon inside her heart won't allow it. She didn't do anything wrong. She has no reason to apologize. She finally did what she was supposed to do, and now they close in on her as though she had cheated, as though they could see the dragon that had helped her. She feels scared. Where is that dragon now? Where is the spirit of her ancestors? She raises a pleading hand for her abusers to stop. You will pay. You made me look foolish. For a moment, there is an opening between two boys, and there's no hesitation, only action. She charges through and storms across the schoolyard with a group of angry boys in pursuit. She quickly ducks behind a garbage bin and watches the boys run past her. One stops, turns towards the bins, narrows his gaze. She holds her breath. She can hear her heart pounding in her head. Why hide? You are better than these peasants. Stand and show them who you are. But she does not reveal herself. She hides and wishes that waking dragon to go back to sleep. Rin emerges from hiding and begins her long walk home. The dragon in her heart admonishes her for hiding, tells her she is more than her tormentors and should never cower before bullies and abusers. She's not sure what she should have done or what she should think. Maybe she should have faced them. Maybe she should have confronted them. Maybe she should have beaten them down and torn them limb from limb. Limb from limb? What am I thinking? Where did that come from? Limb from limb. What dark thoughts are these? Before she can answer her own question, she hears a voice. She hears her tormentors jeering and spewing insults at her. She doesn't turn around. She doesn't run. She doesn't run because she knows what's coming, and she doesn't care. The dragon within tells her everything's going to be okay. The boys throw garbage at her, call her Janitor Yamaoka, Janitor Yamaoka, Janitor Yamaoka. She knows what's next. She sees it in her mind's eye like samurai of old. They'll push her down, surround her, punch and kick her, but this time she won't let the pain defeat her. She won't let the fear paralyze her. She'll use the fear and the pain to feed the dragon. Today her bullies will feel teeth and claws. They will feel her wrath, and they will learn she is a Yamaoka. Arcus 328. There is a curiosity at the core of every thinking person, a need for knowledge from uncharted and unknowable territories. But what is discovered in those blank spaces of the abyss, of the cosmos, are things far too immense to understand. Things better left unobserved, lest they undermine our sanity. Better to embrace ignorance than face the truth of our insignificance in the grand scheme of it all. Against the vastness of the infinite, we are mere microbes swirling in an endless, indifferent cosmic stew. I say stew, but the entity is probably more of a blood pudding. Arcus, 7547. Whiskey, deep into the night. A strange aftertaste, a flavor from a world which makes the best whiskey. Whiskey dreams are some of the most pleasurable, dreams of home, with friends and family, enjoying time lost. When my senses returned, I realized I had turned my palace of a prison upside down. I remembered none of it. Everything a drunken blur. So many paintings and statues I had created from memories from other worlds. Shattered. I'm losing my grip on reality, and maybe that's a good thing. One day merges into the next, and I'm lost in a storm of whiskey, screams, and endless streams of broken memories. Arcus, 3212. From a window, I see something moving with an uncanny light. Through the black fog, it shines there, beckoning me. And yet I cannot leave. I cannot move. I can only bring things to me through the Orus. What light is this? Is it a creature sent by the entity? Is it a survivor? Or perhaps it's a marooned soul from back home searching like myself for a way back. An unnatural wind whines, and I stare at the moving, hypnotic light. A hideous watching eye, trying to reach out to me. Trying to tell me something. Trying to convey something in its strange, rhythmic movement. Arcus, 345. I have recently wondered if survivors realize the titanic significance of their thoughts and feelings, and of how the entity uses them to furnish the trials. Thoughts and feelings that bring me glimpses of what it's like to have lived on a parallel world as someone else. It helps pass the time. Arcus, 1043. I look and observe the realms of the entity with eyes that see disharmony, chaos, fear, and terror. And yet I acknowledge I may be swayed by appearances, and that there may be another truth beyond the veil, and it feels futile, if not absurd, to try to put to words what I am seeing. Arcus, 767. The Orus was little understood back home, and to be fair, I wasn't given the chance to explain its merits to the Council. Had they taken the time to understand, they would have realized that though I had no verifiable explanation for how the Orus works, I had theories. And the most reasonable was that the Orus works on the basis of the Trinitarian of creation, a concept long held by our ancestors and forgotten throughout the ages. But the concept isn't complicated, isn't witchcraft, isn't a secret. It simply suggests that it takes two things to create a third, a father and mother to create a child, an idea and passion to create something new, something real, something lasting and meaningful, a thought and feeling. Therein lies the best theory of the Orus and how it is able to create with auric particles. The failing of other pioneers back home is they believed thought alone was enough, when in reality it is only half the equation. The other half is emotion, for it is feeling and passion that fuels the fires of creation. The Orus amplifies and manifests and forges something new using the mold of thought and the fires of passion. Or, I've been here too long, and I'm grasping at theories to pass the time. Arcus, 293. Things could have been worse. I could have been banished in a dimension without auric fog, containing the memory imprints of countless victims. Memories that keep me entertained and busy with my coin and spirit collections. And the music. The variations from parallel worlds. It helps pass the time. In a twisted way, I think what I'm admitting is that I'm glad the entity takes what it wants, when it wants, from the Omniverse. Arcus 632. Through a rift, I believe I culled another memory of Vigo, manifesting reality within the entity with something reminiscent of the Orus. How he came to understand the machinations of the fog is both puzzling and inspiring. It suggests to me that perhaps this place enhances one's connections to our infinite selves throughout the Omniverse. Arcus 9873. King has this way of doing things that are quite amusing. One of my favorite memories I return to time and time again whenever I need a lift is Memory 2332. Gasoline Man. King grabs this man who skipped a few payments on a loan. He drags him by the hair and throws him in an alley. He grabs a metal gasoline container and douses the sod with its contents and lights a match. He stares at him through the flickering flame as the man screams in terror. He watches him beg for his life. Then he flings the match. The man's eyes pop out of his head as the flame hits his chest and falls to the floor with a sizzle. King tells him to make his payment or next time he'll use real gasoline. Brilliant. Arcus 9082. Max has quite an arm. A farmer made his way out of a barn, and with one well-aimed blow with a spade, his head was severed from his shoulders, and 2 spouts of hot blood burst from his body like geysers. He watched the headless man stagger stupidly and collapse in a growing puddle of steaming blood. I have to admit I've gone through this memory more than once. It's one of my favorites. I find Max disturbingly amusing, and the illusion of death fascinating. At a distance. Arcus 893. Several survivors went mad trying to escape the trial. They had with them memories of previous incarnations, so that one survivor began dashing his head against a wall, convinced he was reliving a nightmare he had just escaped. The other survivors drowned him in mud to shut him up. It seems to me survivors are torches growing dimmer and dimmer with every trial. Some stop to feel altogether and are doomed to the void. Others go raving mad and need to be silenced by others. Arcus 223. I felt an uncanny and unseen presence in the archives as I contemplated the entity. I could hear the labored breathing of killers standing outside my prison. I looked out into the dark, raging fog and saw nothing. Either the entity is aware of my presence and is preparing to send killers to put an end to my plans, or the memories of survivors are somehow merging with my personal memories, and these sounds are mere side effects of overusing the Orus. In the end, it doesn't matter. If I could end the entity, I would, even if it meant my own demise. My life is little to pay for the salvation of the worlds it will destroy. Arcus 1032. Jumbled experiences of brutal killers and weird rituals of godless brutes from worlds too dark to care. I jerked myself straight out of one memory that pulled me into a cavern of bodies with an odor so repugnant I was retching for hours. I still have that horrible taste in my mouth and shudder at the thought of that smell. That horrible smell. Rotting humanity. What foul creature of a man had made this festering hole his lair is beyond me. Arcus 7456. I am taking notes under incredible mental strain. I have had flashes of survivor memories overrun my senses all day, and I'm trying to focus on home and gather myself. I haven't used the Oris for some time, and yet I have been pulled in and out of these lives randomly. These records, these archives will, I imagine, help me remember myself, should this Oris nudge me into the abyss.
All right, well, by the way, hello, Dr. Salties. I know you're here watching. Okay, so Tome 2, wow. That's a lot to take in. Jane has a very sad story. Very, even kind of political, really. Like, yeah, about stereotypes and... yeah, and how people should just be referred to as people, not have some weird friggin' like weird title attached to them based on their ethnicity, which I can totally agree with. David King's story, yeah, I mean, it was, you know, whatever. It's like some rich dude, you know, whatever. But Dr. Herman Carter, like the doctor story, oh my god, that's brutal as hell. That's brutal. And then the spirit story, I like that one. I like how when the boys are kicking her and she's down and she hears the Oni's war cry in her head or something, and she just jumps up and she starts beating the hell out of them. That's powerful stuff right there. I like that. I couldn't make, like, it's hard to make a lot of sense out of the observations and the revelations. Like, some of it you can, some of it's just like dribble, you know. But anyways, on to Tome 3 in just a minute. I have to pee, okay? Be right back. Longest piss ever. Okay. Alright, y'all ready for Tome 13? Let's do this. Tome 13. Tome 3? Wow. I'm just gonna stop talking.
Hitting zero. That's why she returns to the forest time and time again. To let go of her anxieties, to let go of her problems, to take in the scent of fresh pine and let go of her conscious self, to let go of everything and listen to her muse. She's been out of touch with herself for a while, lost in a game to please everyone else except herself, playing songs that don't come from her but are sure to please the masses, music that doesn't even resonate with her, playing songs for money, despite the warning, play one song for money and kill your muse. She laughed when her mother first told her this. It seemed like a ridiculous thing to say. Her muse didn't seem to be going anywhere. She was hearing more songs in her head than she could play in a lifetime. Now, she's not laughing anymore. She's never felt so false and uninspired in her life, and more than ever she wants to reconnect with her music, her muse, herself. She closes her eyes and peels away the layers until her mind is empty and open to the great unknown. Kate strums her guitar freely, but nothing's coming to her. Just a dark, disturbing melody that's been returning to her every time she hits zero. A melody so unlike anything she's ever played that she doesn't know where the inspiration comes from. She's never played a tune so dark and yet so catchy. The harder she tries to push the ominous melody out of her mind, the stronger it gets, the more it demands to be written down. She wants the melody to stop, and yet it's all she hears around her, above her, below her, beside her, within her. One endless, foreboding melody, a melody that just isn't her. Or maybe it is her. Maybe the show pony routine has changed her, corrupted her, perhaps even crushed her, and if not her, the best part of her, her muse. She stops strumming, closes her eyes, pushes everything out of her mind, and begins a slow and patient countdown back to zero. She waits for an inspiration that never comes. Nothing except that lonely, ominous melody. The more she tries to strum something else, the louder it echoes in her mind. She stops for a long, silent moment, but the tune doesn't. She closes her eyes and tries to force it out of her mind, but it's not in her mind. It's coming from the cave. It can't be. She shakes her head. The tune fades as she returns to zero and tries one last time to connect with her muse, her real muse, regretting all the paid gigs that drove her further and further from who she really was. She closes her eyes and counts down. 5, she relaxes her toes. 4, she relaxes her legs. 3, she relaxes her torso. 2, her hands. 1, her lips, her nose, her face. 0, she silences her thoughts. 3 hours and still nothing but that foreboding melody. More than anything, she wishes she had taken some time to realign herself and make sure she was spending her life's energy on something real and true to who she was. Instead, she squandered her life's energy on acts and routines and her piggy bank. That wasn't supposed to happen. Not to her. One of her inspirations was the great Woody Guthrie. Everything he wrote was true to who he was. Everything he did came from him, came from a real and pure place. She was like that at some point in her life. But now she's performed more fluff than substance, and the guilt alone may have crushed her muse, her real muse, not this perverted version of a thing that has her strumming the loneliest and darkest tune she ever conceived. She prepares to count down, but sees a symbol on the ground before her, glowing and pulsing with the tune, pulsing like the heartbeat of some primordial ancient thing. She closes her eyes and opens them again, and the symbol is gone. Kate screams in the lonely, desolate forest. She wants that tune out of her head. It's annoying her, frustrating her, blocking her. Even when she stops strumming her guitar, the melody continues as though with a life of its own, coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. She focuses for a moment and realizes the melody is echoing out from the cave. She surrenders to her dark muse. She stands and stares at the cave and sees a pulsing light. She closes her eyes and feels that her mind's playing tricks on her. But she knows better. She knows she's always sensed and felt things others couldn't. She once heard someone say that today's shamans are our artists, authors, and musicians, that unlike other people, they are capable of accessing other thoughts, worlds, and ideas from otherworldly realms. She always had that ability, but never like this. Never so dark. It's as if the universe is punishing her for squandering her gifts. She approaches the deep and ominous cave, wondering who or what is calling her. A vague memory tugs at her, tells her she's done this before. She has a sense that she knows what she's going to find, but somehow has forgotten. Dawn bleeds across the craters and trenches and into the devastated forest. Explosions tear the ground. Mud rises and showers Anna. Men tumble headlong into open craters filled with rotting cadavers. Mangled human and horse flesh make a feast for rats. Other men are blasted to bits and pieces. Some drown in mud and blood. The brutal savagery of these human animals amuses Anna. She's never been so entertained. They are worse than hungry wolves fighting over a carcass. Some speak words she understands. Others speak words foreign to her ears. A pathetic scream like nothing she's heard suddenly startles her. She follows the source of the sound into the decimated forest, where she sees a small canvas tent and Russian soldiers guarding foreign prisoners. She watches them all evening. She watches horrified when they execute one of the horses for dinner. So much meat wasted due to sloppy butchery. After dinner, the Russians grab one of their foreign prisoners and crush his head with a shovel to pass the time. They laugh and make jokes. She watches them in the shadows and laughs silently. Not with them, at them. A shovel is clunky, the blows are awkward, the death messy. These men are neither fish nor meat. Her mother taught her better. She was going to search for another pack of human animals, but something catches her eye. Something that reminds her of her father. Something perfect for her little Bushka. A gift. Anna hides in the shadows and fixes her gaze on the gift. The Russian soldier carves the gift as he guards and swears at foreign prisoners in the shredded canvas tent. They kill and torture each other because they cannot talk to one another. She remembers a book her mother once had. She pointed to the pictures and called them soldiers. They were the ones who butchered her father. Soldiers tear each other apart for reasons her mother could never explain. She watches them and doesn't understand. She's not sure they do either. Maybe they like the hunt, the scent of fear, the bloodlust. She stares at the perfect gift and wants to give them a little war they'll never forget. But there are too many, and her mother suddenly appears before her with a smile and tells her little Anna she will need to thin the ranks. I can do that. I will show you. I will show you, and I will show them where crawfish sleep. The Russian soldier does a peculiar thing to his prisoner. He ties him to a gnarled branch by his ankle and lights a fire a few inches under him. She scrunches her brow, confused. You kill the game before you roast it, but these soldiers enjoy his agony. She recognizes the yelling and shrieking foreigner. Just a few moons ago, he was torturing Russian prisoners in another tent. Just a few moons ago, he was the tormentor. The Russian holds the perfect gift in his hands while the prisoner shrieks and squeals like a pig. She smirks. It's kind of a funny cry. It is. It's amusing. The Russians make jokes and imitate the squealing cry. She fights down explosive laughter. It's the most ridiculous sound she's ever heard. The sound of an approaching soldier suddenly startles her. She wheels to see a glittering bayonet rushing her. She evades and grabs the pathetic scrawny man by the neck, curls her calloused fingers around his bulging apple, and yanks with devastating fury. With a choked gurgle, he collapses and lies dead on the ground with his throat torn out. She returns her attention to the laughing Russians and the squealing human swine. She smiles. They'll all be making similar sounds when she's through with them. Four Russian soldiers lurk around the tent searching for their missing comrade. Anna stealthily tracks one soldier, inching closer and closer with every step. Poor pea-green mule. He has no sense these will be his last few breaths. She watches him for a long moment, then strategically steps on a twig. The crack makes him turn, but before he meets Anna's gaze, her axe splits his nose between the eyes, smashing his teeth and severing his tongue. She covers his bloody mouth with her hand as she rummages through his pockets for the perfect gift. Nothing. She raises her hand to let the choking, gurgling sounds lure the other three. Carefully they approach with their bayonets raised and ready. She grinds her teeth in fury and bloodlust. She rolls their comrade's severed head in their midst. A moment of shock, and it's all she needs as she leaps out and drops two soldiers with one lash of her axe. The other soldier rushes in with a scream, and she meets him with a sweeping stroke that severs his head clean off the torso. A geyser of blood erupts as his headless torso staggers stupidly back and forth as though searching for its lost head. The torso staggers forward, then pitches backward and collapses. The sounds of another attack reach her before the blade. She lashes left and right, and the body collapses in mangled pieces. The soldier stares at the pieces of his body around him in terror. She laughs and thinks about that story her mother used to tell her. Sorry, Yetso. Can't be put together again. Anna finds these soldiers curious. Where once the Russians and foreigners were roasting each other alive, they are now working together to survive her attacks. They are calling her a ghoul, a monster of the forest, saying she is a bodark. Together the soldiers dig pits and sabotage their camp. Anna toys with them. She's outnumbered, and she knows it. She weakens their senses by depriving them of sleep. Every night she approaches their camp, sings a lullaby, then howls like a bodark. The soldiers wake in a frenzy and scuttle in terror as she returns to her cabin to sleep with her little one. She rests for a few hours and then returns to her little war to reignite a cycle of terror. 1 or 2 sleepless nights and they'll be ripping each other apart. It'll be a matter of walking in and taking what belongs to her little Bushka. Lazar approaches Dwight and slams his desk. Max didn't work out. He was a weak male I just wanted to crush. Fear, anxiety, confusion. Dwight feels them all. How is this guy the CEO? More than that, he wanted to crush the employee he's replacing for being a weak male. Dwight doesn't even know what that means. Weak male? Who talks like that in this day and age? His hands fidget nervously. He swallows a growing lump in his throat. Lazar smashes his desk again. I need you to be bolder than him, Dwitch. I need you to get the buzz out there that we're the best company in the business. Did he just call me Dwitch? Dwitch. He just called me Dwitch. Dwight's still not sure what he's supposed to be doing at Peak 22. He's a story hook supervisor. He has no idea what that is. Sounds convoluted and made up. Sounds like bullshit. He took the job because he needs the money, and he can't dress up in costumes for birthday parties anymore. Kids can be so cruel. He's supposed to create fake profiles and write positive reviews about Lazar and his company. Lazar gives his desk another thump. Be a lion, Dwitch. Pounce on the internet. Pounce. Get the word out. Peak 22. We design story hooks for ads that transcend humanity. Dwight has no idea what that means. Lazar leaves a test on his desk and walks away. Dwight stares at the test, unsure. Rose, the manager who hired him, approaches him and explains it's an intelligence test. Lazar wants to make sure he's the smartest in his company. Best advice? Flunk it. Dwight smiles. Gotcha. Our thing is story hook advertising. Dwight cringes every time he hears story hook. Lazar's trying to be different just to be different. Most advertisements use stories to wrap a message in emotion. Just because you call it a story hook doesn't mean it's new, doesn't mean it's different. Story hook is a term used by high school English teachers. Rose laughs. Yes, but Lazar's an idiot, and he wants to feel like he created his own theory for his upcoming book. Dwight's eyes go wide. Book? What book? Rose laughs absurdly and explains. An autobiographic book, a guaranteed bestseller highlighting Lazar's new theory on creativity. But Lazar hasn't done anything yet. It's all smoke and mirrors. Rose laughs and corrects him. He's done one thing really well. He's burned through millions. Rose changes the subject and tells Dwight he needs to meet Lazar's ghostwriter for an interview. Make sure to shower praises about our naked emperor for his autobiography. Dwight approaches Rose. She isn't her usual jolly self. Dry tears line her cheek and her eyes are swollen. She tells him Lazar embarrassed her at a meeting when she refused to go along with his jokes at the expense of the sound designer's speech impediment. He humiliated her for not going along with his stuttering impression. Rose sighs and advises Dwight to record all meetings with the Naked Emperor, not just for legal reasons, but for the yearly roast. Dwight raises his eyebrows curiously. Yearly roast? What yearly roast? She tells him about a yearly gathering of ex-employees who get together to laugh at Lazar's stupidities. Dwight tilts his head. He's really confused. In his mind, Peak 22 just opened its doors. How long has Peak 22 existed? Rose calculates on her hands. 5 years. Dwight can't believe his ears. 5 years and Peak 22 has nothing? Rose smirks. Correction. 5 years and we almost have Lazar's biography and his theory on creativity. Dwight showers Lazar with online praise using fake profiles. It's the coziest job he's ever had. As he prepares to create another false profile, he suddenly hears shouts coming from Lazar's office. He freezes as Lazar verbally assaults the Peak 22 lawyer. The lawyer is telling him Storyhook can't be registered. It's a concept in many high school textbooks. Lazar fires the lawyer on the spot. The lawyer promises he'll sue. Lazar doesn't care. He'll settle. He always settles. It isn't his money. And Dwight's heard he's got his benefactors eating out of the palm of his hands. He's already settled dozens of wrongful dismissals. Rose attempts to calm Lazar down, but he screams at her to mind her business. Dwight wants to help her, but he's never made so much money doing so little before. He likes making money doing nothing. But his hands are fidgeting, and his palms are getting damp and clammy. Hearing Lazar verbally abuse Rose is difficult to bear. He imagines all kinds of scenarios where he leaps from his desk to help her. Nervousness fills his bladder, and he leaps from his chair and rushes to the bathroom. The Brilliant Mind, Inc. Lazar announces the title of his autobiography to the entire office. It feels like a joke, a bad joke, but it's not, and the studio is trying not to laugh at the naked emperor. Lazar hasn't done anything in the 5 years since he convinced a bunch of millionaires in his Storyhook revolution. He doesn't even have one successful advertising campaign. They had a few clients in the beginning, but Lazar wanted to write and direct the commercials himself and made a mess of everything. Dwight suppresses a laugh. Rose claps when Lazar concludes his presentation. Amazing, paradigm-changing. How gracious of you to share the secrets of your success with the world. Everyone gets her sarcasm except Lazar. That's the thing about narcissists. They believe their own press release. Lazar turns his attention to Dwight. Dwitch, what do you think? Dwight suddenly feels the blood drain from his face. He echoes Rose. Amazing, paradigm-changing. How gracious of you to share the secrets of your success with the world. Lazar smiles. It's not about ego, Dwitch. It's about community and selflessness. Lazar screams at Rose because she can't find a publisher for The Brilliant Mind, Inc. Peak 22 has done nothing, and creating campaigns with a Storyhook isn't really paradigm-changing. The publishers think he's an idiot. Why is he saying Storyhook when he means story? Ads with a story with a Storyhook? Rose calms Lazar down. She suggests that they should self-publish. The idea silences Lazar. You're right. You're absolutely right. The publishing world isn't ready for my visionary ideas. Dwight sighs and finds it harder and harder to listen to his bullshit. Peak 22 is going nowhere fast. The company is having a hard time finding clients and recruiting with all the rumors of abuse. Lazar announces he has a solution for recruitment. He'll write a Storyhook recruitment campaign to attract the best employees. Hundreds will apply, thousands. Dwight doesn't understand. For what? Dwight still isn't sure if Peak 22 does anything other than enable a narcissist to do whatever he wants to whomever he wants. Lazar is spreading rumors about Rose. Dwight consoles her, but she's inconsolable. She says it's a pattern, his pattern. He discredits, destroys, and demolishes an employee before he fires them. He spreads the rumor he later uses to fire the person. Dwight says she's exaggerating. Rose shakes her head. Lazar's in trouble. He just spent more money on a 1-minute ad campaign for Peak 22 than a Hollywood blockbuster, and his investors want answers. He needs a fall girl. Someone to blame for the mismanagement of company funds. Dwight doesn't understand. She explains that Lazar's already left a trail of blood in his wake. The last 3 women in her position were all promoted and fired for Lazar's excesses and stupidities. Lazar has an upcoming meeting with his investors. She will be this year's patsy. Dwight gives her a skeptical look. She shakes her head. You'll see. He spends the money. A woman takes the fall. That's Lazar's idea of equal opportunity. Dwight stares in disbelief as Lazar asks Rose to present the advantages of Storyhook advertising at an all-hands meeting. He interrupts her on every slide in front of everyone, then cancels the meeting. He acts as though it's the first time he's seen Rose's deck. He announces Rose has no idea what a Storyhook is. Everyone leaves the cafeteria feeling bad for her, grumbling that no one knows what he means by Storyhook or how stupid he is for using a contrived term that just means story. Dwight doesn't understand because she validated every slide in her deck with Lazar. He heard them agree. Before Dwight can talk to her, she is fired and escorted out of Peak 22. Dwight watches his friend, a single mother, walk out. This year's patsy for Lazar's excesses. He siphons the investment money and his friend gets the boot. The whole meeting was a setup to discredit her in front of everyone. Lazar approaches Dwight. "Sorry, Dwitch. I know Rose was your manager, but I had to let her go. She wasn't aligned with our company values." Dwight stares at Lazar in mingled shock and horror. What values? He wants to scream at Lazar. He wants to grab his ears and rip them out of his narcissistic head. Instead, he nods and silently prays there is justice in the world. Dwight listens in disbelief to stories of Lazar. Real-life horror stories. Stories that defy reason for this day and age. It's a yearly ritual for those who have had the misfortune to work with Lazar. They've all gathered to watch the leaked Peak 22 recruitment video. Dozens of people, each wearing a white Peak 22 t-shirt with a ridiculous Lazar quote they scribbled on with marker. One of them worked with Lazar at a production company where he tried to produce a terrible web series he wrote. It's about an alien computer that takes over the world and controls its inhabitants with a matrix that simulates reality. No one told him he just pitched the premise of a major blockbuster film. She imitates Lazar selling his web series. It's different. It's unique. It's not horror. It's not sci-fi. It's terror. Sheer terror. It's a new genre. It's simulated terror. Lazar believed he had created the next big genre like cosmic horror. The writer shows a book written by Lazar, Simulated Terror, Guidelines for Writers in His New Genre. They all burst out laughing. Dwight laughs so hard it hurts. Who says Storyhook when they mean story, or Simulated Terror when they mean sci-fi? The stories of the Naked Emperor continue throughout the night, and Dwight is convinced there is no justice. Peak 22's ex-Storyhook supervisor talks about how Lazar called him a weak male for not wanting to cyberbully a blogger for using the term Storyhook. He tells them about a harmless drug that makes people laugh absurdly at every little sound. He says if he was still working at Peak 22, he'd give Lazar a little taste of his own medicine. Others agree. That would be hilarious. Dwight likes the idea, likes it a lot. It might be that justice works in mysterious ways. He approaches Max. Tell me more about this harmless drug. Max hands Dwight a mix of his laughing drug. It will make him giggle and laugh so much he'll piss his pants. Pour it in his coffee right before his meeting, and you'll have a Storyhook unlike any other for next year's roast. Dwight smiles. He feels his heart pounding his chest. Rose will have justice. Everyone will. Dwight will teach this abuser that sometimes the little guy bites back. Inspired, he asks one of his colleagues to distract Lazar while he spikes his coffee. Another colleague listens to the plan and shakes her head skeptically. She isn't sure. She doesn't like this prank and cautions Dwight to think things through. "I've got 2 kids," she says, "and the last thing I want is for the investors to close down shop because he hallucinates or hurts someone." Dwight laughs. "Don't worry. The most that will happen is he'll act like a donkey." Dwight lifts his chin proudly and reassures her no one will get hurt. He places his hand on her shoulder and feels like the leader he always knew he's been. "Nothing bad will happen, or my name isn't Dwight."
에오.
Julie hears a voice above the greasy spoon chatter. So, you an artist or something? She turns to see Frank. Artist? Hardly. I doodle to escape the banality of Ormond. He stares at her sketch. He seems to recognize himself standing in line for a hot chocolate. That me? She feels sudden warmth running up her neck. She already knows before he tells her that he's not from Ormond. He looks different, fun, free, rebellious. He sits beside her and offers to model for her with a laugh. They stare at each other for a long, stretching moment. She decides to invite this charming stranger to a party she's throwing at her house for a friend who just got fired. Joey can't seem to keep a job. With a laugh, he says, Joey sounds normal. You know how much programming it takes to get a human being to accept the whole 8-hour-a-day routine? He continues ranting about how school isn't education but brainwashing. If it were real education, if it were true education, the core subjects would be philosophy and critical thinking. Julie laughs and knows her friends are going to love this iconoclast. She certainly does. She didn't stop thinking about him since she first saw him. Now she hopes he shows up at her party. His rant stuck with her, and she spent a few hours researching how education was corrupted to meet the demands of the Industrial Revolution. Conveyor belt education for assembly line jobs. Nothing has changed for the last 100 years, only the products. Frank shows up with drugs and drinks, party treats. Julie introduces him to her best friends, Joey and Susie. They talk favorite foods, slasher movies, and killers all night. Julie amazes Frank with her profound knowledge of serial killers as she leads him to her bedroom and shows him her scrapbooks filled with pictures and clippings of famous murderers. Everyone leaves or passes out while Julie and Frank discuss murder and mayhem, trying to one-up each other with details and trivia. Julie wins with a story of the abandoned cabin where the soldiers of mayhem hang out, plan, and wreak havoc on the unsuspecting sheep of Ormond. Frank laughs and calls bullshit on the story. No such thing as the soldiers of mayhem. He read enough about Ormond to know that nothing of the sort happened at the resort cabin, nothing but bad business and bankruptcy. Julie laughs. This story, Frankie, happens in the future. She grabs a black felt marker and writes Soldiers of Mayhem on his white shirt. He smirks. I like the idea, but I hate the name. Julie shrugs. It's a work in progress. Julie feels alive with Frank. More than alive, complete. At first she thought he was an iconoclast rebel, but soon realized he just liked to argue and push buttons for fun. He thrilled as much as she did to smash beliefs and watch people unravel. Not just people. Ugly people, he called them. It's the name he gave to those people who need to be right, who always need to be right. They were the easiest to push over the edge. Ormond was full of them, ugly people, entitled preps and politicians who would turn blue in the face if you challenged any of their beliefs. Julie hands Frank a ski mask. He gives her a curious look. Tonight we all play a game. Whoever steals the most car emblems wins. Frank smirks. Wins what? She approaches Frank and whispers, whatever the winner wants. Frank quickly puts on his ski mask and rushes into the snow-covered streets of Ormond, searching for cars. More than love, more than passion, Julie feels Frank is her spiritual twin. She spent the whole night confiding her darkest desires to him, how she often wondered what it would be like to set fire to the entire town. Frank leans forward and tells her she can do anything she wants. She just has to know what she wants and build an image of herself doing what she wants in her mind. He continues to espouse some weed-induced theory about manipulating the world with thoughts and feelings. The clearer you are about what you want and the more focused you are in imagining it, the faster you rewire the world to your favor. Everyone stares at Frank for a long, dramatic moment. Then they burst out laughing in unison. Let's all just imagine buckets of money. Frank shakes his head. Money is dead on its own. Money doesn't inspire the world. Real passion and emotion does. See yourself doing what it is you want to do for the rest of your life with passion. Be clear and focused, and do not waver, and watch the world work in your favor. Another silence. Julie smirks. Frank nods seriously. She closes her eyes and imagines herself and her friends turning Ormond into their personal playpen. She opens her eyes. Julie and Frank wait for Joey and Susie at the old abandoned cabin. Of course, it had to be the cabin, the only exciting place in Ormond. Julie looks at the place. It needs some love. Joey and Susie are out messing with the sheep of Ormond as usual. They soon enter with a bunch of stop signs and laugh about the accidents they caused. No one dead, but some serious injuries, 6 to be precise. They snap some pictures to capture the moment. Joey then tells them he got a new job at the local hardware store. They all make bets on how long he'll keep this job. Julie appraises the space and has an idea. She'll decorate the walls with the emblems they pulled off the cars of Ormond. Everyone likes the idea. Joey adds he wants to hang the stop signs on the wall. Inspired by the small traffic accidents Joey and Susie engineered, Julie suggests another name for their little gang: the Marauders of Mayhem. Frank shakes his head and his eyebrows frown. Too tough on the tongue. Joey disagrees. I love it. All eyes turn to Susie. She shrugs. I agree with Frank. It's a mouthful. Julie and Susie enter the hardware store. Joey wants them to be quick. The owner will be back in 10 minutes. Frank tells him to search Frank's eyes. Joey tells him to leave it, says it's his boss's collector globe, the first snow globe for tourists when Ormond became a popular getaway for snowboarders and skiers. Frank scoffs and takes the globe anyway. Julie stares at Joey and shrugs. Whatever. The globe gives her an idea. She grabs a few generic Ormond globes for a personal project. A few homes for supplies. Toasters, pans, cutlery, TV, computer, linen. Anything to make their refuge a little cozier. Julie stays behind refashioning generic Ormond globes with scenes of mayhem. Frank approaches her. Can I have one of those? She hands him a globe with 4 stick figures setting a snowman on fire. He says it should be a real person. Julie feels offended. He didn't see the detail. It is. Frank scrutinizes the globe and sees a stick man embedded in the fake snow. Nice. Julie imagines something crazy. In her mind's eye, she imagines herself killing someone with her friends. She has no other image, and no doubt, it's more than an image of a first kill. It's an image of her in a newspaper clipping. She makes Ormond exciting again with a series of murders. Her phone startles her. She answers. She hears his voice, and Frank tells her to meet him at the Ormond Majestic Theater. Why? What's playing? He doesn't answer. She gets in her second-hand sedan and drives through the blinding snowstorm to the theater. He graciously opens the door, helps her out. Joey and Susie are standing by the theater holding empty gas containers. Frank hands her a match. Please. do the honors. She strikes the match, watches the flame ignite strong, then it dwindles in the cold wind. Before it extinguishes, she flicks the burning match at the theater. A moment later, a massive fire erupts in the blinding snow. She stares at Frank, at the fire, at Joey and Susie, and she has this sudden crazy thought that Frank is right. Somehow the world is conspiring in her favor. Joey paces the cabin, suggesting names for the group. Susie thinks they need some kind of a costume, like superheroes. Julie laughs. We trying to be famous? Frank shrugs. Why not? Julie shrugs. No one ever got famous with petty theft and arson. Maybe we should do something real. Frank leans forward. What does that mean? Something real. Julie goes quiet for a moment. She's not sure what she's thinking, or if she's thinking at all, but she wants to feel the thrill she's read about in books. She wants to be more than common, more than ordinary, bigger than life. Frank smiles at her and asks if she thinks she could kill someone. She thinks for a moment. I could. Frank raises a skeptical eyebrow. After a moment, he says he probably couldn't really kill someone. Julie teases him. Not even for me? He shakes his head. Not even for you. And you? Would you kill for me? She echoes his bullshit answer. Never. He laughs and echoes her. Not even for me? Not even for you. Frank won the bet, and he's collecting. Joey didn't last a month at the new job. The owner accused him of stealing a chocolate bar, and now he paces the cabin hysterical. Of all the things, a chocolate bar he claims he never stole. The injustice of it all. Julie suggests payback. Let's break into the store, get some more supplies, set the whole place on fire to let Ormond feel the wrath of the Legion. Joey freezes when he hears the name. Frank raises a curious eyebrow and then nods approvingly. I like it. I like it a lot. She throws them generic masks, plain, bland, unimpressive. The only thing we need now is a proper mask. Arcus 2903. I rose early to experience a few deaths in the archives I recently captured from the Rift. I had some milk from Terra 728. I listened to a radio show from Terra 232, horror stories and tales of terror. I read a new version of Dante's Inferno from I'm not sure where. I thought of home, had some whiskey, and slept for what felt like an eternity. Arcus 437. I'm going to have a couple shots of whiskey from Terra 917, experience a few memories, then head to bed. The warmth of spirits from 917 has always had a way of lulling me away. While it is true this is a cruel fate, an even crueler fate would have been to have been imprisoned here without the Aurus, without the ability to manifest and create and enjoy. It feels strange, as this may seem as the nexus of creation, able to travel memories and cull from those memories without restraint. Helps pass the time. Definitely helps pass the time. Arcus 8875. It's always entertaining to watch a survivor try to escape with a femoral artery lacerated. Some victims actually get quite far before shock and cardiac arrest overwhelm them. They fight and struggle for life as if death were final. Perhaps this is the reason the entity wipes the slate clean with every resurrection. The unwavering belief that death is real gives weight and gravitas to the trial, to the experience. Otherwise, survivors won't care, wouldn't run, wouldn't feel. The fear of death is the pulse of life, and believing death is real gives emotion to the experience. It, in other words, feeds the entity. Arcus 1118. There's nothing like silence to drive you mad. I stared out into the endless ocean of black fog surrounding me and quickly realized how incredibly small and insignificant we are. Dread and despair soon overtook me, and I began to realize how arrogant we were back home to try to define and describe these living cosmic entities. We thought we had figured most out. We barely scratched the surface. Arcus 182. I have discovered structures within the realms of the entity that remind me of home. It is possible others from Terra Primus have found themselves marooned within the entity. These survivors could have with them knowledge to free me from this tower, and possibly ideas on how to escape this infernal dimension. As far as I know, we were one of the first of the many worlds to begin unraveling these great cosmic mysteries and proving that planets and solar systems were, well, alive. These discoveries led to entire paradigm shifts that unlocked for us our ability to travel from dimension to dimension. Where once we thought our knowledge was absolute, these discoveries showed us how little we actually knew about the world. Arcus 789. Emotion, passion, interest. They are the spark, the undefinable force that enables creation. You cannot manifest anything if you are not filled with emotion about it. The Orus was ridiculed because the council lacked understanding. This might be the whiskey ruminating, but art is not created by thought alone, but by thought and feeling working in harmony. Feeling is everything. Feeling is the most important aspect of bringing anything to life. It is the fuel that makes thought and intention reality. Arcus 968. Strange, luminous markings left in the trials for survivors and killers that help me navigate and study rifts with greater ease. Someone is trying to reach out to me. Tampering with the entity, using tricks to secure my attention, to let me know I'm not alone, to let me know I'm not the only one able to manifest within the entity. Yet the knowledge of living dimensions and ancients is knowledge few have developed amongst the infinite Terra worlds within the known galaxies. Arcus 571. Gut-wrenching shrieks echoing through the fog disturbed my sleep. I woke up, put on some slacks, clambered to the roof with some whiskey, and hit golf balls into the abyss. There's something about hitting iron and wood into oblivion that's calming, even therapeutic. I must have hit 1,000 golf balls before the yelling and screaming finally subsided, and I called it a night. Arcus 572. Someone left a bucket of golf balls at my door with a note. Best balls ever. Upon further inspection, I realized they were hardened eyeballs. Fossilized eyeballs, collected no doubt throughout the Lost Realms. I didn't realize eyeballs could be fossilized, or that they make, dare I say, decent golf balls. I actually wouldn't mind another bucket. This must be a gift from my mysterious friend. Arcus, 7294. I woke up soaked in blood, with no recollection of what transpired the night before. The blood dripped off my nose and chin. I felt my forehead and scalp to discover a deep, stinging gash. Accident? Self-inflicted? Nightmares of the fog? Creatures of the abyss? I didn't know. Later, by the bed, I discovered a purple mound of flesh and gore. I cleaned the slop and tossed it out the window into the abyss, from where it had come. Arcus, 129. A knock at the door and an invitation attached to a bottle of whiskey waiting for me at the foot of the door. I kneeled to inspect the invitation. You are cordially invited to the entity's birthday. The entity has a birthday. Am I losing my mind? My grip on reality, whatever that actually means here. Is this some kind of prank by a marooned soul? Arcus, 1256. Discovered new memories of Evan, which shed some light on his descent. The question I am asking myself is, did the entity begin to corrupt him before he was snatched for the trials, or was all that anger and bloodlust a result of his harsh upbringing? Either way, I would not expect him to comply with another authority figure, even if that figure was an old one. Arcus, 723. I pity Dwight. It's as though every action he takes brings the opposite of what he intends. Trying to help his fellow employees from an abuser, he ends up shutting down the entire operation, leaving many in a far worse situation than they were ever in. Granted, spiking a narcissist's drink and watching him unravel was worth the price of admission. The many memories of survivors struggling with narcissists have led me to the conclusion that there are only 3 possibilities when relating to a narcissist: enable them, run away from them, or destroy them. But beware, narcissists take everyone with them when they go down.
And that is Tome 3, Escalation. And Chris, I seen you come into the stream. What's up, man? This is what I'm doing today. Going through tomes 1 through 15. Let's see. That was tome 3, and now we're going to go to tome 4. Hope everybody's enjoying these stories. I've listened to them a couple times over. They are pretty interesting if you like, backstory and lore on the universe or the characters. I enjoy them. Some people don't care about it, but I enjoy it. Anyways, Tome 4.
Don't play with powers you don't understand. Lisa's grandmother scolds her for scratching a symbol into her textbook for good luck. Lisa apologizes for snooping through her things. She just wanted to know more about the old village town and the stories of witches and cannibals that were burned alive or chased out. She heard her mother say her grandmother had come across several books written in an unknown language with strange symbols. Her grandmother warns her to stay away from her books. You can attract great misfortune to yourself and others. Lisa wants to laugh but doesn't. She was just messing around and doesn't really believe in all this superstitious nonsense. No such thing as witches and cannibals, Gran. I was just hoping for a little luck on my algebra test. No harm, no foul. Her grandmother tells her the symbol she sketched was the very one she had used long ago to turn a cannibal into a gnarled, twisted swamp tree covered in putrid black ooze. It's so ridiculous, Lisa wants to burst out laughing, but she contains herself as she listens to her tale of cannibals and missing children. When her grandmother finishes her story, Lisa hugs her and kisses her soft, wrinkled forehead. "Don't worry, Gran. I'm not going to turn into a swamp tree or be kidnapped by a bunch of cannibals." Lisa doesn't know if it's the symbols on her book or some kind of placebo effect, but her math scores are improving. Not as much as they should be, but still. She's passing, and passing is an improvement. Her friend Pam says it's all malarkey. There's no such thing as lucky symbols that can raise your grade. It's all smoke and mirrors, unfounded ancient superstition. Jokingly, Pam says she wants better marks too. She grabs Lisa's textbook and copies the symbol in her school agenda several times. Lisa feels a tug in her gut, and she stares at the symbols with concern. "You really shouldn't do that." She yanks her textbook back from Pam. "You shouldn't mess with powers you don't understand." Pam laughs. "What's the problem, Lisa? If these things can help you pass math, they can help me pass English too. No big deal." Pam begs for another symbol or charm to help her on a test she isn't ready for with a teacher she despises, a teacher she ridicules for being an overweight pill-popping bore. Lisa refuses to entertain the idea and tells her she's not allowed to look at her grandmother's secret book, let alone share its contents with strangers. Pam shrugs and proceeds to scratch a symbol on her arm with a toothpick. She asks if Lisa heard what happened to the woman near the school. Lisa shakes her head. Pam laughs as she draws blood with a toothpick. "Dumbass walked into the street while reading and splat. Crushed by a truck. Come!" She flicks the toothpick to the ground, grabs Lisa's wrist, and leads her to a road a few blocks from the school. Lisa covers her nose and can smell the fermenting human fluids in the cracks of the pavement. Pam points out bloodstains and clumps of hair in the road and makes jokes at the dead girl's expense. Lisa grabs her wrist angrily. "You mustn't laugh at the dead." Pam yanks her wrist away. "Stop being creepy, Lisa. It's not like she's still around to get offended. Besides, your symbols got me covered with all kinds of luck." Lisa stares at Pam's arm with concern and hopes the dead girl's spirit didn't take offense. Her grandmother says sometimes spirits linger, especially when they don't want to be dead. Last thing she needs is some dark force following her for the rest of her life. Pam's English teacher died of unknown causes, and Pam's dancing with joy, relieved she doesn't have to do his stupid test on some irrelevant dead author. "I don't care what English teachers say. James is unreadable and confusing, a pseudo-intellectual who kept everything vague because he didn't actually know what the hell he was talking about." Lisa shrugs, disagrees, but doesn't want to get into it with her friend, her annoying friend. She likes his books, the way his style allows her to live in his character's head for a little while. She finds his novel about an artist to be a fun, formless, dreamlike stew with plenty of style and substance. But what does she know? She's only 16, and her English marks are below average. Pam hoots and hollers, and with a mischievous smile, she reveals a hand covered with ink-smudged symbols. "Best luck in the world. No test, no lardass. No dead authors for the rest of the year. Thanks, Lisa." Lisa stares at the symbols on her hand and wants to yell at her for being so careless with things they both don't fully understand. She closes her eyes and hopes her English teacher wants to be dead and that he isn't lurking about. The class is at the funeral out of respect for their beloved English teacher. The pallbearers struggle and strain under the weight of the coffin. Pam leans toward Lisa and whispers how lucky she is and how unlucky the poor pallbearers are to have to lift such a heavy coffin. "Imagine having to carry that lard-ass to his grave." Lisa nudges Pam and tells her to quit it. As the pallbearers approach them, she feels a sudden tug in her gut. An instinct tells her to take some distance from her friend. An image of lightning striking Pam flashes through her mind. She wonders if an angry spirit could make that happen. Every muscle, organ, vessel fried in an instant for her hubris. Pam snaps Lisa out of her thoughts with another tactless comment. Lisa hears her grandmother's voice in her head, telling her that her friend has tempted fate by laughing at someone else's misfortune, for having laughed at the dead. She doesn't really believe in all her grandmother's superstitions, and yet she inches away from her friend, staring at the darkening clouds, waiting for lightning to strike Pam down.
Hey.
Ace rushes into Uh-Oh's sports bar, still pumped with the excitement of the mixed martial art title defense he just watched. Female lightweight MMA champion Mika James knocked the challenger out in the first round, and now he's ready for another thrill. He sits with his buddy Wallace. Did I miss anything? Wallace shakes his head. Nah, they're preparing the bowl now. Ace laughs out loud. Hilarious. The guy's going to try to swallow a bowl of slugs. Only at Uh-Oh's would they hold such a ridiculous bet. Wallace nudges Ace and levels a wager. 10-1 he pukes it out. Ace looks at the idiot and the bowl of living slugs in front of him. His instincts tell him, this guy's actually going to do it. Ace just cleaned Wallace at the MMA fight, and he doesn't mind taking more of his money. Ace scrutinizes the idiot just to make sure his gut isn't leading him astray. Most people would puke trying to swallow the first slug, but not this guy. This guy knows what he's doing. He's a winning horse, a sure thing. All right, let's say double our last bet. Wallace nods and assures him he's going to lose. Ace smirks. We'll see about that. As he stares beyond the idiot preparing to swallow slugs, he's amazed to see Mika James at the bar in her signature tracksuit. They exchange a look. He points at his fan shirt and extends a thumbs up for a great title defense, but she looks past him as she nurses a beer. Wallace sees Mika and nudges Ace. She could kick your ass in 2 licks. Ace scoffs. That's a bet you would lose, asshole. I'm double her size and strength. Wallace snickers. I say you don't last 10 minutes. Nah, you don't even last 5 minutes. Wallace is talking shit just to talk shit. Before Ace can respond, a bell sounds, and everyone goes silent as the idiot lifts the bowl of thick, moist slugs to his trembling lips. Ace stops breathing, narrows his gaze, pulls out his lucky alligator tooth, holds it in his fist, and just knows he's got a winner. In a few short minutes, he'll be laughing all the way to the bank. Come on, idiot. Swallow those slugs. Ace doesn't understand what happened. He had Wallace dead to rights. His winning horse confidently slurped down the slugs one at a time as though he were enjoying a bowl of fresh sushi. Then he stops with the last one dangling out of his mouth. Cocky little shit. He smiles and swallows. But the damn slug doesn't go down. Not as he planned. Ace can see a lump oozing and squirming down his throat. It slithers down, but it must have tickled his gag reflex or something, because he instantly loses his smile. There's a silence. The idiot begins to squirm uncomfortably in his seat. The crowd goes, uh-oh, and all of a sudden, a projectile of slug chum shoots out his mouth, and Ace hangs his head, realizing he just lost everything. Wallace laughs out loud and slaps his back. Told you so. Ace doesn't say anything.
Tell you what, double or nothing if you last 5 minutes with Mika James.
Ace stares up at Wallace. What's in it for you? Wallace narrows his gaze.
Your lucky alligator's tooth.
Ace hesitates. Wallace smiles.
What? Thought you were double her size and stronger.
Ace looks at Mika, at Wallace, at Mika again, and nods. I'll knock her out in 2 minutes and then buy her a drink. Wallace smiles, stands, and heads over to the manager of the club to make the arrangements. Ace stands and figures he may as well introduce himself to the champ. What the hell was I thinking? Ace staggers to his wobbly feet. Oh yeah, I wasn't. Mika steps toward him. He throws a desperate right. She ducks with a grin. He follows with a left. She sidesteps and he sees black and a few stars fading in and out of existence. What the hell did she hit me with? He doesn't know. All he knows is he's on his ass again and his eyelids feel like cement. He forces them open and stares up at the timer. 30 seconds. How can that just be 30 seconds? Either the timer is rigged or time itself is slowed down to an impossible crawl. Shit! I'm in trouble. But I ain't losing my lucky gator's tooth. He doesn't know much right now, but he knows Mika's got him outclassed in every way except guts and luck. Ace stands on wobbly legs and smiles at one of the dozen Mikas swirling around him. He regards a dozen clocks, narrows his gaze, and calculates. 4 more minutes. I can do this. The crowd is hollering and jeering. Fine, fine, fine. Ace stares at the timer and is relieved to pass the 2-minute mark. Only 3 minutes to go. He just wants to last and has completely given up on the idea of knocking Mika out. He'll be happy if he can land just one punch. He thinks he might need to grab her hair and punch below the belt just to get her to back off. But she moves faster than his eyes can track, and he's convinced his feet are turning to spaghetti. She stares at him like a hungry tiger and throws a roundhouse kick. He ducks, laughs, just as he feels her hand knit over his head and her wicked knee in his face. Black fills his vision. A moment later, he's on the ground, swirling in a pool of stars with the crowd giving him a count in unison. He's up at 5, with a fat lip and a pathetic smile. Minutes don't feel like minutes. They feel like hours, days. 3 minutes and Ace wants to throw in the towel, but his pride won't let him. His common sense is telling him to quit before she breaks another rib. He gets the sense he won't be laughing to the bank, but to the hospital. But he can't give up. He won't give up, and he certainly won't lose this bet. He's going to win, even if winning kills him. For a moment, he half remembers a quote about sitting on a stove with a pretty girl, or a pretty girl cooking at the stove, or something about a pretty girl and a stove. He's getting it all wrong, but he knows it has something to do with time. Mika smashes a fist straight into his puffy face, and he staggers back and nearly buckles over. He manages to keep his balance and tries to smile, but just as soon as his lips part, he somehow finds himself on the hard floor, staring at a crowd that seems miles away, laughing as they give him a count in unison. He rolls on his belly and pushes himself up, groggy and spaghetti-kneed. It's gonna take a lot more than that to keep me down. Two rights and a nose that's already broken. She clearly doesn't want to lose. She wants to knock him out, but that won't happen. Ace won't let it happen. Outclassed in every way except guts, he clambers to his feet. He tries to smile at her. That didn't hurt, but it did. Really did. Before his smile breaks, he finds himself in a headlock. Shit! She's fast! Mika twirls him around like a sack of potatoes and thrusts him into a table. The table breaks. So does something in his chest. He thinks it's a rib, but he didn't think he had any more that could be broken. He gets up,
manages a grin, and charges her, grabs her rock-hard arms, pins her to the wall. A surge of adrenaline fills his entire being. He's got her now. He shoots his fist out at her face. She drops to the side, and he shatters his hand against the stone wall as he feels her lift him off the ground. A moment later, she twirls and throws him into the crowd, with his broken hand swelling and throbbing with every heartbeat. The crowd scatters and lets him fall hard on the ground. Something cracks. He hopes it's not a bone. Everything is distorted. He feels like he's underwater, listening to a muted crowd hollering for him to get back up or stay down. He can't quite tell anymore. He stands and stares at the timer, feels a sharp pain in his mouth, and senses an awkward gap. My tooth! My fucking tooth! He looks around the floor and sees his front tooth lying in a glop of blood and saliva. It's still attached to the roots. He glances over the amused and entertained crowd and finds Wallace looking pale and frightened as Mika suddenly cuts through him like chaff. Ace dives under a table for refuge as Mika grabs him by the ankle and pulls him out. She lifts him over her head, twirls him, and breaks him against another table. He stands, turns to face her, shakes his head until he clears his vision. He lurches and throws a left at one of the three faces he sees. Mika ducks and delivers a slashing right hook to the body, then drops him with a devastating left hook. He rolls over on the ground, wheezing, feeling his jarred and jutting ribs. He probably should be dead. He doesn't even want to think about the hospital bill. Hospital? He doesn't need a hospital. He hasn't seen a doctor in 10 years and certainly doesn't need one now. His body can heal on its own. He pushes himself up but doesn't feel much below the waist. He shoots a weak punch with his good hand. Mika grabs his fist midair and crushes his fingers into a mangled mush. Mercilessly, she grabs his arm and pops his elbow. He screams with blood gurgling out of his mouth. She wants him down, even if it means killing him. Ace suddenly realizes Mika made her own bet. His entire body floods with endorphins as he wobbles around spinning floor. A glance at the timer reveals he's only got 20 seconds left. He's going to win, even if he loses every bone in his body. What more can this kitten do to me? He clambers back to his feet and smiles with blood gushing out of his mouth. She charges at him like a wildcat and is a whirlwind of devastating blows. He's hit 12 times and flattened with a wicked uppercut. The crowd is screaming and hollering for Mika to lay him out for good. But Ace won't lose his gator tooth, even if it cost him his real tooth. Seconds pass like minutes. The bell sounds. It's over. It's finally over. Ace collapses. Wallace stares down at him with a newfound respect and a wad of cash in his hands. Ace stares at the money and manages to mumble something. "You bastard, you bet on me?" Wallace pulls Ace up and hands him his tooth. "Put this in your mouth to keep the nerves moist. Keep them there until we reach the hospital." "That's one for the books, buddy." Ace shakes his head. "I'm good. Don't need a doctor." Wallace laughs. "Dude, you need a doctor, a dentist, and a fucking shrink."
Hey. Mm-hmm.
Slash tires? Sounds a bit extreme. Meg regrets showing Coach Jenny how fast she could run during phys ed class. She saw something she liked, asked Meg to run, and now she wants her to race at the state championships. From a virtual nobody to glorified jock almost overnight. New friends, bitter rivals, and rumors abound. Why Meg? Why does she get a free ticket? She never practiced, sucked up, or took diet pills to keep her weight in check. Why her? What makes her so special? The idea of a free ticket makes Meg laugh. No free ticket for her. She's always loved to run, just not in an organized way. And she's quite certain she put more hours into her passion than anyone else on the team. The team dresses Meg up in a bandit costume with black and white stripes like a criminal in a silent film. It's so stupid she wants to scream. Two team members argue over the costume and finally decide on dropping the cliché bandit look for a more contemporary supervillain costume. They make a mask and tell her to slash tires near the police station. Then they exchange anxious looks with one another. Sounds less like initiation and more like a way to get her off the team and into a prison cell. Dana gives her a strange look, a dirty look. Seems like she has an upset stomach, gas even. She hates Meg for beating her time and probably wants to see her locked up. The rest of the team thinks up supervillain names for Meg. Street Rusher, Super Blaster, Dare Diva, whatever. They're all stupid. Just choose a name already. Dare Damsel Meg bolts through the streets, stirring up laughter and attention. She feels stupid and scared at the same time, lurking about in her supervillain costume. Meg pushes down her fear, composes herself, focuses her thoughts. If they want a slash tire, they'll get one and more. I'll go straight into the belly of the whale and pull out a rib. She laughs at the image, wonders where it came from, and realizes it's from one of the stories she recently read to her mother to help her fall asleep despite her deteriorating condition. Doctors don't know what she has, and they can't afford the doctors anymore. Don't let your thoughts betray you. Meg pushes her grief out of her mind as pedestrians laugh and point at her costume. I'm going to target the police and set the record of this stupid hazing ritual. Determined, Meg approaches the Colorado police station with her heart beating at a record-breaking speed. She kneels behind a cruiser, hesitates. Her hand trembles involuntarily. She's not used to breaking the law. She takes a deep, calming breath. First time for anything. Then, with a pocket knife, she slashes a tire, yanks a piece of rubber off, and backs away. Before the officers realize what's what, Meg's a bolt of lightning. Her heart's pounding in her throat. Her legs are a blur. The police give chase but eat her dust. She returns to the team with a piece of slashed rubber and a new team record. A police cruiser. An actual police cruiser. Beat that! The team laughs and jeers, except for Dana, who stares at her with her usual gas face. No one on the team has ever done anything so bold. Welcome to the team, Dare Damsel Meg. Meg is the talk of the school, and she likes it. Coach Jenny tells her she still needs a lot of work in the mechanics of running. She doesn't even know what that means. She's been running in the mountains with her mother for years, and she never had to learn the mechanics of running. Coach says for the next few practices, she needs to improve her confidence on the starting line. Sure, that shouldn't be a problem. Coach spends a lot of time with Meg, and many on the team are beginning to take notice. Dana makes snide remarks in the shadows about Meg's body being disproportional, about Meg having beginner's luck, about how Meg's legs seem disproportional to her torso. Meg ignores her, refuses to dignify her jealousy by responding to it. Dana gets no reaction from Meg as she talks about how her thighs are just a bit too thick for running. Dana gives her that stupid gas face. Meg glares at Dana with a flood of expletives she wants to unleash. You'll eat my dust soon enough, wench! Meg suppresses her anger and smiles politely, thanking the wench for her concern, telling her she's confident her so-called disproportional body and thick thighs will prove advantageous at the championship. Meg begins her long walk home after an exhausting yet exhilarating practice. She holds her lucky piece of tire in her hand, though she doesn't really believe in luck. She hears her mom's voice rattle in her brain. The only luck you get is the luck you make. And yet, the piece of tire kind of looks like a horseshoe. Coincidence? Probably. She admires her lucky slice of tire and starts when she hears a twig snap behind her. Before she realizes what's happening, she's thrust to the ground by a shadowy figure who stomps on her ankle. Terrible pain shoots up her spine, and she screams for help as the shadow bolts away. Meg screams in agony as she desperately scrambles to her feet. As soon as her wounded foot touches the ground, another sharp pain rushes through her like wildfire, and she collapses. She closes her eyes, gathers herself, suppresses her pain, and reaches around for something, anything, to support her weight. A moment later, she grabs a thick, gnarled branch and shrieks as she forces herself to stand. Every step home is like a hammer smashing at her ankle. The doctor tells Meg her foot is fractured in several places and she should probably stay off it until it heals. She shambles out of the office on crutches with her mother by her side. Meg can sense she's worried about her and how she's to settle the bill without insurance. They drive home in silence. "Mom, I'm sorry." Meg breaks the silence. Her mother shakes her head. "Don't apologize, Meg. There's no need for that. I'm just glad you're okay. Could have been a lot worse." Meg nods and replays the assault over and over again in her mind. The push, the kick, the stomping. Nothing about what happened makes sense. The perpetrator didn't mug or try to steal anything from her. Meg's mother breaks the silence and asks if she remembers anything about the man since they spoke to the police. Meg shakes her head. "I'm not even sure it was a man." Meg confides in her mother at the kitchen table. She's convinced Dana arranged for someone to wound her to discourage her from running. Anger overwhelms her and she says things she wouldn't normally say. "I want her dead. I want to crush her like a bug. I want her to burn in fucking hell. I would have won that race." Her mother listens to her without judgment and waits for her to calm down. "You're very upset and I understand, but don't. Don't stoop to her level. Don't let her turn you into what you're not. You want revenge? Best revenge is success. Let her know you're the best, even at your worst, and that will be her worst freckin' hell." Meg narrows her eyes on her mother. Her mother squeezes her hand. "If you think you're beaten, you are. If you think you can't, you can't. Life's battles aren't won with speed and strength, but mind and will." Tears fill Meg's eyes, not because of her mother's advice, but because she knows her mother's days are numbered, and this is probably one of their last be-positive pep talks. Her mother hands over a box she pulls from under the table. Meg lifts the lid to reveal a black dress unlike anything she's ever seen or worn. Before she can say anything, her mother laughs. "Not only will you win, but you'll be the jewel of the after-party." Meg feels a lump growing in her throat. "Don't lose all your strength focusing on the negative." Her mother used to be a competitive tennis player. All Meg heard growing up was stories about Billie Jean King. Meg waits for the listen-to-win pep talk she's heard so many times she's lost count. Her mother relates how she would listen to a radio broadcast of King's game to steer her mind away from fear and negativity. "Fill your brain with success so there's no room for anything else." She's prepared a special mix for Meg on her pod. Meg takes the pod and stares at it a moment. A long moment. Then she leaps across the table and embraces her mother and never wants to let go. Meg listens to a radio broadcast as she enters school. Fastest runner ever. The Buckeye Bullet taking the gold at the Olympics despite every mental and physical obstacle leveled against him. She listens to the same broadcast over and over again. Fill your head with win so there's no room for fear or doubt. Coach approaches Meg as she puts her pod down beside her. I heard a nasty rumor that Dana may have had something to do with your leg, and I've decided to pull her from the race. Meg shakes her head. Please, don't do that. I'm going to beat her, Coach, and I'm going to win. Coach's eyes widen. You're going to do what? You didn't just say you're going to win. You're not actually thinking of running on that foot. Meg hesitates, then lies. Doctor says it's fine and that it's just a little bruised. Coach touches the foot. Meg shrieks. She gives Meg a skeptical look, sighs, says nothing else, and leaves. Dare Damsel Meg grabs her pod, raises the volume of the broadcast, and fills her mind with greatness as the Buckeye Bullet makes the dictator eat his dust. The boy holds his lucky bell and stares out into the growing dusk. Night is coming, and with it the promise of monsters worse than anything his father has ever described in his campfire stories. Rumors of endless massacres terrify him, and he hopes his mother and father will soon return. They heard a radio broadcast promising safety to those in hiding, and they left with others to investigate. He spent the whole day staring at the dirt road leading out of the village, waiting for them to return. A few returned with wounds and horror stories, endless stories of death, destruction, and mayhem. He didn't understand any of them. They hate us. Why? Why do they hate us? Because the radio and the television tell them to. What did I ever do to them? You were born in newly created Nigeria. That's what you did. You were born a northerner. His grandmother approaches. Did you see anything out there? Philip shakes his head. If you see anything, if you see danger, ring your father's bell and hide with the others. Philip nods and stares at the bell. Will they come back? His grandmother hesitates for a long moment. I don't think so, Philip. They're hiding. Tears fill his eyes as his grandmother disappears into a small thatched home. He feels a tear slip down his face and he knows, just knows, he will never see his parents again. Grandmother Abigail hasn't smiled for days. A terrible smell of rotting flesh drifts into their village, and she tells Philip it's the stench of decomposing cows. Philip nods, but knows she's just trying to protect him from the truth. He heard the elders talking by the well. So many dead, and they are burning the bodies before there is an investigation. Who is burning the bodies? Killing crews. Human butchers, men paid to make his people disappear as though they were an infestation of cockroaches, a deal with the devil for money. He hates them all and tries to sleep but can't. All he can do is stare at the door where he hopes against hope to see his parents again. But he knows they're never returning, and all he has left is Grandmother Abby. Abby approaches him and lies beside him. He leans his head against her and closes his eyes and cries. He hears her open her mouth to say something, but no words come out. He opens his eyes, and she's crying silently. Before he can say anything, a bell rings. Her face grows hard as she grabs him by the wrist and leads him outside to a hatch. A moment later, they're underground, with the muted sounds of slaughter vibrating through the ground. He squirms in Abby's embrace. She holds him tighter and tighter as cries and shrieks swell into an unbearable pandemonium. He never realized humans could emit such sounds, and it's all he can do not to scream himself. He squirms, and Abby covers his mouth, just in case. Silence. Horrible, gut-wrenching silence. Philip shifts uncomfortably in their makeshift bunker and listens for something. Anything. Abby nudges him. Let's see your math skills, Philip. Math? She's trying to distract him from the hell outside. 6 plus 24 minus 8. He works it out. 22. She smiles and nods. She levels another challenge and another. He answers, with growing tears in his eyes. She touches his face. Don't think about what is happening outside. Listen to my words and play the game. He nods and tries his best to work out her challenges, but he can't help but think about his mother, his father. They said math would strengthen his brain, make him good in school, give him all kinds of opportunities his father never had. His father, he'll never do math with him again, never play chess with him again, or hear his stories. And why? Because of men who take money to do the devil's work. Abby nudges him. Philip asks her to repeat the challenge, just as the cry of a toddler rips through the silence. He instantly looks to his grandmother. Her eyes go wide as she stands and approaches the ladder. Philip runs to her and grabs her hand. Don't go, please, please. She hesitates, staring at the hatch above. I cannot leave the boy out there alone. Philip nods and wants to hold her soft, wrinkled hand forever, but he lets go and watches her as she bravely ascends the ladder and disappears into the scorching day. Hours? Days? Weeks? He's not sure how much time has passed. His eyes never left the hatch as he repeated countless math problems in his mind to avoid facing the truth that she has disappeared with the rest of his people. He hears her voice, her laugh, her sighs. He wants to see her again. He wants to see his parents, his friends and neighbors. He wants to see them all. But he knows his life will never be the same again, and he would rather be dead than live without them. He closes his eyes and ascends into the cool night. The smell of rotting humanity instantly assaults his senses, reminds him of road. Village to village, it's always the same scene. Death and destruction. Burnt cars, homes, and bodies. His people disappearing in a seemingly endless mixture of fog and smoke.
He can't move anymore. He doesn't have the strength or will. The smoke stings his eyes. The stench makes him want to retch with every inhale. But most of all, he can't take the silence. The horrible silence, the oppressive, dreadful, indifferent silence. He stops and sits by a tree with a vulture hovering close to him, waiting for him to die. This one wants its meat fresh, raw, not burnt or doused in kerosene. He closes his eyes for a moment and drifts away, far away. But soon he hears a voice like his mother's. He opens his eyes to see a woman and several muddied children staring at him. The mother extends an open hand. "You must come with me." Philip doesn't answer. He can't answer. There's no warmth or wetness in his mouth. His throat is like sand. His eyes are like tar. The woman hands him a flask, and he drinks as though he's never had water before. She tells him her name is Funanya, and that he should come with her. "I don't want to run anymore. I want to die." The mother keeps her hand extended. "And that is why you must live. You must live to tell others what happened, to bear witness." Philip stares beyond the woman and fixes his gaze on one boy and two girls. He takes Funanya's hand, and together they trudge into the thick smoke and fog, refusing to be disappeared. Philip enters a home that's been ransacked by killing crews. There's blood splatter on the wall, and a dark, familiar stench. Philip doesn't want to think about what happened to the owners. For a moment he sees his mother approaching him, but then she disappears to reveal Funanya. She approaches Philip with some salvaged school supplies. Sometimes drawing helps get your mind off things. Philip shakes his head. He doesn't want to draw, and he doesn't want to do math. He doesn't want to do anything but wake up from this terrible nightmare. He stares at the other boy, Amika, as he draws a picture of his village. He has a dozen colors to choose from, but he only uses black. Funanya doesn't understand why, but none of the colors appeal to him. It's as though he stopped seeing color. Philip stares at the picture of the colorless village and steps outside where Nikki and Chica keep watch. He shows them his father's lucky bell, though he's not sure it's so lucky anymore. He hands it to Nikki, explains she should ring it if she sees anything. "I hate the smell of kerosene." Funanya nods and agrees with Philip. It's not the kerosene, but everything else attached to it. Nikki looks at Funanya and asks why the crews are burning everything. Funanya doesn't answer, and maybe she doesn't know. Philip turns to her. "They are burning evidence." Nikki and Chica look to Funanya, and she nods. Philip hears his grandmother's voice. "Death plus destruction equals good business for devils disguised as humans." Philip grinds his teeth and answers the disembodied voice. "They should all be killed. Those who pay for murder and those who profit from murder." Funanya stares at him. "Philip, don't say such things. They are trying to take our humanity from us, and that is the one thing they cannot have unless we give it to them." Philip feels his face harden. "I don't want a sermon. I want my family back. I want them to pay for what they did." Funanya puts a hand on his shoulder. "Pray to the angel of mercy that we survive so that we may bear witness." Philip stares past her at the growing night. "I'd rather pray to the angel of death and watch them suffer. Forgive and be forgiven? I can't. I hate them. How can they take money to do such things? There will be justice, Philip. They will not get away with their crimes." Philip doesn't say anything. He doesn't say anything because, like his father, he believes that those with money, those who can afford killing crews and the quantities of kerosene required to burn humans by the thousands, can get away with any crime they choose to commit, even mass murder. She can pray for mercy all she likes. He'd rather pray for vengeance.
Those who profit from murder are worse than animals. He can't get the idea out of his head that people would do such dreadful things for money. If he survives this, if he escapes this scorching hell, he'll have his revenge. He can't help but share his dark thoughts with Funanya, who says that an eye for an eye is not the way, that an eye for an eye would make the whole world go blind and plunge us all into infinite night. The world go blind? The world is already blind to what is happening to him and his people. To hell with the world. The world doesn't care. All this unrest and destruction was meant to happen. It was a mathematical formula to divide and conquer and rob his country of its beloved resources. He heard the elders say this 100 times. Funanya gives him more wise words from dead leaders, and he stops talking about revenge. For a moment, he thinks that maybe she's right. Maybe revenge is not the solution. Maybe the world will one day wake up from its slumbering indifference and help his people. Nicky hands Philip back his bell in the dark night. It's his turn to watch for killing crews, but he hasn't slept in days and his eyelids are stones. He holds his bell close to his heart, and for a moment, just a moment, he closes his eyes, just for 1 minute. He awakens in the heat of the morning, with a start and a terrible feeling. He vaults to his feet and searches for his new friends. He finds one, pieces of one, of another, he's not sure. He hears someone moaning. He searches and finds Funanya. Not dead, but dying. Sliced at every tendon, writhing in agony, covered in something golden. Honey. They poured honey over her, and a million tiny black things swim, drown, and gorge on the gold and crimson streams dripping from her open wounds. The ants are crawling under her skin and eating her alive. He kneels beside her and tries to swat them away, but it's no use. They're everywhere. Funanya whimpers and sputters blood as she tries to speak, but her tongue is missing and all that issues is a terrible rattling noise. Philip kneels before her. He doesn't know what to say or do. I fell asleep. I'm sorry. So sorry. But sorry doesn't put her back together again. Sorry doesn't get rid of the ants or bring back the children she was protecting. She barely scratches something with her finger in the dirt. I forgive. Philip stares at the words for a long moment. Silent tears fall as he raises his hand in front of her face. She closes her eyes and waits for her suffering to end. He doesn't want to do it, but he has to. He knows he has to. He closes his eyes and lowers his hand over her mouth and nose, and for a moment, just a moment, he becomes her angel of mercy. Philip enters another decimated village under the cover of darkness and sees a crew, a killing crew. Maybe the very ones who killed his guardian, maybe the very ones who killed his grandmother, his parents. No hell is good enough for these demons who would take money to disappear people. They're cooking something by a fire, laughing and making jokes at the expense of those they butchered. They talk about his people as though they were animals. No, less than animals. No one takes pride or ridicules the animals they slaughter. He's never seen anything like it. Dogs without humanity, that's what they are. Dogs. Rabid dogs, nothing less, nothing more. Something ancient tugs at him. He feels darkness like a tendril from another world take hold of his young, innocent heart. Not young or innocent anymore. He hears Funanya's voice. Forgive and be forgiven. But he doesn't want to forgive, and he doesn't want to be forgiven. He wants them to suffer like they made his people suffer. He wants them to suffer for taking everything from him. He hears his grandmother's voice trying to distract him from his dark thoughts of revenge with infinite math problems. But over her voice is the raging, maddening heartbeat of his hate. Her voice screams out equations and challenges, but he glares at the men. He feels kerosene coursing through his veins, and he's ready to explode. An eye for an eye, and the whole world plunges into infinite night. Good. Philip notices the guns by the jeep. He could grab one and shoot them all. But he's never used a gun, and they'd probably run away. He could find a knife or machete, but these dogs would overpower him. Just walk away, Philip. Never look back. It's your duty to survive and bear witness. He ignores the voices in his head and only wants one thing. He wants them to suffer and disappear. He wants to... Yes. Take their kerosene and make them disappear the same way they made his friends and family disappear. In a swirl of smoke. And for a moment, just a moment, he is the angel of death swooping through infinite night. Arcus, 984. More luminous energy, sent to me by an unknown ally. With this energy, I was able to open a small window that allowed me to look into a lost realm, where I saw, to my great surprise, a city with survivors living as though nothing was out of the ordinary. The window eventually closed, and I spent the entire evening imagining how such a thing could be possible, or if it was merely an illusion. The same night, another surge of energy permitted me to open a doorway into a realm I didn't much recognize or dare explore. I stared at the scintillating doorway until it faded out of existence. It's as though the one manifesting these sacred glyphs is trying to help me delve deeper into the mysteries of this dimension, or perhaps he is suggesting that the answers to my salvation are hidden amongst the countless realms discarded by this old one since time immemorial. Arcus, 985. Instead of reading aloud in my usual way, I clambered to the roof of my tower and conjured a fire and a radio to listen to some ghost stories from a half-remembered radio serial from Terra Dark. Without a doubt, listening to these stories has proven to be the best way to pass the time, especially when you've got endless voices clattering in your head, bringing you down with their endless agonies and anxieties. Later, I used the Aurus to manifest the storyteller to read his stories like he had done for his weekly podcast. He was composed of ever-moving black fog, and I suspect that one day I'll actually be able to recreate a more realistic person to listen to, or perhaps even engage with in something that resembles a conversation. Listening to the storyteller and hearing familiar expressions, I am wondering, how do I keep myself out of my own creations? The memories I attempt to record as fast as I experience them prove one thing to me. They show me objectivity is impossible, or elusive at best, and I'm never quite sure if my logs are a true and accurate depiction of the subject's memory, or a whiskey-laden interpretation of a nightmare. To add to my frustrations, I have recently noticed other voices have made their way into my notes. Other interpretations, other thought patterns from people whose memories I've likely spent too much time reliving. They are becoming a part of me, and that wasn't supposed to happen. Arcus 986. The storyteller kept me entertained throughout the night with his gory tales of Nosferatu, so that I almost forgot my own personal living nightmare. His stories entertain and make for a perfect distraction when smashing golf balls into the abyss just won't suffice. There have been countless tales of vampires, and to be certain I've read most of them. But to my mind, his are the most chilling. More than once now I've woken in a cold sweat with the sense that my tower has been overrun by these horrible creatures with fangs for teeth. Arcus 987. Another incident woke me in the middle of the night. An incredible surge of energy coming to me from an undetermined source. At first, I thought my mind had given way to illusions and wild imaginings, until I realized the energy surging through my tower was widening yet another doorway into a lost realm composed of memories from an unremembered civilization lost to time. I approached and stared into the remnants of a war-torn, abandoned city, with the eerie cry of a baby echoing in the distance. Just as I made to enter the lost realm, the scintillating doorway shrunk and sizzled out of existence. I soon realized it may very well be possible to explore this old one from my tower with the help of this unique energy and the Aurus. Arcus 5736. I have seen into the heart of this old one, and have seen things no mortal eyes should see. Things that simultaneously perplex my mind and burden my conscience. With mysterious help, I have ripped open reality, searched deep within countless rifts, and seen everything tumble helplessly toward chaos and entropy, toward death and madness. And for the briefest moment, I had the ridiculous thought that the mysterious ally helping me could very well be the entity, playing its game with me, toying with me as a cat does a mouse before the claw rips the tiny jugular out. Staring out into the endless abyss of black fog, I thought that this prison could very well be another form of trial, disguised and designed to feast on all the psychic energies derived from alienation, boredom, and all those bouts of unremembered insanity. I can't help but feel millions of invisible hooks in my heart, and millions of unseen eyes all around me, watching me, waiting for me to tumble toward chaos and madness like everything else, waiting for my mind to turn against itself. This bastard of an old one wants me to kill myself, I am sure of it, or maybe I already have, and maybe I will again, and again, and again.
Wow, okay, so that was Tome 4. I have to say, the stories I enjoyed the most was Stroke of Luck, which was the Hag story, and the Algebra of Infinite Night, of the Wraith. Those two stories are very, very good. Even though I think the Algebra of Infinite Night's a little better than Stroke of Luck, but Stroke of Luck is really cool. I definitely enjoyed that. Those are the best stories. But anyways, let's get on with Tome 5. Oh, wait. I don't think this has audio. This one. I guess I'll have to do it. Alright, The Hollowed Blight. 1. The Night. It is impossible to describe the horrifying scenes I have witnessed. Death and misery in every shape of terror rule this place. I can no longer recall how I have come to this place. All I remember is the opaque, milky fumes of opium and the murky den hazing a sweet, welcoming abyss. I awoke to dreadful screams in this endless night. At the feet, an old tree that leaked foul-smelling fluids. I know not how to reach those poor souls, nor do I want to. Keeping a record is all I can do to make sense of it. 2. Vigo. I discovered a hidden laboratory while running away from a monster. Its stocks are uncommonly plentiful. I observed shelves of alkaloids, crates of silver syringes, piles of protective clothes, and a journal signed Vigo. Its pages are filled with notes on an ancient force that controls the nature of this place, that shapes it. I also noted a few drawings of the growing cankers I've seen on trees. 3. The Blight. I have been obsessively deciphering Vigo's journal. His work is elegant but erratic, drawing obscure conclusions from disjointed fields. Most entries mention a powerful force, the entity, which undergoes a purge that occurs once a year. During this period, the entity is infested with blight. According to Vigo, cankers bloom in the pustulas. Hope I didn't butcher that. A type of flower that spurts putrid nectar. The thick fluid I saw oozing from the trees. The last pages of the journal mention a serum distilled from the nectar, but the pages detailing its effects in preparation were torn out. 4. Wounded. I'm hiding in a dense strip of forest. I'm desperate to erase the stressful images engraved in my mind. Last night, a disfigured man barged into the laboratory with a gruesome mechanical mouth and shred the walls into splinters. I barely escaped with my life and wounded my arm in the process. I have no options left. These monsters find me no matter where I go. All I have is a journal filled with obscure promises of escape. I will return to the laboratory. 5. Experiment. I'm close to death. I can feel it. When I returned to the laboratory, I started experimenting with the putrid nectar and distilled it into a foul serum. But I made a terrible mistake. I injected the serum into a dead rodent whose pupils dilated and its body shook. I tried to restrain it, but the creature bit into my arm, ripping my wound open. I stopped the bleeding, but I fear the damage is done. 6. Experiment 2. I awoke to a terrible cry booming from the cellar and a violent bout of nausea. Through the vile ordeal, I started to recollect what had happened. Tainted with the foul serum, my wound had swollen with lymph, at which my assailant returned. Most of our fight was a blur. but I can recall red tears trickling down his gruesome cheeks as I clawed at his face. And some moment later, when I kicked him, sending him crashing into a brick wall, the power I felt then, there are no words for it. I now know that there is truth to Vigo's methods. Another cry. My assailant, now chained in the cellar, must be getting restless. This is just the beginning. 7. The Peak. I should have foreseen his escape, given the potent dosage I administered him, but I needed to see results. Pusilla flowers are now blooming on the path leading to the laboratory. According to Vigo's journal, this rapid spread is a sign that the blight is at its peak. Soon, there will be no more putrid nectar to extract. 8. Exhausted. I slept very little. The acute throbbing in my wounds sent me on a restless, agitated drowse. I have no strength left to be patient, and my distress fosters brutal method. There are no lines I will not cross. 9. Restless. I limited my rest to only a few minutes here and there. I cannot afford wasting time. Pusillas, once lush with nectar, were withering away at the roots of cankerous trees. I could only extract droplets from a few frail flowers. I'm running out of time. 10. At last. Based on Vigo's calculations, tonight is my last chance. I filled a syringe with the last drops of serum and injected it into my arm. 11. The end. I did everything right and failed. I am stuck in this infernal place with no serum and nowhere to hide. Vigo. I looked for Vigo. I shouted his name with no concern for the monsters lurking about. I need to find him. I picture the scene, etching a canvas of wild lines in my mind, focusing on the moon, and I know something is off. I fed the dead rodent under my pillow. 13. Pray. Soon. Very soon. I will be at peace. The cold claws of death are drawing near. It's here. The entity in it is here. It has found me.
In the vast desert of rubble and crumbling columns, he sees a flower, a single flower. He shambles through the ruins and extends his hand into a blurring image. Stem and petals disintegrate before his touch. An illusion. He looks up, and there, another flower. He rushes toward it as the ground beneath his feet shatters. Endlessly he falls through the remnants of lost and forgotten realms. He wants it to stop. He can't take the rush of hot air and the feeling of his organs rising into his mouth. He hits the ground. Ribs jut out of his chest. Jagged bones rip through his fetid skin. Where am I? What is this place? He's in a half-remembered laboratory. He sees an emblem, the company. He remembers the wars, the opium wars. He remembers the prisoners and the experiments and his endless search for doorways into other realms. He found them, just not the way he thought he would. Warm blood pools around him as thousands of decaying prisoners in company fatigues grab and claw at him. This isn't happening. It can't be happening. You're dead. You're all dead. He closes his eyes. A collective roar, and the prisoners lift him over their heads and toss his broken body into a lightless dungeon. Dark, cold, lonely. He shivers and begs. One more flower. I'll do anything. Just give me one more flower. Power is in the mind. The eye of the mind, as the mystics called it. The eye that lets us dream and visualize is more than we think it is. Much more. It is a key, and it opens doors. Endless doors. And the key is a secretion. A sacred secretion like a drug to travel within the endless worlds within the swirling chaos that is infinite life. Blasphemy! Take your ideas out of this school. They belong to the devil. He takes his ideas to the company and says the secretion is better than opium. He tells them there is no experience like it, and he calls it the Dragon's Doorway. Makes the high from the poppy seem like cough syrup. He remembers the mystics. The unknown mystics, mystics who chant hymns in the hopes they will die with the right vibration. Right vibration? What does it mean to die with the right vibration? It means they believe different vibrations open different doorways to realms unknown. Death opens the doorway, and the dragon carries you away. The company is interested. How would you harvest such an opioid if it's only secreted upon death? I'll find a way. And he does. Only they find him before he can complete his life's work. He vaguely remembers being bludgeoned to death and thrown in a mass grave of corrupting bodies. And he remembers being saved by 9 mystics in thick, dark tunics. Where are the 9 now? What have they done with my research? Why did they try to stop me? Questions, so many questions. Where is my flower? In your mind, he thrusts his fingers into his sockets and tears out his eyes and digs deep into his head, searching for a flower. One flower. Even with no eyes, he can see. It doesn't make any sense. He clamours about the muck and grime. He slips and falls, and suddenly realizes he's clambering over a heap of rotting prisoners and addicts. He pushes through as the groveling men and women beg for more opioids, for tea, for syrup, for opium-laced candies. They make ridiculous promises. Take my house, my money, my children, take everything. Give me more, just a little more. They sound like him. He pushes through a blur of faces he vaguely recollects. Lives ruined, shattered, destroyed. Wasn't his fault. He hears a disembodied voice. Kill them all, and a flower you will have. He stares down at the agonizing men and women and withdraws his cane.
smashes through limbs and skulls furiously. Heads burst open like watermelons. Bones break like dry sticks. He doesn't stop until he stands atop a mountain of flesh, vomit, and gore. Where is it? Where's my flower? Find it! He falls to his knees and digs through the thick sludge of mangled humanity to search for a flower. Finds one. But just as he touches the flower, it withers away and disappears along with the remnants of his past. Talbot. My name is Talbot. He remembers his name as he stares at 9 hooded figures approaching him. He stumbles over a crumbling pillar with strange symbols written in a language he half remembers. He remembers the school, the secret school, and the mystics and the arcane knowledge they were protecting. He was getting too close, and he wasn't ready. Humanity wasn't ready. Knowledge without wisdom leads to self-destruction. He doesn't care about any of that. You condemned me. You all condemned me, left me to wither away. A hooded figure approaches him. You condemned yourself, Talbot. You condemned yourself. The 9 hooded figures disappear as a massive dragon bursts through the ground and peers down at him with dead black eyes. The hideousness of its face transcends anything he's ever read about, seen, or imagined. An ancient evil quickened with dark life. Talbot trembles in a fog of madness that envelops him. The ancient beast lashes out at him, snatches him in its talons, and swallows him whole. Mingled saliva and acid rips through his tunic and burns his skin to the bone. With screams of agony, he slowly disintegrates in a belly full of putrid, rotting death, watching his body and limbs melt into a gory, endless mass. Talbot wakens in a mass graveyard of skeletons and decaying prisoners of the company. He blinks and shakes muck from his hallowed eyes. He vomits everything in his guts and doesn't understand what's happening to him. Nothing makes sense except for his hunger. Please, I will do anything. Give me what I ask and I am yours. Give it to me. I need it. Vines suddenly burst through the decaying bodies and surround him. Flowers grow and bloom in all their glory. Beautiful golden serum drips like honey wherever his eye can see. He approaches one slowly and is scared to touch it. He extends his hand and touches the flower, and it doesn't wither away. He touches another and another. Nothing happens. He goes to grab the flower, but instead, the flower grabs him. Vines like tentacles burst out and wrap around him and rip through his veins. 9 hooded figures approach him with disapproving looks. Knowledge without wisdom leads to self-destruction. They inch up to him. Be careful what you wish for, Talbot. Be careful what you wish for.
Nia skates over to Falls City Park, searching for her friend Casey, but doesn't find her. She skates to her home, and her mother says she's in the Narrows handing out water bottles with a grassroots organization calling themselves Life Drop. Life Drop? The Narrows? What's Casey gotten herself into this time? You know Casey, probably some Save the Bees organization that just doesn't understand the way the world works. No such thing as the American dream anymore, only the corporate dream. And the corporate dream and the American dream ain't the same thing. She's read about the Narrows, supposed to be the poorest and most polluted district in Falls City. Maybe it's because it's the poorest that it's also the most polluted. Maybe it's because of corrupt yet legal policy against those who can't afford the big lawyers to change or challenge the corrupt policy. Paper mills, car factories, toxic waste facilities, all dumping on the land and water. A few politicians set the dollar price to poison the environment, and an entire community of blue-collar workers pay the price, the ultimate price, with their health and lives. Nothing new, same old, same old. The fat cats and the bureaucrats keep doing it because they can. So long as there's money to be made in poisoning the world, someone will be there to make it. That's everywhere. Every city she ever read about, and Falls City ain't no exception. She used to care, but then there was too much to care about, and so she decided it was easier not to care anymore. Funny how that happened. All she cares about now is skateboarding and finding the impossible place to tag. Whatever. Maybe she'll find something to tag in the Narrows. She skates down the street following Upper Falls River toward the poorest and most polluted district in Falls City. What are you and the moms doing? Nia approaches Casey and several middle-aged women handing out water bottles and cases to local residents. Casey turns to Nia. What are we doing? Anything we can to help. Nia laughs and nudges Casey. Let's go to the park. Casey nudges her back. Not today, Nia. This is important. Another day. Nia watches Casey and the other women handing out water to the poor. How many kids at home? 3? Okay, here's a dozen bottles. 4? Okay, take an extra container. When is our water going to be safe? Oh, the hell if I know. Is it dangerous to shower? To do the laundry? How bad is the water? Pretty bad. The water is killing our children. We need a center to treat the poisoned. Nia listens to all the talk with horror and disbelief. She's never really had to think about something as basic and essential as water. And now, she's thinking about water. Polluted water. And the poor in her city. They're saying it's the worst case of Minamata disease in the country. She doesn't know what that is. Minamata. But it sounds bad, real bad. What's Minamata? Casey looks upset or disturbed as she hands out another container of fresh water to a resident. It's what happens when people are poisoned with mercury. Nia sighs, feels for the residents, but knows shit happens and there's just not much you can do about it. We can't save the world, Casey. What's a few containers of bottled water gonna do? Casey freezes and gives Nia a look she doesn't quite understand. It's a moment before she responds. Yeah, well, maybe we can't save the world, Nia, but we can sure as hell make it a little bit better, and that's good enough for me. Can't save the world, but we can make it a little better, and that's good enough for me. Nia thought about Casey's response the entire night as she researched the horrors of the Minamata disease. Deterioration of motor skills, walking and speaking degenerate, random convulsions, paralysis, children born with twisted limbs, all permanent side effects of mercury poison. Mayor cut a deal with a beverage company. They rerouted good, healthy water from a clean lake for a bottled water facility that bought the rights to the water and connected the Narrows to the old river system. They thought no one would notice. They thought it wouldn't be that bad. They thought wrong. When mothers began losing their unborn children and everyone began to lose their hair, 50,000 residents began to notice. They noticed, they complained, but no one did a thing. Business as usual. Nia takes a deep breath and releases it slowly. She's never really had to think about water, and now that's all she's thinking about. Come see this creepy abandoned factory I just tagged. Casey shrugs. I have no time for your ego. Ego? What are you talking about? Casey shakes her head. Big deal, Nia. Your name on a ruined wall or whatever. Who cares? Why not stand for something? Say something. All that time and energy just to say you tagged a scary place? Whoopee, big fucking deal. Nia scrunches her face. She feels under attack. What's going on with you? Casey shrugs. I don't know. If you'd at least piss off a tyrant, you would have done something with your art, if that's what you want to call it. Nia doesn't say anything. She doesn't know what to say. She takes her board and heads down to the Narrows. She stares at the overgrown and abandoned factories lining the river. They came, they profited, they left. It's so stupid and it's so simple. You poison the water, you die. No money or power or law will change that. The Zyder production mill. That's where I'll do it. They dumped crap in the river for years, destroying the camping and fishing industry all over the country. 20 years later, the Narrows dies a slow, agonizing death, and there's no justice, and there probably never will be. There isn't even an investigation or a hospital or a center to treat the poisoned. The environmental agency says everything's fine, but it isn't. It really isn't. No one wants to say it's mercury poisoning. To admit to mercury poisoning is to admit fault. To admit fault is to help the Narrows and pay for a cleanup. The city doesn't want a lawsuit. No one is moving or doing anything, and yet children are suffering and dying. Children are suffering and dying, and no one is doing anything, and Nia can't stop thinking about them. Takes a special kind of evil to poison children. Something about the whole thing makes her want to get involved. Real involved, like her friend Casey. Maybe she should tag those so-called public servants who only serve themselves. Nia skates to the side wall of the bottling factory. They make glass and plastic bottles for fresh water and dump their chemicals and poisons in the river. How fucking stupid is this place? How stupid is the city and that bastard of a mayor to allow such a thing? She searches for the perfect spot, the perfect surface to tag. She sees a spot high up in the open. That should annoy them. She sneaks to the front door, sees a camera, spray paints the lens of the camera, begins to tag the wall. They poison water to provide bottles for good water. Absurd, ridiculous, unbelievable. Nia finishes her good work with time and paint to spare. She searches the premises and finds a large white garage door. Smiles. Perfect. She'll tag her name nice and big for everyone to see. That ought to piss off a tyrant, as Casey says. The cause is actually getting to Nia, and she wishes her art would piss the factory and the city enough for them to clean up the river. Wishful thinking. They came, they profited, they left. Left an entire community poisoned. Gotta be laws against that, and maybe even a death sentence for those who knowingly poison children. So you tagged their building. Big deal. Means nothing. You got your name out there. That's what you did. But what does that name stand for? Nia doesn't know how to respond to Casey. She's never really attached a message to her street name like others. It's just not something she thought she'd ever do. It's not about a message. It's about art. Casey says art is the message. Art is rebellion. Some call it preaching. Who said that? Who made that up? The corporations, Nia. Of course they did. Get artists scared of using their art, of saying anything against their abuse, and they win.
Centuries ago, artists protested tyrant kings, and those tyrants did all they could to own or stifle their art through fear of poverty or fear of death. Nia, kings still exist. They do, just in different ways. Today, the kings are CEOs, and their kingdoms are corporations, and some are good kings, and others not so good. And the not-so-good ones have found other ways to keep artists in line, scare them in school, tell them not to make a statement, tell them to stand for something, appeal to all, just entertain and inspire, but don't say something. Don't be political. Nia, everything is political. Not to say something is to say something. Turning your back and ignoring corruption is a choice, a political choice of indifference. Nia sighs. She doesn't know. She's not sure. She's never really done it before like the others. It's always kind of rubbed her the wrong way. Casey scoffs at her tag. Stand up for something or stand for nothing. Your choice as an artist. Your political choice. Come with me. Casey jumps on her board and leads Nia into the Narrows. She leads her to a home where a father helps his son eat food in his bed. He's only 11. Never had a chance. The only mistake was trusting those who were supposed to protect him. He's dying. Mercury poisoning. Before, people in the Narrows died of natural causes. Now it's all mercury poisoning. Casey sighs and shakes her head. You sign your tag over the culprit's garage door and all you've done is advertise your street name. I heard your bullshit about not using your tag for a cause. What's the use of a tag then? What's the use of a voice if you ain't gonna say anything? Ain't gonna stand up for something? Art is an act of defiance, not an act of profit, not an act of fame. Say something, Nia. Let the world know what's in your heart. Someone just might listen and do something. Lend your voice to the voiceless. Not rebel without a cause. Rebel with a cause. Nia thinks about what Casey said as she lies in bed staring at a glass of water. Casey's right, and Nia remembers a time when she wanted to say so much as a street artist. Somehow that got stamped out of her. She tries to remember how it got stamped out of her. The only thing she can think about is school. No messages, no politics, nothing. Just inspire and entertain. Yet corporations have messages in politics. Politics of selling. She remembers being told not to use art for politics. Yet who does that benefit? Kings. Tyrant kings trying to own voices or stifle voices by creating an inner self-editor that begins in school. Keep politics out of it. Keep politics out of it. Everything is politics, even the act of trying to stay out of politics. Politics. Fucking politics. Fucking corrupt mayor. Bastard didn't just switch good water for poison water. He sold the good water to a corporate king. Absurd. Ridiculous. Unbelievable. She never heard of such a thing. No one should own the rights to water. No one. Water belongs to everyone, to all living things. Nia stares at a spray paint can on her dresser. She thinks of something to say. Something to make people stop and take notice. For the first time in a long time, she doesn't care if it's a message or a political statement. Screw her high school art teacher who made her feel insecure about making statements with her creations. Water is health. Water is strength. Water is a human right. Water is a human right. A basic human right. Nia is amazed at how many poor communities shower, bathe, cook, and do their laundry in poison water because a few kings bought the rights to their good water. It's absurd, ridiculous, unbelievable. She's never felt so involved in a cause before, and she likes the feeling. Possibly her first cause since school tried to stifle her voice with fear of making mistakes, of saying something, of having a message, of going against the corporate dream. Not the American dream, the corporate dream. Nia surfs the net and reads about the kings and their scramble for fresh water all over the world. She's happy to read it's not going so well. In every country where these tyrant kings tried to own fresh water, they were kicked out by the people. Yet these stories are difficult to find. Kings losing battles to peasants is rarely breaking news or news at all. Almost like the kings want to make sure no one gets inspired to fight against them as they desperately scramble to buy up all the water they didn't poison. They want it all. They want to sell it, and they don't want peasants getting in their way. Water is everything. Owning water is like owning life. Owning water is deciding who lives or dies. And that's what the kings and the mayor did in Falls City. They condemned and poisoned an entire community and did nothing to help them. And did nothing. Nia hopes in a higher justice, one that can't be owned or bribed, and she swears she'll turn the mayor's new luxury car into a work of rebellion. Can't change the world, but you can make it a little bit better. A little bit better. That's enough for her.
Hey.
In the darkness of his cell, he hears footsteps approaching. He hears laughter and gossip. His father with others. He's not sure who he's with. He puts his ear to the door and hears a laugh. A deep, guttural laugh. He feels his skin crawl and his stomach twist in knots. It can only be Chief. He hates Chief, especially when he's with his pa. They make him do all kinds of things for fun and laughs. His pa brags about his killing tool, as he often calls him. More laughter. Other voices. Chief brought some deputies to enjoy the show. He wants to smash them all to bits just to make them stop laughing. Everyone laughs at him. The whole world laughs at him. He grinds his teeth with frustration. They ain't supposed to laugh. They're supposed to protect him, and he knows it. He's seen it on his TV. The only thing that calms him and keeps him company when he's done his work. TV is something special. The friend and parent he never had. But Chief ain't like those on TV. He's another kind of chief of police. The kind that works with Pa to clean money. He doesn't even know what that means, but he overheard them by the pig pen talking about cleaning a whole load of money and sharing that load with a judge and other men of the law. They clean money together. That's why Chief lets Pa and Ma do whatever they want to him. Chief is crooked, his Pa always says. Crooked like his boy's face. The laughter grows louder. They approach his brick dungeon and he shivers at the thought of more slaughter. He's tired of killing to make a few deputies laugh. Real tired.
He feels his blood boiling, feels it rising through his neck, feels it pushing up his face like it wants to burst through his skull. A sudden high-pitching whistling noise fills his ears. He hits his head over and over again until the whining stops. Silence returns. For a moment, just a moment, and then a chain rattles. Bolts snap loudly and he loses balance and falls back to his haunches. The door opens, filling his brick cell with blinding sunlight. He covers his eyes with his arm. His paw steps inside, grabs him, and yanks him to his feet. "Come on, boy! Let's show these deputies your worth." In the sweltering barn, he stares at the blood dripping from his hammer, feeling as though he were in a dream. Strange, weird, unhinged. No, not a dream. More like he's living on a TV show, watching himself from a distance. Slaughtered cows, thick and wet, all around him. 7 or 8 of them writhing helplessly in warm, coagulating blood. Heads cracked open, brain and gore spilling out. Flies buzzing around him, buzzing in his face, buzzing in his ears, telling him this slaughter is who he is. This senseless slaughter is his worth. His only worth. Kill. That's what they love to watch you do. Kill, kill, kill. The flies are laughing at him, laughing with Chief and his deputies, telling him he's so useless he don't even have a name. "Boy, what kind of name is that?" His paw shoves him toward another cow. "You ain't done yet." Boy raises his hammer and shakes blood from his eyes. He feels strange, weird, unhinged, fed up. He's had enough of this life, the cell, shoveling manure, slaughter, endless slaughter, and taking care of those pigs, those prized pigs, pigs given more love by his parents than he ever got. The flies circle his face and laugh at him. The high-pitched whining returns. The pigs got names and you didn't. Duke and Donnie. He swats at the flies. Pa nudges him. "Come on, boy. Show him you can do more with that hammer." Boy. That's what Pa calls him. Boy. That's what Ma calls him. They think he's too dumb to know he doesn't have a name. A real name. He knows. All his life he knew. He knew and imagined himself as Max. Max Thompson. Imagined his pa was so proud of him that he gave him his name. How he dreamed to have his father's name. How he dreamed. Pa shoves him. "Come on! Show him now!" Boy feels his face fill with blood, his veins swell with fury, his temples throb maddeningly. The next moments are a blur. Blood and screams everywhere, not bovine, human. The whining begins again and he's confused, searching for his pa, but not finding him. The whining stops and everything is muffled. He turns to see Chief charging him. "What have you done?" Boy doesn't really hear him. It's like when Ma held his head in a bucket of water to teach him not to call or cry for her when he was a child. Everything's muffled, distorted, surreal. Chief tackles him and grabs the gory hammer out of his hand. "You killed him! Your pa, Jim, Don, Ray, my men! My fucking men!" Boy pushes Chief off and tumbles out of the barn drenched in blood, heading toward the main house, screaming for his ma in the growing dusk. Ma sobs on the ground with a mouthful of cracked teeth. Boy lifts her with one arm and a flood of inarticulate words rush out of his mouth. Words he only understands. Words the TV taught him. He wants to know his name, his real name. She just stares at him, confused, lost, desperate. She gurgles blood and chips of tooth slip down the side of her face as she begs for her life. Even if she understood what he was saying, she could tell him nothing. My name, what's my name?" Boy slams his ma against the ground again and again. He lifts her over his head and hurtles her against the kitchen table. It breaks under her weight. Blood gushes from a wound in her leg. She loses consciousness. He feels bad and holds his limp body. Why did you hate me? What did I do to make you both hate me so much?" Her face is beautiful and hideous at the same time, evil veiled by beauty. He hugs her harder and harder, wishing everything would have been different, wishing he were one of those damn pigs. They spoiled them with love, affection, and time, all that time they spent with Duke and Donnie while he groveled nameless and alone in a dungeon built just for him. He tries to lift her, but slips in a pool of her blood. She struggles in his embrace. Every time he asks the question, he squeezes her tighter and tighter. My name? What's my name? Her struggles cease, and she jerks spasmodically. Tense arms and legs go limp. He releases her slowly. Her head thumps hard in a puddle of blood. She stares upward with blue, vacant eyes. Beautiful blue, vacant eyes. Eyes that only saw a monster, a thing, a beast of burden to work the farm. Never a son, never her son. He hates those eyes. Those hateful eyes. He rips them out and squeezes. They pop like bovine eyes. He smiles and doesn't really know why he's smiling. He wipes blood off his face and likes the mushy feeling in his hands. He hears a foot pound the floor behind him. Chief suddenly rushes into the kitchen. I'm gonna smash your head with your own goddamn hammer. But as he lifts the hammer, he slips in an inch of warm blood. Boy panics and rushes outside into the darkening woods, with Chief screaming and cursing and bullets whipping by him. Boy doesn't know how long he's been running, but he's tired. He hears Chief yelling and hollering after him in the distance. Says he regrets the day he told his parents to keep him as a farmhand. Says he told Ma and Pa that a monster kid would make a damn good worker. Says other things too, things Boy doesn't want to hear. Your parents tried to kill you, let a pot of boiling water spill over you and told us you were a clumsy child. They says you pulled the pot down from the stove, but I knew better. I seen right through 'em. Too embarrassed of their deformed kid that they poured scalding water over him. Tried to kill you. Tried to make it look like an accident. Boy covers his ears. Flies buzz about, laughing. He doesn't want to hear this. A high-pitched ringing echoes through his mind. Stop, stop, stop! But it won't stop. He knows he's the only one who can hear the whining and laughing flies. He knows he hears things. He knows his pa hurt him, hurt his head, screamed too loud in his ear when he was a baby, screamed mean things like he wished Ma's belly cord strangled him completely and not just halfway. He takes a moment to gather himself. He hears other voices. Chief called in more deputies. Doesn't matter. Let them come. They all deserve to pay for doing nothing while his Ma and Pa made him suffer. Boy squeezes the neck so tight, screams quickly fade into pathetic whimpers. Easier to kill a man than a cow. Only a man makes much more of a fuss. Boy stares in the deputy's panicking eyes and knows this one. Knows him well. This one laughed at him many times, laughed at him when he should have helped him. Who's laughing now? Didn't you watch TV? The police are supposed to help, not hurt. Laugh at me now! Boy lifts him off his feet and pounds the back of the head against a tree, over and over again. Laugh now! Laugh! Laugh! The skull splits open like a melon and brain mass hangs from one side. Boy releases him, and the dying deputy can barely keep his balance. He toddles left and right and stops in front of Boy, and for a moment he stares at him as though seeing something more than a tool or a freak show. Something smarter than a mule. Smarter and deadlier. The deputy seems lost and confused, like a mindless zombie on TV. The trembling, confused deputy shuffles forward, feeling his wet, mushy head. Boy moves to the side to let him pass, and stares at his good work, stares at the gore dripping from his skull like putty, watches him stagger left and right in the moonlight. If he were a cow, he'd end his suffering. But he's not a cow, he's something else. Something vile and corrupt. Boy watches him disappear in the shadows. He stares at the darkness until he hears a thud. A strange feeling fills his heart and he laughs. Feels good to fight back and show them his worth. His real worth. Boy hears Chief searching frantically for him. He sits by a tree covered by bramble, squeezing a handful of deputy brain. It's got the same texture as cow brain. He probably couldn't tell the difference if he had a lump in each hand. He squeezes and likes the feeling. It soothes him, calms him, relieves his anxiety. His thoughts wander to his favorite TV shows. Ma and Pa let him have a TV to shut him up. They got tired of him smashing the wall and crying for them. Nothing worked, not the gag or the rope that he always managed to get out of. Only the TV. TV was better than any constraint. It kept him sitting down, passive, complacent, and quiet. Ma said it hypnotized him, and that was a good thing. The TV showed Boy so many things. Showed him how different his life was from other children. Showed him what parents should have been like. He wishes his parents were more like Clark's parents. They made a hero out of their son by just being good to him and raising him right. They took good care of him and he wasn't even theirs. Or the other parents, the parents of that other boy, Beaver. He had a good family, but he wasn't like them. He wasn't like Clark or Beaver. He came into the world hurt, deformed, and weak like a runt. His pa told him he had wanted to stuff him in a bag with rocks and throw him in the lake. Tough love, tough life, tough everything. He hears deputies shouting in the distance. Boy feels scared and does what he usually does in his brick cell. He closes his eyes and thinks of Clark and waits for the greatest of all heroes to save him. He never comes, and it's not like TV. He's always there to save the day. He's always there to help those who need help. But TV ain't reality, and he's alone. He's alone because he was born a crooked little beast. Boy opens his eyes and stares at the gory lump in his hand. Doesn't matter. Enough waiting. He's his own kind of hero today. Chief screams his anger, found bits and pieces of another deputy. Boy is picking them off like cattle in a barnyard. Chief swears to hell and beyond he'll make him pay. Make me pay? Me? You're the one who's gonna pay for letting me rot in that cell for all those years. Chief calms down and calls someone. Tells them to bring the dogs. Bring them. Won't make a difference. No matter what, he ain't ever going back to that cell or any other cell for that matter. He'll die 1,000 deaths before they ever lock him up again. He wants to rush out of the darkness and grab him, but something tells him that's exactly what Chief wants. He's trying to lure him with hurtful words. Boy sits in the shadows and stirs the dry leaves with one hand. He sees a deputy approaching with a flashlight. He grabs a thick branch and slowly rises and inches toward him. A hare springs in the air and bounds away. The deputy trains the flashlight on the rodent. He releases an anxious breath just as Boy swings the branch like Babe Ruth. Head and neck are smashed open, and the dark contents splatter on the trees and ground. Yet the deputy doesn't fall. He stumbles here and there with his smashed head barely hanging by sinews of flesh, his hands desperately reaching out and feeling the cool night air. Reminds Boy of a decapitated chicken fluttering about the yard searching for its head. Boy smiles and feels liberated. He laughs to himself. Another deputy made clean. His pa cleaned Chief's money. Now Boy cleans his deputies. Like father, like son. He thinks of Chief and loses his smile. He could have helped him. All those years, he could have helped him. Boy, you want to know your name? I knows it. Come out and I'll whisper it in your useless mangled ear. Chief's playing games with him and he ain't gonna be fished. Chief swears he's gonna hunt him all night. and that he's got dogs coming. Dogs that can track a cricket fart in a pile of manure. Boy didn't even know crickets farted. He learned a lot of things on TV, but never that. The thought of a cricket farting makes Boy smile. He likes smiling. He crawls closer to the police crew. 2 new men on the hunt with Chief, but he doesn't see any dogs. He figures he'd best take them down before the dogs arrive. He's seen police dogs on TV. They can sniff out anything. These deputies seem angrier than the last. He's not sure if it's because he felled their friends or if he ended their cleaning racket with his paw. Maybe both. He just gets the sense if they catch him, they'll make him suffer and squeal like a pig. Those pigs, those damn pigs they loved so much. Why did they have to love them so much and him so little? Had they treated him like those pigs, he would have been happy. He would have been happy, and he would have been something else. He would have been a hero like that boy who wore a cape and helped the world, all because of how his ma and pa raised him. Boy creeps up behind 2 deputies he can barely make out in the moonlight. He slowly raises a pointy branch, leaps out, knocks one head, and thrusts the branch through the mouth of the other before he can yell for help. He stares down at the blood gushing out like a geyser. Reminds him of a scene in a cowboy movie. He approaches the other deputy. The deputy turns and grabs Boy. They roll over the crunching leaves and fallen branches, exchanging blows. Boy manages to wrap his arm around his neck and squeezes. Legs thrash wildly here and there. Boy squeezes until they stop at once. He hears Chief calling back his deputies. He tells them to come back, says the dogs have arrived. Boy retreats into the bramble and shadows. He closes his eyes, imagines a different life for himself. He's the Beaver Boy, sitting at a table, eating a wholesome meal with his pa and ma, and they're asking about his day. Then everything changes when he speaks. The sounds upset his ma. She beats him across the head, holds him down, and pours hot sauce down his throat and tells him to never speak again. His pa grabs him and gives him a lashing with his belt. His eyes spring open. Everything could have been so different had he not been born a monster. Born a monster? Monsters aren't born. They're made. Made in a crucible of hate, cruelty, and abuse. Hot sauce and belts. That's the stuff of monsters. Your pa says you want to know your name. Stop running and I'll tell you your fucking name. Boy stops running. The barking of dogs grows louder and louder. He turns toward Chief's voice and sees moonlight dappling through branches and leaves. He shifts about in the silence, not sure what to do. Chief's voice grows louder. Your pa gave you a name before he realized you were a crooked freak of fucking nature. Your name shames him. That's why he hides you. You want to know your name? Come out with your hands up and I'll tell you. Before Boy realizes what's happening, a dog rushes out of the darkness and attacks his arm with a vicious mouth of sharp teeth and dripping slobber. Boy wheels towards a vague, fast-moving shadow and grabs the wrist before the hammer crashes down on his head. He throws the dog against the tree. He's never felt such strength, such power, such resolve. I have a name. He shakes the wrist, and the hammer falls with a thud in the gloom below. Boy wrestles Chief to the ground. Chief pulls out a knife. Boy grabs Chief's wrist and forces him to plunge it into his own belly. See my worth now, Chief? See my worth? Chief pulls the bloody knife out, but Boy doesn't give him a chance to react. He plunges his hand into his warm gut and squeezes something he doesn't quite recognize. Chief shrieks in agony, "Son of a bitch!" The dogs leap at Boy and rip him off Chief before he can do more damage. Boy smashes the dogs to the ground and searches for his hammer to finish his good work. Dogs slowly rouse and bark. He grabs a branch, smashes them hard, and charges away before they attack again. He runs for what feels like forever through the cold, dark woods and heads toward the farm, toward the house where he always should have lived. It's still not too late. There are secret rooms in the basement, rooms where his pa hid his money and where his pa and ma could hurt him without anyone hearing his screams. He bets he could hide there a long time before anyone ever found him. He bets it would be real cozy, especially with his TV. And he bets he'll find his name, his real name, in his pa's stuff. But not before he cooks himself some bacon. Some prized bacon.
Arcus, 7525. It's hard to say what came over me, and I can hardly recollect the last few hours, perhaps even days. I awoke with several empty whiskey bottles and dead bodies sprawled across the roof. Not too far from the scene was my gory 9-iron and a phonograph playing a solemn French song about life in a city I will never truly know. I turned the bodies over one by one, and they vaguely resembled those who had forsaken me in this infernal prison. I must have conjured them and destroyed them in the same evening. But with a 9-iron, I imagined far worse fates for them. I even have a journal devoted to dark and creative ideas on how I might actually one day make them pay for their corruption and impertinence. Arcus, 337. At first glance, the endless bloodshed seems to be an act to satisfy some destructive instinct within the entity. This seems to me a reductionist distortion of something more sophisticated, something more intricate, something even sacred. Beyond the horror, the shedding of blood, and the very real appearance of death puts us in touch with life, and can be an intoxicating and highly addictive experience on the deepest and most archaic levels. When our blood or our life force is offered to the entity, it can be seen as a gift that is soon returned to us so that the horror may continue again and again. The world constantly churns with life and death and life, the circulation of blood through an old one from heart to body to kidney, back to the heart again to be purified and begin anew. Arcus 1007. A new doorway has opened. For how long? I'm not sure, nor have I ever been right, even with my best guesses. Through the door of my study and into a lost and forgotten realm, moss-grown, stone homes, with doorways barricaded with wagons, planks of wood, and decaying corpses tangled in barbed wire. I walk by the homes, gazing at the residual memories of soldiers killing villagers with swords for no other reason than the thrill of it. I can't make out which era or terror world this realm is from. I search the realm for hints of how one may open an actual doorway back home. Somewhere in these memories and forgotten realms is the answer to my salvation. But which ones? Which ones indeed? Arcus 2217. I have uncovered to my amazement and bewilderment memories of Claudette that are unlike any of those I've previously experienced. One might even say they should not belong to her, and yet they are hers. I surmise these memories may belong to another Claudette from another Terra world, suggesting that this old one may have clear preferences at the cosmic buffet for certain souls. It will take more samples of these memories to know if they are in fact from another Claudette, or if, and it is possible, I am having troubles deciphering between her actual memories and her creative musings. Arcus 8557. I tremble as I scribble this down. Squid-like creatures difficult to describe attempt to penetrate my tower, trying to destroy my study and tools to explore and manifest. I held them off for as long as I could. Then, taking the Orus and other valuables, I rushed through a doorway and hid in a lost realm. When I returned, the tower was upside down. My study completely ransacked. The creatures lay dead on the floor with black putrid blood leaking out of them, and the smell of decaying fish was everywhere. What are these creatures, and who is sending them if not this brutish monster of an old one? I spent hours cursing and throwing these fetid carcasses out my window and back into the abyss. Arcus 5738. An odd impulse caused me to climb to the roof and light a single candle in the pitch blackness of it all. When the candle extinguished, I thrust myself off the roof and plunged to my certain death, but somehow ended up back in bed as though I was waking up from a nightmare. I don't know what I was thinking, but what it has shown me is this: death is not an option. Arcus 1275. I have often wondered if those trapped here have ever paused to reflect upon the inexplicable significance of this world that defies not only time and space, but death. A world made of memories that is neither consistent or constant. Something akin to a collective dream, made of the collective memories and beliefs of its inhabitants. Sometimes I wonder if not all worlds were like this in some respect, and that reality is what we in fact dream it to be, or believe it to be. Arcus 8545. I was woken mid-slumber by a delirium of shrieks and destruction, so that I rushed to the closet window to see only the endless black fog swirling outside. Things in the fog were coming to life and dying simultaneously, as though the entity were sick or in some kind of shock. Creatures roared and fought and tore each other apart somewhere in the raging abyss, and it was both entertaining and unsettling. I grabbed a 9-iron and held it at the ready, waiting for some apparition to attack me, but within moments, it was all over, and I couldn't sleep. So I took the edge off with a little whiskey and gulf on the roof, the whole while cursing this blasted old one, and hoping that what I had just experienced was nothing more than cosmic indigestion. Arcus 8789. There are dead bodies in my study, and I have no recollection of the last few days. The bodies have been flayed from head to toe, and the faces have been beaten to an unrecognizable pulp. I dragged them to the window and thrust them out into the abyss, wondering who they were and why were they in my tower. Did I manifest them? Did I create them for company? Or did they come from somewhere else? Had I been the one who butchered them?
Had I lost myself so deeply in a memory that I became someone else for a short time? Perhaps they are not my creations, but apparitions from the fog sent by the entity, like the creatures I hear lurking about in the fog now and then.
Arcus, 5798. Incidents don't make sense anymore. Nothing does. Everything is a chaotic blur of unreal apparitions and jumbled memories. I can barely recognize my own thoughts or distinguish my memories from those I've been studying. Last night, I relived the most horrific murders in my collection with a strange kind of pleasure. When I had had enough, I looked in the mirror and did not see myself, but dozens of faces morphing in and out of each other, every possible face except my own. I thrust my fist into the mirror, and my hand split and blood was everywhere. What cruel fate has befallen me that I should lose myself in the darkness while trying to escape its deadly grasp? The Orus will either be my salvation or my downfall.
And that was Tome 5, Unleashed. Wow, what a tome. I had to say, it was pretty cool that I got to narrate the Hollowed Blight collection. I thought, like, all the stuff had voice lines recorded for it, but I was like, I had to kind of do that on the fly. I had totally forgot that there was no voice lines recorded for that, so I just did it myself. I like that. All the stories here were pretty good. A Man Named Boy, it's one of the more twisted stories, I think, in the Dead by Daylight lore. Yeah. Alright, but before I start Tome 6, I am going to take a short little break, so I'll be back. I swear this damn controller, man. It already made me mess up a few times. It's so touchy. I even touch it just a little bit and it goes crazy. Alright, Tome 6, Divergence.
An engine echoes through the darkness. A roar vibrates through Yui's body as she accelerates through a thick churning fog across a wasteland of crumbling pagodas and buildings. She passes a wrecked motorcycle on the side of the road. Not far from the bike, a rider tries to stand but collapses on a shattered leg. She can't stop. She won't stop. She needs to win. She needs to reach the... She's not sure anymore. She looks left and right as she zips past the ruins of her hometown. She passes the same rider again, trying to escape the blazing wreck. Doesn't make any sense. Nothing makes sense. A demon yells in the fog. Seems like he's right behind her, lurking in the fog, waiting to jump out at her. She maneuvers through piles of flesh and gore of fallen riders, burning and sending puffs of swirling smoke up into the darkness. She yells helplessly, and the dead, smoldering riders begin to evaporate into a column of light breaking through the darkness. A rider suddenly stands in front of her. She skids, loses control, and tumbles over the road. Her insides feel like mush. Things are broken everywhere. Cracked bones rip through her skin, spitting out black, warm fluid. She tries to rise, but a bone jutting out of her black jeans won't let her stand. Like the fallen rider she ignored, she's broken, helpless, and soaked in gasoline. Misato studies Yui closely. To dream of fog and darkness means you see yourself as an imposter, perhaps even a failure. Yui nods and absorbs her friend's interpretation. Misato sips her beer. To see light means you'll overcome whatever is holding you back. To dream of a crash or a dead end could mean the death of something you want, something you wish for. Yui sighs and doesn't know if she wants to hear all this. The demon? The Oni? Why was it chasing me? Misato nods. The Oni could mean you're struggling to maintain your humanity as you chase your dreams. That you may be torn between right and wrong, between good and evil. Misato laughs to herself as she finishes her beer. Maybe winning isn't everything. Maybe you're greedy. Maybe you're trying to swallow an ocean when a glass of water would suffice. Yui scoffs. Greedy? I'm broke and you're paying for the beers. Misato shakes a drunken finger at her. Greed isn't just about money, Yui. It's about wanting more of anything. More races, more trophies, more fame. Maybe your need to prove yourself is killing something in you that doesn't want to die. Yui sighs and downs her beer. Enough stupid talk and more drinking. Behind her dismissive smile, Yui believes her nightmare has nothing to do with ego or greed, but the anxiety of not having the money to pursue her dream. Maybe winning isn't everything. Might not be everything, but it is rent money and groceries and beer for the next few weeks if she wins the Secret Four. But before she can win, she must be given a chance to race. Shinji, the favorite, has found a way to keep Yui out of the race, convincing the organizers that a female racer would undermine the Secret Four. It's chauvinistic, barbaric, dated, but it's also her reality. They're not used to someone of her caliber. Shinji has no caliber. He cheats and humiliates and ridicules to get a psychological edge. She knows his game, and he knows he's going to have to race her one of these days. But for now, he tells them if she races, he won't. And since he's the current champ, they somehow believe they need him to attract the money. She's sitting out tomorrow's race, but she'll be there to cheer her good friend, Hiro. Shinji trash-talks Yui as she fills Hiro's ears with fighting words. Fighting words, that's what her grandmother used to call them. Words with wings that filled the mind and lifted the spirit. Words Words are more than words. They can build, they can destroy, they can empower, they can turn mice into gods and gods into mice. Shinji tells Hiro he's going to make an example out of him because he supports Yui. Hiro acts tough, but Yui sees those fear-heavy words crawling into his ear, feasting on his confidence and weighing him down. Shinji turns to Yui and makes fun of her hair, winks at her, and asks if she came to watch men ride. She doesn't dignify his shit with a comeback. She wants Hiro to win. But the termites have taken hold, and he's a shell of a rider on a bike about to crack. She whispers winning words in his ears like her grandmother used to do with her. But he doesn't know how to make those words work for him. He's lost, and the race hasn't even begun yet. 4 a.m. Yui watches Hiro speed off and take the lead. Shinji and others follow close behind. Maybe her words did help. Hiro rounds the bend. She watches Shinji race beside him and lean in. He leans in close, extends his arm, and touches Hiro's shoulder. Just touches him, not to push him or hurt him, but to annoy him, to distract him. Hiro swears, loses his focus, loses control. An instant later, he's skidding across the pavement with a wrecked bike, leaving a trail of sparks and oil. His helmet is disintegrating layer by layer against the rough pavement like sandpaper. He needs help, but the other racers speed past him, all trying to win the prize money. Hiro stands and staggers stupidly into the road. His helmet doesn't exist anymore, and his face has been razed to the bone. His mouth and lips are gone. They're just teeth where lips used to be. A shriek sends a shiver of fear up her spine as a car slams on the brakes, loses control, and hits her good friend. Yui accelerates through the fog with a red-eyed demon chasing her. She skids out of control, breaks her legs, and drags herself helplessly through the fog. Footfalls thunder toward her, shaking the ground with every step. She looks over her shoulder, but all she sees is the thickening fog. A boot crushes her hand. She looks up to face herself. Yui awakens in a hospital by Hiro covered in bandages with tubes sticking out of him. Authorities don't know it was an illegal race. If they did, they'd all end up in jail. She's not sure if Hiro can understand her, but she tries her best to comfort him. Doctor says, "You're lucky to be alive." She wants to tell him he'll never walk again, but she can't bring herself to do it. She doesn't say anything. She can't say anything. One lapse in judgment, and he lost everything. Could happen to anyone. Yui closes her eyes, and for a moment imagines a world where she hunts that bastard down and kills him like a dog. Misato delivers some good news while they walk towards their favorite noodle dive. The organizers want her to race the Secret Four. An unknown benefactor wants to see what she can do. Rumors echo of a billionaire wanting to help lifers realize their dreams. None of it makes sense. Yui feels many things right now, but an overpowering need to put Shinji in his place distracts her. But she knows she must put the mental lens of her focus on winning. Not payback, not vengeance, not even gossip or trash talk. Everything on winning. Not just to impress an eccentric billionaire, but to pay the rent and grocery bills. Yui walks up a mountain path she recognizes and sees a woman standing at the edge of a precipice. She reaches out to the woman, knows something's wrong. The woman turns to her slightly, and Yui realizes she's staring at an older version of herself. Gray hair, bloodshot eyes, tears streaming down her face. Older Yui stares at younger Yui with longing. Then older Yui shakes her head, turns, and jumps. Younger Yui rushes to the edge and stares down at countless bodies busted and broken over jagged rocks. All of them her. She has sudden flashes of a life she doesn't recognize, a life where she never left Hida or pursued her dream, a life where she became a teacher like her father. None of it makes sense. She covers her face with her young hands and screams, and suddenly wakes up in her bed, lying in a pool of sticky, cold sweat. Misato smiles at Yui. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe it was a glimpse into another world, a world where you take a completely different path. In one, you become a vengeful red-eyed brute, and in another, a coward that doesn't follow her dreams. Yui shakes her head. I don't believe in any of that multi-world magical bullshit. Misato scrunches her face when she hears magic. Not magic, quantum. Quantum bullshit. Misato munches on peanuts and sips her beer. If it's a dream, it probably has something to do with something you are moving away from, something you left behind. What do the cliffs signify? Yui remembers a moment with her grandmother. She remembers she was at a recreational center with her friends and cousins. She lost a relay race because her best friend stopped to see if their competitor was okay when he tripped and fell. Her teammate helped the boy up while another team took the lead and won the race. She was furious, and they hadn't spoken for weeks. Yui remembered going to the precipice where they liked to talk, hoping she would be there, but she wasn't. Her grandmother went up to see her and listened to her side of the story and sided with her friend. Yui vaguely remembered the talk. Her grandmother sat beside her, staring below the jagged rocks, laughing nervously. You love danger. And more than danger, you love winning. Always have, always will. But winning isn't everything, Yui. Tell me, what's the use of winning if you lose all your friends? Who are you going to share your victories with? Yui laughs at this and calls her best friend weak. Her grandmother places a concerned hand on her shoulder. She's not weak. I would say she's quite the opposite, to sacrifice winning to help someone in need. Empathy is what makes us human, and if you lose this, you are just a very good machine that wins. What does it matter if you gain the world if you lose your humanity? Yui closes her eyes and knows her grandmother is right. And yet, there's something inside her that hates to lose, that refuses to lose, something that will drive her to win despite it all. A thing that brings out the best and worst in her. Engines rattle and roar in an endless cacophony as Shinji messes with Yui. Everyone wants the jackpot, and she needs this money more than ever. She's been working as an assistant English teacher at a high school, but it's barely enough to get by, let alone fix her bike. Her bike feels sick. She used to love the sound of her bike, but recently she's noticed a change. A few notes are off, and the sound just doesn't travel through her body the way it used to. All these engines singing their unique song, and her bike singing something strange and off. She needs the prize money, and the sponsorship of a billionaire wouldn't be so bad either. Last thing she'll do is let this fool disrupt her focus. She smiles at him after he levels an insult at her and threatens to run her off the road. Yui meets his gaze. You'll try, but you'll crash and burn just as soon as you do. She says it with the weight and certainty of a curse. Shinji tells her she should stay out of this one and let the men race. She knows what he's trying to do. He's trying to disrupt her, get in her head, change the vision of victory in her mind. He tells her the race is his. She flashes a smile. Not while I'm alive. There is a reprieve this night in the asylum, and Sally does what any sane person would do. She clings to it with all her strength. The weight that sits in her chest melts away, allowing for one starving breath. The scent of sweat and dusty linen is willed from her mind, replaced with memories of tomatoes and fresh soil. Her feet take her down the hall, heels clicking, echoing into an expanse of shadows. She does not allow herself to see the stains on the walls or the fracture in the window's pane. She could draw them from memory, but for this moment, they cease to exist. As Sally reaches the end of the hall, she peers into a patient's room, illuminated by a blade of moonlight cutting across the floor. A young girl, sitting atop the bed, flinches at the oncoming shadow. Only as Sally walks into the moonlight does the girl release her grip on a bundle of sheets. Sally offers a sympathetic smile to her. The anxious girl. The asylum's file lists her name as Marion, but the staff have codes for each patient. The catatonic boy, the sweaty codger, the anxious girl. Everything they are summarized into 2 words. Sally sits on the edge of the bed, braiding the anxious girl's dry, brittle hair. "Did you visit the community room today?" The anxious girl hugs her pillow. "I stayed here." A light moan carries through the hall, the first indication that peace will soon be broken. Sally does her best to ignore it, weaving one strand of hair over another. "Did you know that room has a chair by the window? You can see the robins building a nest in the trees." The anxious girl looks to the hallway, her shoulders tensing as she listens to the distant moan. Sally gently rubs the girl's shoulder, wordlessly offering her sympathy. They sit for a short time, until a scream carries through the hallway. Sally marches down the hall to the source of the scream. Patients, each in their own rooms, react, an interlude of cries and shrieks joining in, accompanied by the thumping of a head slamming into a wall. The volume builds louder and more chaotic until finally, as if reaching a crescendo, a patient howls. Sally rushes into a room, moving towards a hideously scarred woman restrained to the bed, whose scream slowly dies into soft, mirthful laughter. "Did you enjoy the song, sweet nurse? I call it Concerto of Lunatics." The asylum is wide awake now, alive, anxious. The scattered shrieks and moans of patients ricocheting through the halls. Sally's chest tightens as she struggles to breathe. Why must you rile them? The broken woman smiles beneath the swathe of bandages over her scarred face. Through 2 small holes, mismatched eyes, blue and orange, sparkle. "Oh, sweet nurse, what are the gestures for, if not a laugh?" Sally knows to step away, knows there is nothing to gain from arguing, yet she cannot restrain herself. They are humans, and, sick as they may be, they deserve sympathy. This is a line Sally has told herself many times over the years, though that is all it has become, a line. A series of carefully rehearsed words pushed through chapped lips. Perhaps this is why the broken woman chuckles as if trading quips with a friend. They deserve sympathy? Most have contributed nothing but pain, and the others have contributed nothing at all. Sally makes no attempt to suppress her disgust as she looks at the broken woman's smile. You would criticize your fellow patients for bringing nothing to this world, yet what have you provided? The broken woman awkwardly sits up on her bed, pulling at her restraints like a restless marionette. I have provided more to this world than 1,000 missionaries. When I saw sickness, I did not coddle it, feed it, wipe the tears from its eyes. I cleansed it. The broken woman sees she has Sally's attention. If we want humanity to survive, we must be its custodians, sweet nurse. And yet, we have allowed an infection to fester, the evidence pervading these walls. The broken woman pauses, allowing her point to settle. Shrieks and moans from the mentally insane echo through the halls. Sally feels her nerves tighten with each chaotic noise that comes her way. She has little desire to argue, yet duty compels. Are you not within these walls too? Would that not make you part of the infection? The broken woman smiles as if expecting this question. I am the solution, condemned to the halls of the infected. Like you, I was a nurse, but I serve not the patients, but the greater good. With one simple injection, I removed the weak from the gene pool. I watched them in their death throes, knowing my actions were backed by honest science so few have the strength to trust. And do you know what the courts called me for following logic? Insane. The days pass, but Sally's unsure how many. She always finds herself back in the asylum, tending to the frantic, the violent, the feeble. Down the hall, the bad man has slipped his restraints again. Like a wolf, he shows no motive but to prowl for the weak, and it appears he's found his prey. He drags the naked body of the rancid son by the ankles. Blood spills from the son's head. Sally does not know if the man is dead. Calling for help, she sprints down the hall with a syringe filled of sedatives. There are no other nurses to come to her aid. Financial restrictions have seen to that. She considers that she is running to her death this time, but there is something involuntary in her movements, as if she has become a spectator. The bad man lets go of the rancid son's ankles and turns his attention to Sally. He fails to notice Harvey Cavanagh, the plump orderly, round the corner behind him. Harvey slams the bad man into the floor as he's done to so many patients. Sally jabs a sedative into the bad man's neck. The bad man sags in place, and with a look of bewilderment, falls to the ground. The decrepit hall is silent. Sally looks over the scene at her feet. Cavanagh's sizable frame hefts up and down as he catches his breath, thick arms slung over the bad man who rests peacefully. The rancid son, either unconscious or dead, lies beneath them with Cavanagh's boot pressed against his nostril. The smear of blood from his head goes on for 30 feet down the hall before curling into an adjacent room. Sally laughs to stop herself from screaming. Sally finds herself in the broken woman's room. The mismatched eyes of the broken woman appear sympathetic as the sunlight shimmers over them, yet she speaks with sharpened words. Shame about that bloody disturbance yesterday. Boys like that are made a certain way, not built for civil society. The big brutish one, well, it is as plain as the skin on his face. And the other, oh, the other one hides it well. But have you looked at his family's name? That will explain everything. Sally wills herself to think of a gentle lake, lilies and... no. All she can see are the grimy asylum walls and bloody bandages. There are no gentle breezes to distract her, only the broken woman's voice, prodding deeper. Did you not have a husband, sweet nurse? I recall the newspaper article. Hand a heart, my dear. I cried at his unfortunate death. You would have had beautiful babies. To now be here, a widow of pure genes, serving the filth of the world. Such a turn of events. Sally gets up, leaving a bandage half-wrapped. Her feet shuffle imprecisely as she moves for the door. She tries to push her thoughts away, knows she shouldn't think it, but it is such cruelty. Her love was pure, her husband pure, and those who live in these halls are anything but. Yet these sick, twisted beasts receive the care and attention deserved to the man she lost. Her throat catches on each breath. Her vision blurs. She wants to run, but knows it's no use. No matter where she goes, she always finds herself back in these halls. With swirling thoughts, one stark realization breaks through. It is not she who keeps the insane confined to these halls, but the insane who confine her. She falls to the unforgiving floor. A lush green field dotted with salmon-colored lilies and patches of pine trees surround the lake. The colors are more vibrant than Sally remembers, and though it smells of fresh rain, the sky is clear. Andrew sits next to her on a blanket, his blonde hair nearly white in the sun. She wears the dress he had bought her. A symbol of my love, he had written on the card, and for a man of few words, it meant many. He wipes the grass stains from his calloused hands and turns to Sally. We should get home. The lake will still be here tomorrow. A cold breeze sweeps through the meadow, bringing with it the scent of sweat and dusty linen. She grips his wrist with both hands. Just one more minute. Please, one more. She hears saws ripping through lumber, the sound heightening with each violent slash. Tighter, she holds Andrew's wrist, pressing her head into his shoulder and bracing herself. An immense tree slams to the ground behind her, sending twigs and dirt into the air. One after another, they come down in booming, ground-shaking jolts. Sally coughs through a cloud of dust, keeping her grip on Andrew the entire time. A bead of blood trickles down his arm, coming to rest on her finger. She looks up to see her husband's skull broken open, spilling blood and chunks of brain. One stark white eye looks out from the carnage, focused intently on her. We would have had beautiful babies, Sally. She collapses into the crimson muck of his chest and cries. The skin on her hands flakes away, turning to dust. She loses her grip on him. Everything she was, down to the dress she wore, decays, blown away in the wind. The sweaty hands of Kavanagh shake her as she awakes on the asylum floor. She's in the hallway again. The scent, the stains, her heels clicking. It's the same. Occasional moans and shouts carry from nearby rooms, short bursts of mania or terror that emerge and intermingle. The concerto of lunatics. Sally enters the anxious girl's room and sits at the foot of her bed. The girl flinches, but after a second's pause, lifts herself up. Illuminated under moonlight, she offers a timid yet warm smile. Sally takes 3 strands of the girl's hair and begins to weave a braid. Did you see the robins today? But Sally doesn't wait for the girl's answer. Another day hiding, wasn't it? And what about the robins? They will be dead by the time you leave this room. The girl's shoulders tense, and Sally feels herself do the same. She takes a deep breath, attempting to calm herself. As she parts the hair back from the anxious girl's skull, she spies tiny writhing creatures. An infestation of lice crawls through the girl's hair. Sally pulls her hand back and slaps the girl across her face. Filthy! Their eyes lock. Confusion and startlement among them both. Tears trickle down the anxious girl's helpless face, wet chin trembling. Sally takes a step back. She thinks to apologize, to explain the stress she's been under, but something in her refuses. Filthy girl! She storms from the room. Sally, her face emotionally void, sits next to the broken woman's bed. She finds herself more and more in this position, listening to the woman ramble. The broken woman fidgets with her restraints, fixated on an unscarred piece of skin at the base of her hand. Purification comes in many forms. We must all make sacrifices. She curls a finger inwards and scratches at the clean piece of skin until it's torn off. For the most grotesque offenders, the genetic abominations, we must take extreme measures. Otherwise you get, well, the results surround you. Sally sits motionless, her tired eyes the only indication that she's conscious. The broken woman speaks as if chatting with a friend over tea. Do you know what I could do? I could tell you the ingredients for my special injection, the one I used on my patients. A quick little prick and they'll writhe as if a purifying fire burns within. A fitting way to deal with inhuman filth, wouldn't you say? Are you hearing me, sweet nurse? You don't have to be their servant anymore. Sally feels the asylum closing in on her. Whispers of paranoid lunatics spill through the cracks. She wonders how long she can walk this hallway, questions if it ever ends. She passes the catatonic boy in his wheelchair, staring deep into the walls. He gazes in her direction, though his eyes look through her.
Has the trial begun?
He lets out a scream, pausing as if having startled himself, then laughs. Harvey Kavana, the fat orderly, emerges from a patient's room and gives her a smile. The skin on his neck dangles as he moves, glistening with sweat. A thick coat of hair covers his arms and curls over the collar of his shirt. His eyes move from Sally's feet upwards, pausing on her chest until he realizes she's watching him. His eyes dart to examine the floor as he nervously licks his mouth. Ahead, the foul girl skips gracefully, enjoying her first day out of restraints in a month. She hums a pleasant tune, tracing her hand over the wall. As Sally approaches, the girl tilts her head forward. She lets out a long, guttural sound, heaving her diaphragm until vomit splashes onto the floor. Content with herself, she smiles and skips on. Sally continues, giving no thought to cleaning the mess. She sees the shoeless imbecile sitting by the broom closet. Thick strands of blood drip from his mouth. With precise rhythm, he slams his jaw into the door frame 6 times, digs at his gums, and pulls out a tooth. He peers at Sally as if she's the strangest thing he's ever seen. Sally looks out at the hallway, stretching on forever. She stops, accepting what she's tried to suppress. The sickness can grow no more. Sally fills the syringe as the broken woman instructed. Thick, dark liquid swirls within, a night sky void of stars. The helpless anxiety that crippled her vanishes under a sea of calm. Though her heels click with each step, she feels as if she floats, as if everything she's to do has been determined, requiring only the gentlest breeze to push her forward. She sees the sickness clearly. It has infected all, but the most hideous is the one who refuses to face it. The dog that doesn't know it's a dog, and so she makes her way to the broken woman's room. Strange how, for all the woman's wisdom, she is blind to her impurities. Though she removes the blemishes from her skin, she fails to judge the mismatched eyes that gaze at her in the mirror. But no amount of carving can remove genetics. Such a case requires extreme measures. Sally grips the syringe and prepares for what's to come. There is such filth that permeates the asylum. If she is to cleanse it all, she had best begin. Arcus, 2. I am going through some past scribblings and the notes of the previous unknown occupants, and I realize I should at least try to organize them. Reading these notes, I decipher several voices who I am aptly calling the unknown few, who like myself had a fixation with the entity, and who like myself had an ability to experience the memories encoded in the fog. I will include my past scribblings and number them as best as I can, referring to them as notes obscura, or just obscura, to try and piece together how long I've actually been here. I think I may have found my first ramblings amongst the half-destroyed journals of the unknown occupants, who struggled with infinite possibilities of whiling away the time except the one they probably miss the most. The one I miss the most. Friendship. Companionship. Sitting with my father drinking whiskey and watching the ancients swim across the night sky, or just losing time with a friend in a hearty conversation about the merits of art, music, laughter, and stories. All I have now are the memories of others. Second-hand experiences that constantly remind me of things lost and half-remembered. Obscura. Unknown prisoners. I've found scattered about this tower countless journals from previous occupants. Occupants might not be the best way to describe them. Prisoners would be more fitting. 8 or 9 of them from the distinct voices I deciphered in the manifold journals I read with surprising interest and alacrity. Some of these unknown prisoners shared my unusual penchant for beer, whiskey, and stories of the macabre. Others seemed to be raving lunatics, writing not journals but senseless notes. Notes from the absurd, I call them. Strange musings and endless contradictions about places and characters observed and consciously or unconsciously improperly described. These notes from the absurd seem to start with unintelligible gibberish. They are quite different from anything I've seen or read, as though written by someone driven by madness or some other motive to undermine any attempt to make sense of this world. Along with the notes, I found illustrations and survivor statements from police files, and thousands of short stories in a dark chamber in the basement. They had been piled up and set ablaze, but quickly extinguished with some sort of a putrid rotting sludge. I cleaned the chamber and stacked all the stories in piles to go through and organize at a later date. For the time being, I see no reason to remove them from what I am now calling the Chamber of Blood. Chamber of Blood. Survivor Statement. Falls City Police Department, August 7th, 2011. Sean Dint. I was listening to a podcast of creepy stories with my friends, Adrian, Mia, Tina, and Bill. I can't remember which one of us figured out how to do it, but we realized that the stories were codes to pass on coordinates of locations of interest for some group or cult or whatever. We decoded a few other stories and came to the conclusion that these people were sending encrypted locations of places where they believed there would be ghosts. We didn't buy any of that paranormal crap, and we were just having fun drinking and decoding the stories and looking up the places on satellite maps. But when the coordinates of one story turned out to be close to us, we thought we could check out the place for fun. Adrian rented a car and we headed up to what was left of the crumbling asylum. There was nothing but overgrown ruins, but I remember this unnatural black fog, and it was like we were at the asylum, but some other version of it. It was really strange. And that's when we saw this thing. This giant samurai with a demon mask, lurking about as though it had stepped out of one world and into another. He killed Mia first. I don't remember what happened exactly, I just saw. I saw her head thump and tumble across the ground. I don't remember much. I remember crawling out of the fog, and that demon or apparition or whatever that thing was couldn't follow me, like it was blocked by something invisible. Not long after, a man who called himself Hans and who identified himself as a detective arrived and asked me questions about what I had seen.
He took some notes and seemed a bit strange. Then when he heard the sirens approaching, he disappeared, just like that. When the police arrived, the fog was gone, leaving only the hacked remains of my friends. And now I'm here, and you're telling me that you don't know who that detective was and that you want me to show you how to crack the code of the podcast. But I can't because I don't know. That was my buddy Tina, and she's hacked to pieces, you assholes. Chamber of Blood. Notes from the absurd. Emperor Dwight. Ha! Bubblegum tuna on Tuesday. Sir Regal Dwight in a thicklish purple robe and golden crownee steps out into the courtyard and greets all the peasants with good words and pizza. The kingdom cheers and roars. Chamber of Blood. Harbinger of Hell. Evil Eyes. 1. Hattie Kaur lifted her chai tea, let the steaming spicy cardamom and cinnamon elixir soothe down her throat, and set down her stainless steel cup in the small tubba near her ancestral village of Mohi. The tea warmed her insides, yet she shivered cold with a nameless terror that mocked and poked at her like a formless apparition, reminding her that all wasn't what it seemed, and that there were nameless things that went bump in the night. Ever since Hattie could remember, she had seen and heard things beyond the veil, and she even had vague recollections of the day her parents disappeared while they were vacationing when she was 5 years old. She remembered the whispers, the approaching darkness, and the sense that somehow they were in another reality. She didn't remember much about that time, but she remembered being taken in by her French-Canadian godparents, the Roi, who raised her with their son, Jordan. Now Hattie and her older stepbrother Jordan were in India, filming episodes for their fairly successful web series, Harbinger of Hell, with their uncle Stefan. A fan had sought them out after having watched one of their episodes about interdimensional overlaps which Hattie could sense, feel, and even explore if her focus was right and she was able to tune in, as she so often described her process. As their luck would have it, this mysterious benefactor had funded an entire expedition all over the world, giving her brother and uncle access to countless remote and classified areas of known paranormal activity and unexplainable disappearances. Hattie sipped her tea, listening to the villagers speak a language that reminded her of her disappeared father, and she suddenly heard a familiar voice and Quebecois accent that stood out from the rest, calling out her name. A moment later, Stefan entered the tubba with Jordan. "I found the site of the massacre," Stefan said. "Finish your tea and let's get out of here." Hattie sprang to her feet and followed her uncle and brother into the scorching hot day. Chamber of Blood. Harbinger of Hell. Evil Eyes. 2. The thugs were ambushed in the valley near the ruins of the old signaling fort, a turbaned man with a beard said. "I'm not sure what you hope to find here. Most stay away from this place like the plague." He stared at the older teens as if they were mad. "You should have returned to the hotel like your uncle. Nothing here but the eyes, and they're probably watching us right now." Hattie and Jordan didn't answer, or want to explain that their uncle didn't have the stomach for adventure, that he was more of a producer and that he was trying to finish off a horror novel he'd been working on for the last 10 years. Ignoring the guide's nervous ramblings, Hattie studied the white stone bricks of the ruined fort and the surrounding caves, with a strange feeling that they were being watched. The guide said, "The official story is a unit of British soldiers died fighting a band of thuggies." "And the unofficial story?" Hattie turned to him. The guide stared at her for a long moment. "The unofficial story is they turned their rifles and swords against each other. Something in these caves drove them mad." Hattie absorbed this and closed her eyes, while Jordan filmed the ruins and the caves, calming her heart and silencing her mind
She began to hear the rising screams and cries of people being butchered. When she opened her eyes again, she could see the scintillating orange residual memories of British soldiers cutting down thuggy rebels. One thug seemed to be holding something important in his hands as he escaped the massacre. She walked through residual memories and approached the thug, staring at a piece of broken pillar in his hand. The thug desperately clambered over the rocks and rubble, charging into a nearby cave with the soldiers in hot pursuit. Jordan stepped up behind her. "Did you see anything?" Hattie nodded and pointed at the cave the thug had run into. The guide raised his eyebrows. "And that's my cue to go," he said, turning his back on the siblings. "Not that I think you're both crazy, which I do, but I need to get home before my wife realizes I'm gone. It's my day to make rotis and pick up the kids from school." Hattie and Jordan watched the guide disappear down the rocky, sun-baked valley. Then they turned and approached the gaping mouth of the cave. For a long moment they stared into the darkness without saying a word. Jordan turned on the flashlight of his cell phone, and just as they prepared to enter, they heard the crunch of stone behind them. Brother and sister turned slowly to face the barrel of a rifle. Chamber of Blood, Harbinger of Hell, Evil Eyes, 3. Three men speaking an ancient unknown language forced Hattie and Jordan through the dark and seemingly endless cave with flickering flashlights to illuminate the way. Somehow these captors knew Hattie had a gift and were barking orders for her in broken English to lead them to the place where the thuggy rebel had hidden the relic. She didn't recognize her captors, but it wasn't the first time someone had forced her to find something with her special abilities. Hattie followed a trail of residual memories, memories and whispers only she could see and hear. She could sense they were walking through an overlap of realities which heightened and reinforced her abilities in an inexplicable way. She followed the scintillating orange trail and froze when the residual soldiers suddenly disappeared. Then she started when the soldiers blinked back into existence, and she heard desperate screams as something she couldn't make out attacked them. "What is it?" one of her captors asked. "She's seeing something," Jordan said. "Let her do her thing." "This had better not be a trick." Hattie watched the indiscernible creature rip the soldiers into an unrecognizable mess of flesh and gore. The creature then snatched the thug and dragged him screaming through a series of interconnecting tunnels. She chased after the fading memory, entering a small cavern as she watched the thug release the relic as the creature dragged him into a smaller tunnel that she imagined led to a feeding den. Memories burned out like dying embers to reveal a cavern of human bones piled over thick, rotting sludge. She winced at the stench of fermented organs and fluids and waved a cloud of flies away from her face. Near one pile of bones was a corpse, still warm, flayed from head to toe, eyes missing, mouth transfixed in an agonizing scream. The captors stared at the corpse for a long moment before one prodded Hattie with the barrel of his rifle. "What the hell did this?" one of their captors murmured in disbelief. "There must be a bend in reality here," another captor offered as an explanation. Hattie noted that what she called an overlap, these men called a bend. It was clear that they had an understanding of other dimensions, and that somehow this piece of column was more than just a relic. "Where is it?" the leader prodded Hattie. "Where's the relic?" Hattie took a moment, then pointed at a pile of bones. "But it could also be in there." She motioned toward the tunnel that led to the feeding den. "Check the bones," one captor ordered the siblings. Jordan and Hattie kneeled in the sticky sludge and rummaged through the bones as the leader turned toward the shadowy tunnel. He inched close to the opening and flashed a blade of light inside. While the other two captors were dealing with flies and covering their noses, Hattie found the jagged piece of column and stealthily slid it over to Jordan. A sudden chatter of teeth and hissing made them all turn to the leader. He searched the darkness with a beam of light that suddenly, momentarily revealed a grotesque creature.
with a face covered by dozens, if not hundreds, of glowing red eyes. The leader brought the beam back to his face as the creature hissed and revealed a mouth filled with needle-like teeth. An instant later, the creature grabbed the flashlight and pulled the leader inside the den. The other captors stumbled, dropped things, and fired stupidly into the darkness. Hattie instantly grabbed a fallen flashlight, looked at her brother with wide, desperate eyes, and yelled for him to run! Chamber of Blood, Harbinger of Hell, Evil Eyes, 4. Jordan and Hattie rushed through the cave with the screams and cries of dying brutes echoing through the bowels of the mountain. What was that thing? I didn't get a good look, and I don't really want to, Hattie yelled, and she could see the sunlight ahead, but sensed they wouldn't make it. Keep going, she yelled, and turned to face the darkness with only a flashlight. The hissing and crumbling faded to silence. She had no idea what she was going to do next. She narrowed her gaze, waiting. Teeth suddenly chattered, and 100 red eyes bore down on her. Hattie inched back and fell to the ground beside a skeleton holding a kukri in one hand and a revolver in the other. She instantly wrenched the weapons out of its bony hands and clambered to trembling feet. The creature approached, slowly, hissing and chattering, its terrible eyes fixated on her. She stared at long arms and fingers with claws like knives. She lifted her arm and aimed the revolver at its head. Then she pulled the trigger and nothing happened. 100 eyes stared down at the revolver, then back at her. Shit. The creature hissed, then attacked with a roar. Hattie evaded. Terrible claws swished overhead and hit the wall. Bits of rock and stone rained over her. Covered in debris, she sprang up and ran, with the creature in pursuit. She turned in the gathering dust and instinctively felt the attack before it came, as she often did. With one quick thrust of her arm, the blade of the kukri severed the hand. The creature shrieked something terrible. Hattie seized the opportunity to sever the head, but the creature lunged away and the blade hit the stone wall. The kukri vibrated out of her hand, and she dove to the ground as the creature charged her. Tumbling away, Hattie instinctively grabbed a slab of stone. The creature attacked and missed, hitting the wall. Without hesitation, Hattie smashed the slab over its bewildered head with a terrible crunching sound she wouldn't soon forget. The creature collapsed, and Hattie, adrenaline rushing, bludgeoned the head and eyes. When there was nothing left but a sticky, warm pulp, she released the gore-covered stone and fell back on her haunches to gather herself. But no sooner did she relax than she heard the rising crescendo of chattering teeth echoing through the darkness. With an almost defeated sigh, Hattie staggered to her feet. White fear flashed through her mind as the chattering and hissing grew louder and louder. Teeth clenched as thousands of red eyes flared up in the inky blackness of the cave. She backed away slowly, then spun on her heels and ran. Chamber of Blood, Harbinger of Hell, Evil Eyes, 5. Hattie charged toward the mouth of the cave with millions of eyes and chattering teeth on her heels. She felt the swipes at her back, but never wavered. She vaulted wildly out of the mouth just as one creature lunged at her. Hattie tumbled out of the cave as the creature hit an invisible barrier where the overlap of dimensions ended. She turned to see the dark mouth of the cave fill with scathing red eyes. Jordan stepped up behind her. "Helly Hattie does it again," he said with a laugh. Hattie gave her brother a dirty look. "Don't call me that," she said curtly. Even though he had meant no harm, it was a name along with the Harbinger of Hell children used to call her because bad luck, strange things, and unexplainable accidents seemed to follow her. Years of therapy gave her the courage to accept her abilities and to boldly call her series the Harbinger of Hell. Exhausted, Hattie sat on a sun-baked stone and watched the red eyes slowly disappear from the gloom of the cave. "Did you catch the creature on your shirt cam?" Jordan shook his head as he sat beside her. She didn't think he would, as creatures or relics from other worlds didn't register and often left blurs or glitches. Jordan sighed and handed over the relic they had recovered. "What do you make of it?" Hattie held it and felt great misery. In her mind's eye, she saw cloaked figures hiding pieces of the same pillar in another world. She shrugged and kept what she had seen to herself. Then she pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Jordan. He centered her in the frame and indicated he was filming. Hattie cleared her throat, mopped her forehead of sweat and soot, looked into the lens, and proceeded to address her online followers. "My name is Hattie, and I was born with a wonderful curse. All my life I've attracted strange and unusual things, and when I was 12, I realized I was able to acquire insight to unexplainable events and otherworldly places." She took a moment to calm her racing heart. She swallowed her fear, remembered she had a series to sell, and forced energy and pep into her voice. "What do you need to know about India? It's where my father grew up, and it's where I am today to explore the urban legends of this amazing country." Hattie took a moment to find her words. "Our adventure begins in northern India, at a strange place locals call the Eyes, or the Valley of Evil Eyes, where hundreds have disappeared or died, including a unit of British soldiers in the 1800s. What happened to these soldiers? Where did they disappear to? And is there any merit to the accounts of a cave-dwelling demon with eyes around its head that burn right through the soul?" Hattie stared meditatively into the camera and wanted to say yes to every one of her questions, but decided it was better to leave them up to interpretation. After a dramatic pause, she finished. "Take a look at what we discovered. Judge the evidence for yourself, and see if there is any truth to the evil eyes of the Himalayas." Overbeck staggers out of his house with a canvas bag, still trying to process the last few hours of his life. Everything's a blur, nothing makes sense, and his veins are still pumping with a tingling concoction of anesthesia and adrenaline. Feels like Nam all over again. One minute you're drifting off to some faraway dreamland, the next you're fighting off the surgeon in a strange, foggy half-nightmare. He remembers seeing the nurse twitching, convulsing, changing into something he didn't quite understand, and still doesn't, even though they're everywhere. He remembers sensing something was off. Way off. He remembers his gut churning, twisting, fighting against the weight of his eyelids, trying his best to keep them open as bloody hell erupted all around him. He remembers falling to the ground with the nurse, the tray clattering, the knives and tools scattering. He wanted to sleep, just sleep, but he ordered his eyes to stay open and spotted the syringe rolling over the antiseptic floor. He remembers jerking his arm out, grabbing the syringe, and smashing it into his heart. Or was it his arm?
Or maybe both. He doesn't remember anymore. Doesn't matter. All that matters is he made it out of that hell alive. He shakes his throbbing head and clambers over a barricade blocking an alley, winds his way through the burning city toward the market. Most of the city has been reduced to shit. Smoke and fumes seep through the streets. The air reeks of burning civilization, burning humanity. He recognizes the smell, brings him back to places he'd rather forget. Emergency sirens keen endlessly over the echoing shrieks of the infected. Flames erupt from the ruins and barricades, making Philly look like a smoldering wasteland of death and destruction. He had read articles about the so-called green flu. It had only been a few days, and it already felt like it was bringing us all back to the goddamn Stone Age. This is worse than Nam. Way worse. Philly in chaos and overrun by the infected. It was more than a common flu, no kidding. Dozens of conspiracy theories, and now it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. All that matters is surviving. Been here before, many times. He hears someone shout out a curse and spots a young woman clobbering an infected horde by the market entrance with a rake. Impressive. Up and at 'em, soldier. Mind if I cut in? They slash through the infected until all that's left is writhing flesh and gore. He stares at her. She approaches him. Not bad, old man. Name's Zoe, last woman on Earth. Not really, but it feels like it. She laughs and wipes chunks of putrid flesh off her arm. She reminds him of a kid he knew in Nam. Strong smile and beaucoup funny, beaucoup fierce. Just like her. Hello? Anyone out there? I need a hand over here. Bill hears the cries for help above the agonizing groans of the infected. He spots a cage in the middle of all the chaos surrounded by the infected. He grabs his rifle and fires, splitting infected heads like watermelons. He approaches the cage with Zoe, where he sees a man covered in blood. Out of the frying pan and into the cage, he laughs to himself. How'd you end up in this shithole of a thing? The man sighs. Quit yapping and get me out. Zoe looks around. Something ain't right about this. She's got good instinct. Bill's feeling the same knot in his belly. The man smashes the cage. Just get me out of here before they come back. Bill lifts the butt of his rifle and smashes the padlock off the latch with a mighty clang. Merry Christmas, kid. The man smirks. I like that one, Gramps, and I ain't a kid. Call me Francis. Francis steps out of the cage, repeating, Merry Christmas, Merry bloody Christmas. Bill spits over an infected corpse sprawled over the rubble. That's my line. Find your own. Francis's smile grows. No copyright on a line like that. Bill knows what he's doing. They're kind of a pack, and this ain't about a line. This is about who's calling the shots. A lot of brass for a civilian. Truth is, no one is really in charge in this shitstorm, and we all gotta take the lead in some way or another, and he's too stupid to understand. He ought to break him now before things get nasty. Set him straight. He inches closer to the man. Zoe sighs. Boys, it's just a goddamn line. A sudden clicking sound behind them, and Bill senses they're screwed. They turn to face three men with guns trained on them. Out of the cage and into the blazing goddamn fire. Francis sighs. Shit. Canadians. Bill looks them over. A group of men in makeshift hazmat suits and rifles. We ain't Canadians. Now move! Bill looks to Zoe and Francis and goes sotto voce. They're survivalists. Francis scrunches his face. So, what are you saying? You saying they're worse than Canadians? Bill doesn't know how to respond to this. He fought with Canadians, damn good soldiers. What's your beef with Canadians? Francis shrugs.
What is it? An idiot prods Bill into a room with some kind of makeshift electric poker. Watch that thing, Sita. The idiot prods him. We ain't Sita. He pushes Bill into the corner with Francis and Zoe. He sees they got a geek on a computer. They're telling him to hack into the machine, but he's telling him he can't. He's tech-savvy, but he ain't no hacker. After a few tries, they push him aside. They call him Boy. He says his name is Lewis, not Boy, and that gets him a gun shoved in his face. Geek has spunk and attitude. The survivalists talk amongst themselves. One of them sits in front of the laptop and hacks his way in. Bill overhears bits and parts. Search the computer for the locations of the safe houses. The flu took hold faster than anyone expected. Those who prepared the safe houses turned before they could use them. These assholes are mapping a path through the city using the safe houses as checkpoints, like the old Underground Railway. Fitting for Philadelphia. They probably got hundreds of ideas on how they're going to use us. One of them grabs Zoe and has his own idea. Bill jackknifes to her side despite his restraints. Get your filthy mitts off her. The brute inches up to her, and she gives him a kick he ain't ever gonna forget. Bill didn't think anyone could scream like that. He stares at Zoe with wide, approving eyes. The brute continues to scream something terrible and collapses to his knees, holding his gonads. His buddy rushes to his aid, helps the screaming man up, but he looks different. Real different. Something in his eyes. Or rather, something lacking in his eyes. Shit. Lewis leaps back from the man like he were the plague. Francis panics. Get us out of this! Lewis grabs a knife from the floor and frees Bill as the survivalists turn pale. Screams and yells echo around them as Bill frees Zoe and Lewis frees Francis. They step back. Zoe gasps. What do we do? Bill shrugs and sighs. Nothing we can do for them. An infected suddenly charges Zoe. Francis clubs its head off. Merry Christmas! He looks to Bill for a reaction. Bill shakes his head and seems unimpressed. Find your own line, kid, if you've got the gray matter to do so. Francis scoffs. Lewis adjusts his tie. Francis makes a face and nudges Lewis. Lose the tie. Lose the goddamn tie. Lewis ignores him. Zoe motions for the boys to shut the hell up and follow her. Let's find an island we can rot on and then fight over ties. Bill raises an inspired eyebrow. That sounds like a plan. He actually likes the idea of rotting on an island while the world goes to hell. Kid's right. Grab some gear and let's get out of here. Bill leads the ragtags through a city he doesn't recognize anymore. It's crazy how fast the flu changed everything. Change. It's the one thing that never surprised him. The one constant in his life. Change and surviving in the new normal. But this new normal could take some getting used to. Ain't like they're going to tear each other apart, apologize, then be friends again. He stares into the gloom and goes over the last few hours of his life in his mind. He didn't catch anything. They didn't catch anything, and by all accounts, they should have. Then it dawns on him. They're immune. They're asymptomatic, ticking bombs just waiting to spread the flu. I brought the flu to them. Poor bastards. Lewis steps up beside Bill. What now, Pops? Bill contorts his face. Don't call me Pops. Old man, I don't mind, but not Pops. Bill marches on. I tell you what now. Now we find a safe house and get some rest. But not before you punch Francis in the mouth for talking more shit than a sewer. Bill laughs. I'm messing, kid, but I see you getting pissed with all the tie jokes. Don't let him get to you. His way to cope with all this shit. I knew guys like him and Nam. They're just scared to die and distract themselves by messing around with others. But what really gets me is he stole my goddamn line. Lewis laughs. Bill doesn't find it very funny. I know. Imitation is the sincerest form of compliment. But that civilian using my line, that just ain't right. Safe houses are abandoned, but there's still treasure troves of supplies. This beast of a flu hit fast and took no prisoners. Bill sighs and doubts evacuations are still running, counter to Zoe's belief that the government actually still gives a shit. World has gone to hell and the government don't care, but he ain't saying anything. Last thing he'll do is rob them of hope as they creep through the bowels of the fallen city. He liked Zoe's other idea about finding an island to rot on. If you're gonna rot anywhere, an island, any island, ain't half a bad idea, especially one with coconuts. But if she wants to hope for the government, she can go right ahead. He ain't gonna take away her hope, even if he knows enough about the government to know they ain't worth a second thought, let alone a second chance. But he'll shut up for a civilian that still believes in the system. A system that was broken long before the flu spread. Besides, while she hopes for the government, he'll figure something out. He always does. Zoe regards him. There's gotta be more like us. Areas that have to be protected, quarantined. It can't be that all cities are like this. Bill suppresses a cynical remark. There's something in Zoe he respects. She reminds him of someone he used to know. Someone he used to be, someone who had all kinds of ideas and ideals before he had seen the true face of governments, of humanity. It's nice to see that in her. Real nice. He hopes it lasts and this hell doesn't stamp it out of her. A heavy wind moans dreadfully and carries with it an all too familiar smell. The smell of rot, the smell of filth, the smell of death. The infected. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. Bill acts on instinct. Eyes open, guns ready. Before he can say another word, the infected close in on them. Gunshots clap through the dead city. Heads crack open like rotten, festering melons, and the infected lay strewn all around. One lashes out of the shadows towards Bill. Without hesitation, Francis blows its face off and turns to him. "Merry Christmas." Bill sighs deeply. Bastard saved my life and now he's trying to rub it in my face. He gives Francis a stern, grizzled look. "All right, the line's yours, now shut the hell up and shoot." Bill curses under his breath and continues to shoot dark silhouettes charging through the deep orange dusk. Damn, I miss this. May your voice reach the beyond. May your voice reach the beyond. May your voice... Adiris speaks this line until it becomes a single word, babbled in harmony with her fellow emissaries in faith. May your voice reach the beyond.
May your voice breathe the beyond. 13 women stand in a circle around. Adiris's chant falters as time passes, her raw throat the only indication she contributes. Each enunciation, agony. She's nearly forgotten the naked man writhing face down on the altar, leather straps binding him. The high priest Haban raises a hand. Adiris, along with each of the emissaries, stops, bows her head. She reminds herself, cherish the pain, a sacrifice to the sea-goat, the god of water and creation. The emissaries disperse, and Adiris wanders to the man on the altar. Tears stream from his bloodshot eyes. She wants to lend comfort, assure him the gods love him, perhaps even pull him from the altar away from the coming pain. She smiles at him as she would a child. If only you understood the importance of your sacrifice, you would laugh with joy. Tenderly, lovingly, she kisses his forehead. May your voice reach the beyond. The invocist comes forward. Small, wrinkled man, buried under a scarlet, no, white but bloody cloak. Adiris bows her head, joins the whispers around her. May you swim through sea and stars. The invocist stands over the man bound to the altar, nods, pulls the sleeve back, reveals a spear gripped in hand, raises the weapon, and plunges. The tip pierces the bound man's lower back. He arches upwards and screams, shakes, convulses, lower body remaining immobile, bladder emptying onto the altar. The invocist hefts his leg onto the stone slab, pushes the spear until a gruesome snap, shrieking, howling, pleading, something beyond that, indescribable. A vertebrae bursts from the gaping wound, blood gushes. Bile rises in Adiris's throat as she turns away to stop herself from retching. Her fellow emissaries look upwards. Praise, glory to the gods! Nothing is heard over the screams of the man. His voice will surely reach the beyond. Adiris composes herself, recites sacred text in her mind. The plans of the gods shall not be questioned, for they know beauty the human eye cannot perceive. The plans of the gods shall not be questioned, for they know. Trust in them, Adiris. Trust in them. She relents to her faith, joining the others to celebrate, but notices Haban. He covers his face too late, and she sees it. A tear spilling from his eye. A face that seems heartbroken. Adiris splashes water over the altar and scrubs. Red circle, swirling, bright. Like the sun the day she was left at the temple door. Stifling heat, painful steps on burning sand. Mother and father, a missing piece in the memory, unfocused, replaced by Haban. A crowd of imposing high priests, and only he peers warmly. She cries, so he lifts her, removes his hood. In the courtyard, he lets her touch the statues of the gods. Rishon, keeper of the stars. Ortares, sentry of the desert. Atil Alara, mother of humanity. Deities who would watch over and protect her. Haban becomes teacher, father. He tells of their religion, formed by exiles who believed other faiths had become corrupted by politics. They brought new insights to the afterlife and unified all gods beneath the great creator, the sea-goat. She finds guidance in his teachings, meaning in servitude, comfort in knowing suffering is love. She may shudder at connecting compassion to bloody sacrifice, but she works continually to overcome her doubts. Yet over the years, as her faith grows, Haban changes in a different way. She sees heaviness in his walk, hears his voice trail off when he reads the sacred texts. While he once stood energized by generous sacrifices to the gods, today he shows anguish. What darkness could snuff the desert sun? Adiris sits in the courtyard, Haban seated across from her. Eyes are fixed on a game board between them. She rolls a wooden die, moves a black disc over the board's squares, lands on Haban's piece, places it to the side. No reaction from Haban. Adiris looks to him, sweet expression of concern. A joyous sacrifice this morning, would you say? The gods rejoice, praise be. Haban hardly lifts an eye. Praise be. A cool breeze, birds chirp unseen. Haban seems to scan the courtyard. Upon seeing no other occupants, looks Adiris in the eyes. He was a good man, a friend, and the world is darker without. Adiris wonders if she's being tested. She knows what to say, interrupts him with the line that's been delivered to her thousands of times before. It was commanded by the gods. He swims in the wake of the sea-goat now. Haban turns his attention to the game board, flicks away Adiris's disc and positions his at the end. It seems I have won, as was commanded by the gods. Adiris pushes her chair back, objecting. Haban sweeps the board off the table. I shall write the rules of anew. I shall include decrees, punishment, theft, and sacrifice. And should anyone object, I shall preach those momentous words. It was commanded by the bloody sea-goat and his damned gods. Adiris shakes her head, the shock of words she never thought she'd hear rattling painfully in her mind. This is blasphemy. Deep bags under Haban's eyes seem to swell. Yes, the truth often is. The day of virtue arrives. A monthly ceremony to purify the congregation of dire sins. A bell tolls. Adiris and the rest of the temple's crowd drop to their knees. Forehead touches cold stone. She peeks up, sees the maiden guard arrive, stepping through the crowd, guided by faith to seek out sinners. She waits, counts the scratches in the floor until a scream, a woman pleads, and coughing, choking. Adiris looks up, sees a commoner dragged from the temple by her throat. She hardly notices two olive-brown feet step in front of her. Rise, rise. Adiris shrinks under the maiden's gaze, notices the hint of ripened dates from her open mouth. Under the eyes of the sea-goat, speak of the evil you have witnessed. Deliver us thieves, adulterers, and blasphemers, so we may purge them. Shoulders stiffen. Adiris sees the face of Haban, the face of the man who raised her. She hears his gentle voice, and the agitated voice of a blasphemer. Indecision knots in her chest, tightening, twisting. I have witnessed no evil. By the gods, my eyes are pure. The maiden examines Adiris. Seconds trickle by, ever slowing, stretching reality to its seams until the maiden nods. May you swim through sea and stars. She turns away, and Adiris summons every bit of strength to keep herself from collapsing. Adiris sweeps dust from the altar floors. A set of hurried footsteps click along the stone, marching closer. She turns to see Haban. Gentle face tensing, he hushes her. My daughter. Curse the man I once was. I took you as a child and tainted you with notions of divine judgment and punishment. Now I see you struggle. As these thoughts nearly take hold, I beg you, cast my teachings aside and see the blood spilled in this temple. No cleansing can purify the horror perpetrated here. The doctrine overflows in her mind.
The will of the gods is law. No man shall question the divine. He who battles the tides will perish. But she surprises herself by remaining silent, and Haban seizes the moment. I am old and have wasted this life, but I cannot bear to destroy yours. Meet me here at nightfall in a fortnight's time, and we shall escape the clutches of deceit. If you have doubts, I ask you to consult with your gods. My daughter, may their silence be your answer. Though Adiris's heart beats, she feels emptiness where it should reside. A hollow space dripping acid into her churning stomach. Knees bruised, she prays to the gods, pleading, silently screaming for an answer. Nothing. The wind remains calm. She is alone, surrounded by stone, looked down upon by statues of gods, unmoved. Dust floats through the air, settles on her skin, more real than anything she ever believed. A lifetime of faith, security, crumbles. She feels unsteady, the only certainty in her mind that she must leave this place. She rises to her feet, turns her back to the temple. Only then, a whisper. The hushed chitter in her head is unclear, inarticulate words passed through a forked tongue. But she feels it, understands a remarkable truth. She will never be alone. Ever. Shame washes over Adiris as she retreats to her room. She dared doubt the gods. Within their chaotic whispers, pain, anger, bloodlust, atone. She removes her robe, reaches for the lash, a crude whip of thorns and bronze spikes. Atone! She swings with great force. Spikes pierce her back, hooking into flesh as she pulls away. Through gritted teeth, she screams, keeping the sound in the base of her throat so no one can hear. Atone! She swings, droplets of blood sprinkling to the floor, spasms of pain as skin tears off, hanging on pale threads. Braces herself and whips again, till the crimson pools. Atone! How much blood is enough? Her body screams in agony. She thinks to drop the lash, run from these walls, but remembers the doctrine Haban taught her. Suffering is the heart of love. She tightens her grip and swings again. Sweat weeps from Adiris's pores onto her bedsheets. Thick scabs tear from her flesh as she shifts. With great effort, she lifts her head, looking to the sound behind her. Haban. He kneels over her, wet cloth in hand. She's too feeble to speak, but the whisper does it for her, hissing, thrashing, communicating a hurried feeling in her mind. Blasphemer. He washes the blood from her back, bringing his mouth to her ear. Is this the doing of the Maiden Guard? What has their blind faith wrought? She slips between consciousness as the blasphemer takes her hand. I have failed you, my daughter, but no more. Have strength, and we shall soon escape. Though Adiris's movements are met with pain, she lifts her head to the sky, thanking the gods for their guidance. Their whisper remains, further away, dissipating, yet still commanding, influencing. She opens her heart, allows the whisper to seize her body. She strides to the quarters of the Maiden's Guard and takes a uniform, confident no one will discover the violation.
knowing the gods are on her side. A censer of sweet frankincense sits atop a table, compelling her to it. She allows her hands to move as they will, filling the censer with oil and glowing embers. She does not question the will of the gods, knowing all threads shall be woven and someday the tapestry complete. Trust in them, Adiris. She steps into the moonlight. Nightfall. Smoke dances around her body. Bare feet carry her along a stone path to the mouth of the temple. As she peers inside, she sees through the shadows to the slight, shivering figure of the high priest, Haban, the mentor, the father, the blasphemer. May his voice reach the beyond.
Adanika dingia.
Arcus 3. Spent the entire day doing unnecessary mundane tasks, like sweeping the floor, dusting statues and furniture, and polishing silverware, all in a fairly successful attempt to keep my mind busy. I imagine once I have the Orus working as it should be, I'll be able to keep myself distracted with what seems to be dreaming black fog. Toward the evening, I tinkered with the Orus, and when this proved frustrating, I worked out mathematical equations and theories while talking to myself and engaging in stimulating debate and what I believe to be meaningful discourse. One of the lessons of those on assignment within the boundaries of an ancient is to keep to a rigorous routine of writing, reading, and self-talk to not let the pillars of the intellect crumble under the weight of laziness, alienation, and boredom. Thinking and speaking are skills, and like any skill they can decay and wither away if not practiced regularly. Arcus 4. Stories and journals are scattered everywhere. So much to read, and yet I find myself drawn to the scribblings and renditions of the unknown creator I'm calling the Mad Designer. Journals filled with the wild sketches and musings of people I imagine are caught in other parts of this living dimension. People juxtaposed with other terror worlds and timelines that make little or no sense to who they are or where they're from. The illustrations and notes are foolish, absurd, and quite contradictory, and yet they bring moments of levity to my life, which does the soul good. I suppose it's a form of absurd escapism I turn to when I'm not reading the more traditional stories. Interestingly enough, I found 17 versions of a story featuring a killer named Evan, written by 17 versions of the same author from the Omniverse. 17 similar stories with sometimes subtle, sometimes significant differences. What I find particularly interesting is how the stories are written as fiction in one world and non-fiction in another. It reminds me of Universis Alveo, a theory that suggests that the human mind might very well be equipped with a powerful networking mechanism that reaches out to other worlds for wisdom and knowledge from our other selves.
Some can use their minds in this way, and others can't. The theory suggests that those who have experienced trauma in their formative years detach from their reality, allowing them to explore other realities and worlds with relative ease. Artists like magicians and shamans see small things in the big, unexplainable, endless dream that is the omniverse, and they bring these ideas or insights back to entertain, enlighten, and inspire the world. Fiction in one world, non-fiction in another. Everything is real, or nothing is. And here in the Chamber of Blood, there are countless horror stories of every variety. So many that it seems to me that one of the unknown prisoners was collecting these stories as a way to discover more about their imprisonment, the entity, and the terrible screams coming from the surrounding abyss. Whether this is true or not, I'm not sure, but what I do know is I spent the whole night reading my favorite stories out loud, like my father used to do by the fireplace. And the entire time I couldn't help but wonder, how? How could anyone have accessed and assembled such a rich collection of notes, journals, and stories? I have no immediate answer, but I suspect by the texture and density of the fog that I may be in a place as complex, mysterious, and misunderstood as a black hole, a living, breathing, all-consuming black hole, the serpent of infinity that gorges on its tail, that eats itself endlessly as it spirals downward into the cosmic Fibonacci stew that is life incomprehensible. Arcus 8282. Dozens of severed heads in the den, and I'm not sure how they got there. I stared at them all day, recognizing a few of them from the last few memories I've been exploring. It took me all night, but I made a cairn with the heads outside the door. When I was done, they began to talk and argue and bicker with each other over pedestrian nonsense. I squeezed my eyes shut until silence returned. When I opened my eyes again, they were gone. I then returned inside and retired to the Chamber of Blood, where I read stories aloud and went through the absurd creations of the mad designer. Chamber of Blood, most brutal murder in Sunny Lake history. A young woman is on trial for first-degree murder in the decapitation of her husband's mother, whose charred remains were found in mason jars in the suspect's solarium, while her head was found mangled in a broken blender in the kitchen. Samara Dwenlis, 33, is charged with first-degree murder in the June 2037 killing of Kirsty Hartz, 67. The trial commenced on Thursday. Prosecutors said they would not entertain a plea of insanity, despite the 911 call the suspect made claiming her mother-in-law was a vampire. The 911 call describes an ancient conspiracy with vampires who live among us and draw their powers from another dimension. Obscura, beyond understanding. The tower is alive. I have memories of what the tower was the night before, and it changes the next day. It changes in ways that defy reason, or anything we've come to know about the ontology of these ancients back home. It's entirely possible that if you were to understand all that this place is, that you would go insane. I opened the door to what I thought would be an empty room covered in dust, only to discover an entire city with skyscrapers and ancient pagodas. Bewildered, I stared among the ruins of the street at a group of teenagers cutting down massive mutant bug-like creatures with deadly samurai swords.
I quickly closed the door and opened it again, to find the city was gone. It had completely disappeared. Nothing there but a small, dusty room with a strange-looking spider crawling toward me. I crushed the spider under the heel of my boot and didn't even attempt to understand what had just transpired. Chamber of Blood, Harbinger of Hell, Beneath the Ruins, 1. Stefan sipped his cold Turkish coffee as he read over his early morning efforts toward a short story he hoped to share on his blog. He read the opening lines and decided they could be stronger. With a sigh, he tore the yellow page from the legal pad, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into a growing pile of false starts in the middle of the opulent black and burgundy hotel room. He slammed the desk, frustrated, and wanted to write something fun and original for his blog, yet nothing came to him. The latest episode, sponsored by their mysterious benefactor, had his production team investigate ancient tombs in southwest Turkey. Not so much him, but his niece and nephew, who had tougher nerves for the macabre. Stefan much preferred a safe and cozy hotel room where he could raid the minibar and see to the logistics of the show. It wasn't that he didn't like adventure. It was more that he didn't like graves, tombs, or places that felt dark, creepy, and dangerous. Hattie had once suggested that he wrote horror stories as a kind of therapy to work out his fears and anxieties of the unknown. She was half right. The other half was that he simply liked to be alone. Alone with all the characters and voices chattering in his head. Voices that demanded to be heard and set to paper. Now the voices were compelling him to write a vampire story. Their benefactor claimed that there had been a village of real vampires in ancient Anatolia that had been hidden from the rest of the world. According to the intelligence provided, vampires weren't fictional monsters, but actual intra-dimensional creatures that had once tried to overrun the world. They had been defeated by an unknown group of mystical warriors. Somehow, the few creatures that had survived managed to erase themselves from history by warping and weaving whatever memory of them was left into exaggerated myths and legends. Stefan found this theory of myths and legends and parallel worlds interesting, if not intriguing. Vampires, real. Actually real. Nothing like the movies, but real nevertheless. One theory he had just finished reading online suggested that everything created or imagined existed somewhere in the Garden of Infinity. In other words, stories and characters came from a real place in the infinite landscape that was the Omniverse. The theory went on to suggest that artists had somehow unlocked their third eye and were able to see the other realities. An idea, a vision, or a dream, according to the theory, was the pineal gland seeing into the infinite for truth, wisdom, inspiration. The brain, then, was a quantum computer that could network with the infinite. It was a nice idea. It meant his most cherished characters from his favorite books were somehow, somewhere, real. A sudden knock at the door startled him out of his quantum musings. "Mr. Wa, your lunch is ready." Lunchtime already, and Stefan still didn't have his story. He rose lazily in his bathrobe, hoping Jordan and Hattie had better luck finding the unmarked graves they had set out to find. He imagined his niece and nephew were enjoying the sun while filming the ruins, and relishing the peanut butter and banana sandwiches he had prepared for them. Chamber of Blood, Harbinger of Hell, Beneath the Ruins, 2. "Move away from the casket,"
A middle-aged woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a black suit, pointed a revolver at Hattie and Jordan. Hattie dropped her shovel, sighed, exchanged a look with her brother, and stepped away from the bolted casket. "Who do you work for?" Hattie asked, eyeing the woman. "That, my dear, does not concern you." Jordan shook his head. "I don't think you should open it." "Shut up. My brother's right." Hattie pointed at the symbols etched all in the rotten wood of the casket. "It's a warning of some kind. Whatever's in there is meant to stay in there." She scrutinized the half-crescent and 3 dots and wondered what they meant. They didn't resemble any of the other symbols she had come across in the last few months. "Superstitious nonsense," the woman yelled, aimed the revolver at the bolt, and pulled the trigger. A report echoed through the ruins and the surrounding forest. Hattie wondered if their guide and translator had heard them. He probably didn't even take notice or didn't care. He refused to follow them near the tombs, called them ignorant tourists, and said he would stay by the car texting his friends until they returned. The woman pulled the trigger repeatedly until the bolt clanged off and hit the ground with a thud. "I hope he calls the police," Jordan whispered to Hattie. "I wouldn't count on it." The woman examined the casket carefully. Hattie and Jordan inched backward as she struggled to yank the lid open. As Hattie cautiously backed away, she figured the woman worked for the same secret society that had now interfered with several of her investigations. She didn't know much about them, but from what she had gathered by overhearing a few of their goons in Egypt was that they were searching for hidden knowledge. Knowledge they believed would help humanity transcend to another plane of existence. "Please," Hattie cautioned, "don't open it until we know what the symbol means." The goons scoffed, and with a labored scream yanked the lid open to reveal nothing. Nothing but a strange black mist. "I don't understand," she said. "It's supposed to be here. The book." The goon's eyes narrowed. Frustration creased her face as black mist suddenly rose and spiraled into her mouth and nose as though it were alive. Hattie and Jordan stepped out of the grave. The woman gagged, coughed, and collapsed. There in the dirt, she jerked and twitched in all kinds of unnatural directions, screaming and shrieking as the mist reshaped her body into something indescribably grotesque. Her veins stood out thick and black in her neck, her hands smashed the ground, and she went into hysteric convulsions as though being burned alive. Then, with a blood-curdling scream, her body went limp and silent. Hattie repressed a cry of horror. She felt a cold prickle run down her spine as she stared at the scene in disbelief. What was going on? What strange mist could do such a thing to a person? Was it some kind of ancient poison? Some kind of toxic vapor? Or was it something worse? "Well, you don't see that every day, do you?" Jordan said flatly. "I seriously wish I got that on my phone." Hattie sighed. "Is she dead?" "Dead as a tomb." Hattie didn't find him funny, not in the least. He was scared. She could tell by his desperate attempt to use humor to hide his fear. He was just about to crack another joke when the creature suddenly twitched back to life. Startled, Hattie gasped and pulled at Jordan's t-shirt, saying, "We need to get out of here." But just as she stepped back, the creature turned to face them with blood-red eyes and a jaw protruding like a snout with teeth that seemed to be growing underneath stretched skin. "Oh shit!" Hattie blurted. She lost her footing and fell to the ground with her brother. The creature that had once been a woman roared at them, revealing 2 massive fangs like carving knives. Chamber of Blood, Harbinger of Hell, Beneath the Ruins, 3. "This way!" Hattie yelled. leading Jordan through the shadow and light spilling through the forest canopy. She could hear the creature shrieking as it hunted them with unnatural speed and resolve. Spotting an outcrop of jagged rocks, she quickly yanked her brother into hiding. "Aren't vampires supposed to explode in sunlight?" Jordan asked. "I mean, isn't that what's supposed to happen? Doesn't it know it's supposed to be dead?" Hattie instantly placed a finger by his quivering lips as she heard footfalls approaching. She repressed an urge to look at the creature. Instead, she listened. She could hear the clattering and hissing coming from its hungry jaws. She could hear the crunch of stones and the distinct snap of twigs as the creature searched for them. Then the footfalls seemed to change direction, growing fainter and fainter, until all she heard was the chirping of insects. Hattie heaved a shuddering breath. Jordan gulped and swallowed a lump in his throat, saying, "We should have respected the warning. If that's what it was, a warning. What else could it be?" "I don't know. What I do know is, we've released something foul into the world." "And by foul, you mean the vampire and not gas," Jordan said with a smirk. "Just clarifying." "Not funny. A little funny. No, not even a little." Hattie risked moving beyond the rocks. She glanced apprehensively, half expecting the creature to hurl itself at them. When nothing happened, she stood and slowly and quietly led Jordan back toward their guide. As she pushed her way through the woods, she couldn't help but notice the similarities between all the symbols she had seen at the last few investigation sites. They were unlike anything she had ever seen before, and she had discovered them in completely different parts of the world. India, Africa, Portugal, England, Paris, and now, Turkey. Hattie couldn't help but feel something was amiss. She broke the silence, saying, "We're being pulled into something far more complex than we've been led to believe. It's almost like we're being used." "Used? For what? Who cares about a bunch of bozos from Montreal who release foul things into the world?" Hattie shook her head, gave him a grave look, and answered, "I don't know. But I think it's about time we meet our mysterious—" A twig snapped, startling the siblings. Before Hattie could finish her thought, the creature stood framed between two trees, dappled in sunlight. Jordan screamed in terror as the creature lunged at him, grabbing his arm and sinking its bony claws into his skin. With a mighty roar, the creature hurled him against a tree with a thud. Groaning, he sagged to the ground as inky blackness seeped down over his vision. Hattie thought quickly, spotting a fallen branch on the ground. The creature inched closer to Jordan, staring at him as though he were a steak. It kneeled before him and prepared to sink its fangs into Jordan's neck to satiate its red thirst. Just as it opened its gaping mouth, a resounding yell interrupted it. The creature hissed and turned just in time to receive a branch across the face. It fell to the side, then scrambled to its feet, locking eyes with Hattie. Hattie backed away slowly, glad she had saved her brother from certain doom, but unsure what would happen next. Then, inspired by the vampire films she had seen with her Uncle Stefan, she turned the sharp side of the branch to face the creature just as it pounced on her like a lion. The makeshift stake hit its mark, skewering the creature straight through its monstrous heart. The creature shrieked something awful and collapsed to its knees, holding the stake. Wiping her brow, Hattie stepped away from the creature and approached her brother. But a sudden squelching sound froze her to the core. Slowly, she turned to watch the creature pull out the stake with the pulpy dead heart still attached. The creature tossed the heart to the side with a mangled smile. An instant later, it pounced over Hattie, taking her to the ground. Hattie pushed and jerked under its powerful grip as it salivated and peered hungrily at the thick arterial vein pumping in her neck. Saliva dripped down Hattie's neck, slow, warm, and slimy like a slug. She screamed, and then had no breath to scream and began to see not stars, but geometry. Symbols. Symbols she had previously discovered in the overlap, as she often called it. She didn't know what else to call what she understood to be a Venn intersection of worlds, where she could see and access knowledge and memories no one else could. Hattie closed her eyes and saw the twisted triangle symbol she had just uncovered in an ancient temple. Then she saw the strange circle slashed in half, with a line that she had discovered all over the walls and floor of an abandoned asylum, as though someone or something was conducting dark experiments in the overlap on the patients. It was all very bizarre and new to her. Now, as the creature prepared to feast on her blood, Hattie wasn't seeing memories pass before her eyes, but all these strange and arcane symbols that felt older than life itself, as though someone or something were trying to send her a message from the overlap. Chamber of Blood, Harbinger of Hell, beneath the ruins. 4. As the creature prepared to quench its thirst, Hattie felt the end coming. Desperate hands fumbled over dirt and twigs, searching for something, anything. Then, just as the creature prepared to puncture her neck, she grabbed a rock the size of a baseball and smashed it straight through its mouth, shattering its deadly fangs. The creature jolted to its feet with mad agony. Pieces of bone and tooth dropped into a thick puddle of blood and saliva. Hattie turned to see Jordan moaning. He was alive, barely, nevertheless alive. Relieved, she scrambled to her feet, trying to think of a way to destroy this ancient evil once and for all. Then she saw it. The revolver, hanging from the belt. Without hesitation, she rushed up to the creature as 2 new white fangs pushed out the bloody remnants of the old. Before it realized what was happening, she snatched the revolver and shot the creature point blank in the face. The creature fell head over heels as Hattie unloaded the revolver into its face and body. But bullets were futile against this otherworldly apparition. Within moments, the creature was clambering to its feet, the whole while staring at Hattie with blood-red eyes. Nervously, she inched backward, not knowing where to go or what to do. There was nowhere to go. Nothing she could do. This was the end. With incredible speed and strength, the creature pounced and took Hattie to the ground. Gleaming white fangs approached her neck with malice. She jerked and kicked and screamed under its weight. She felt its warm breath inches away from the nape of her neck. Then, in her mind's eye, she saw them again. The symbols. All of them. They swirled and flashed and then coalesced into one symbol. The symbol she had seen etched in the casket. With dawning realization, she understood. The symbol wasn't a warning, but a seal. A seal to imprison this unfathomable, indescribable creature. As the creature prepared to gorge on her life, she managed to grab something sharp off the ground. Its broken fang. And with the last of her strength, she managed to etch the crescent and the 3 dots deep into its cheek. Suddenly, the creature's eyes widened into great big pools of disbelief. It looked at Hattie in abject terror as it stumbled backward, desperately trying to scratch the symbol off its ghastly face. But it was too late. Black mist, like acid, bubbled and burned through the creature's skin. The percolating mist filled its lungs, chest, and neck. The belly and chest ballooned as pressure bludgeoned the creature from within. Then, with an agonized shriek, it exploded like a cherry bomb. Covered in gore, Hattie dragged herself beside her rousing brother. "What did I miss?" he groaned and sat up, leaning against the tree. He narrowed his gaze and peered through the thin red mist of blood that hung heavy in the air. "Where's the—" His voice trailed away as he noticed the shards of bone and chunks of flesh covering his clothes. In silence, they picked off bits and pieces of the creature. Then Jordan said, "Well, this was pleasant. Pleasant as a funeral." Hattie didn't respond to his stupidity. She was thinking about the symbols they had come across in their investigations. She wondered what they meant, where they came from, and if there was something connecting all these paranormal sites they were being sent to investigate. Moreover, she wondered if their benefactor was using them in some kind of chess game against forces unknown. Chamber of Blood, Old Bloody. This is the story the tour guide told us after showing us around the old Mad Canyon Distillery in Moonlight Bay. She offered the adults a taste of Old Bloody, a recipe that had been infamous during Prohibition. While we tasted the bathtub gin, no one spoke as the firewater burned down our throats. The tour guide talked about the abandoned distillery we were walking through, telling us about how the first gang had all but disappeared before the legendary Al Capone got his hands on the operation. She must have told the story often as she spoke fluidly and made gestures and pauses at all the right moments. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not one for tall tales, but what we know of the disappearance of the Maddie Hatter gang is very much a vampire story if ever I heard one. The Maddie Hatter gang was mostly made up of the Maddock family, led by the father, Hank, who had a thing about collecting hats from rival gang members he butchered. He must have stolen the wrong hat, because that bloodlust came back to haunt him in the fall of 1921, when his gang disappeared with only the youngest of the family left to tell the tale of what had befallen them. And what had befallen them was indeed a great mystery. A mystery people to this day bicker about and dismiss as an urban legend. But I swear, it's no legend, and all of it is the truth. The twins, Candace and Cody, while returning with some equipment they had picked up in Ontario, drove into the valley and then carried the copper tubing and flasks into the caves where the gang prepared their white lightning. But when they arrived, they found nothing but blood. Blood on the floor, blood on the walls, blood, if you'll believe it, running through the tubes and coils of the still. At first, they thought it may have been a rival gang, but there was no sign of bullets or bodies, or even a struggle, just blood, and an uncanny fog that hung low and heavy in the air. The twins instantly resolved to find whoever had done this to their gang, and moreover, they wanted to give their siblings, cousins, and parents a proper burial. So they grabbed a lantern and plunged into the twisting bowels of the mountain, following a trail of blood. They searched deep into the night with no result. Cody shone the lantern and was just about to tell his sister he was beaten when he heard the crunch of stone in the distance. He charged ahead, and she chased after him, stumbling over a boulder, hitting her head against the ground, and losing consciousness. When Candace roused, she sprang to her feet and rushed toward the flickering lantern light, screaming her brother's name. Through dancing shadow and light, she approached her pale brother sprawled over the ground with 2 small puncture wounds in his neck. She felt his chest for a pulse and gasped when she realized he was dead. She shuddered, then screamed, and moved by an unknown force, she grabbed the lantern and charged forward. Then, without realizing it, she entered a massive cavern. feeling the ground beneath her feet turn to mush. She shone her lantern around, revealing piles of human skulls amidst thousands of beetles moving through a thick sludge. At her feet, she saw a few beetles devouring a sick bat. She tensed and looked upward to see thousands of bats sleeping. A few beetles scurried over her foot with morsels of rotting flesh, and she kicked them away. She swallowed her fear, realizing that if she woke the bats, they would strip her flesh clean in a matter of minutes. Then she glanced at the familiar barrels in the corner by a pile of animal bones. Silently and carefully, she made her way past the bones. Opening the barrel, she cringed as a horrible stench assaulted her nose. She peered at the dark brew and wasn't sure what she was looking at. Then she realized she was staring at fermenting lumps of flesh in thick, putrid blood. She was in the vampire's lair. But before she could continue her search, a roar suddenly startled her. Candace turned and found herself staring at a demon with fangs, with a swirling black fog rising at its feet. Through the fog, she saw it was wearing her father's hat. She gave a shout of revenge like thunder. The vampire twisted its ugly head in startled disbelief. Fearlessly, Candace threw herself at the vampire. She didn't care what this thing was or where it came from. She just wanted it dead, and she wanted to do her family proud. The vampire meant to kill her by sinking its fangs in her neck, but she felt strong enough to bring down a mountain. And so she jerked and kicked and pushed its snarling face. With a snarl of her own, she bit back at the vampire, tearing pale flesh off its neck with teeth and jaws strong enough to crush rock. Before the vampire realized what was happening, she gouged its eye with her thumb, ramming it deeper and deeper as it desperately clawed flesh off her arms and face. But she didn't care. She would not be denied, and within moments she felt the delicate brain matter like warm mud and smiled. Then she curled her finger and yanked as hard as she could with a mad laugh. With a shriek, the vampire convulsed violently, then stopped all at once, its jaws frozen in a twisted, agonized howl. Unable to control her growing laughter, she took back her father's hat and stood proudly as open wounds leaked and sputtered blood. Then the fog rolled over the vampire and somehow made it all disappear. The vampire, the bats, the beetles, the blood. Everything. Needless to say, no one believed Candace, and she was put into an asylum to shut up and wither away. But eventually some rich philanthropist took charge of her, and she was never seen again. Everyone was silent. Someone laughed and said, "That's not really a vampire story, is it?" The tour guide replied, "Not like we're used to, no. But that's her story, and I swear I told it like I heard it." Then a young woman in a concerned voice added, "I hope that girl ended up all right." Jake bites his lower lip with the thought of chowing down on a rack of ribs, smoking, charred, succulent ribs. He shakes his head and returns his focus to the moment, to the wild hog he's been tracking through the woods all morning and afternoon. But he can't get the thoughts out of his mind. He's never had such a hard time keeping his focus. When he's not thinking about food, he's thinking about the past, about home, about the argument. Seems like it happened so long ago. The argument started on Friday, and by Monday morning, he was out on his own, exiled from the only life he knew, for disobedience. But it wasn't disobedience, not to Jake. To Jake, it was a need. No, it was more than a need. It was a longing, a profound longing to know where he came from and why his father never talked about him. But you didn't have to push him so hard, did you? I did. I had to. I had to because I had the right to know who he was. Don't you see? I have an emptiness inside me that no money or thing can fill. Yet, he never told me anything about him. He just distracted himself with the business and all the trappings of a superficial life and raising you, Jake. Raising his boys. Jake stares past trampled grass, and he hears his mother's voice resounding through his head. Jake, please. You are expecting a straight thing, and no straight thing has ever been made. Your father isn't perfect, and everything he's done is to give you a better life than he had. He has his reasons. And I have mine. Jake closes his eyes. He remembers leaving home without saying goodbye. He remembers backpacking across Korea, meeting people who had known his grandfather and could tell him stories about how he had lived. And none of the stories he had been told justified burying the past the way his father had done. He had expected his grandfather to be an abusive deadbeat, and yet he had discovered a hero, a legend even. He had saved and reunited so many families, and so many were grateful and indebted, and still, he never mentioned him. Maybe he didn't want a legend, Jake. Maybe he wanted something else. But why does it matter? Why does it matter right now? A voice of caution suddenly brings Jake back to the moment. His grandfather's voice, or what he thinks his grandfather would have sounded like. Jake, stop thinking about everything else except what you need to think about. You need to eat before you begin to see things that aren't there. You've been at it all morning and afternoon with that makeshift spear, and if you don't get the hog, you'll end up like me. Jake nods with a slight respectful bow as he examines the freshly trampled grass. Jake charges after the boar as it zigzags through the long grass and suddenly disappears near the creek. Panting, he slows to a jog, searching left and right. He's hiding. Hiding like the letter his father hid in the attic. Don't lose your focus, Jake. Not now. Not again. I don't understand why he would hide such a beautiful letter in a shoebox. Ah, yes, the letter. It's the letter that set you off on your journey. It's the letter that inspired you to learn your father's language properly. You wanted to translate it for yourself, and you did. But now, Jake, you need to stop thinking about the letter, about your father, about the past. You need to focus on the hunt, or none of it will matter anymore. Find food or become food. Jake winces. His grandfather would never say such a thing. That's something his father would say. The voices in his head are mixing like a horrible stew of fermenting leftovers. He doesn't remember when he started hearing the voices, but at some point out on his own in the mountains, he realized he was talking to himself, and that talking to himself helped him cope with the loneliness. Everyone hears voices inside their head, Jake, although most are too distracted to listen or even acknowledge them. Or if they do acknowledge them, they keep them private for fear of ridicule. Most of Jake's voices are family members and old friends that make friendly talk here and there. but as of late the voices poke and question everything he does. And now for the last 2 days he was hearing a new voice, a mocking voice that highlighted and criticized every mistake he made, like his dreaded high school English teacher that made him read garbage he didn't connect with, or gave him nicknames like Muddle Brain for mixing up words, reading backwards, and seeing things in the stories she claimed weren't there. They were. She just lacked imagination and perspective. It was her voice, teeth grinding on wool, that squelched through his mind to undermine his dignity and confidence as a thinking human being. Jake was convinced his teacher had existed solely to prevent those with other ideas and perspectives from ever pursuing a literary career. His father didn't care about his issue with his English teacher, or with teachers in general. It didn't matter. Stories didn't matter. Just tell the teacher what she wants to hear. Think of her as your boss, and think of grades as money. Parrot her ideas and opinions, and you'll be rewarded with lots of money, maybe even a bonus or a promotion. Easy enough advice to follow. And yet his father's advice did nothing to improve his sense of otherness in relation to the stories and curriculum he was subjected to on an almost daily basis. He still felt like an outsider for lacking interest in the literature and history he was expected to read and memorize as truths undeniable. Seemed like there was a big chunk of perspective missing from the overall narrative being poured into him like concrete that made him feel like he didn't belong. But what does it matter now? It doesn't. Leave the past in the past and focus on what needs to get done. I'm trying. Listen here, big brother. The sun's coming down. You're having conversations with yourself, and your cells are about to cannibalize one another. Find your focus. Jake sits on a stone and watches a hawk circle against the golden dusk. He sighs and feels his stomach twist. He needs something, anything, and he regrets not taking the free granola bars from the clerk at the hunting store. He still doesn't understand what he was trying to prove and to whom he was trying to prove it to. I guess I want to see if I could be like him. You've brought trail mix and other snacks before. What's so special this time? Jake draws a deep, anxious breath. I don't know. The hawk sails through the darkening sky, then swoops and quickly disappears near the stream. Jake stares after it for a long moment, then decides. He grabs his spear, staggers to his feet, and stealthily makes his way toward the shimmering water. By a fallen tree, he sees the hawk picking at feathers and bones. He inches closer, lifts his spear, and launches it. The spear hits the ground and the hawk rockets to the sky, leaving scraps behind. Scraps. Scraps will do, for now. Jake kneels by a sticky clump of flesh and feathers. He smells the pungent odor of heart-pounding red. He touches the sticky innards and the plucked skin and the bones. Bones as white as the hog's grin. Jake sighs his frustration and shakes his head. He doesn't know if hogs display any kind of emotion, but if they can, this hog is definitely smiling. No, not smiling. Laughing. What kind of bird is this anyway? Doesn't matter. Jake pulls out matches and cooks the guts, preparing a kind of bird pudding. You brought matches but no granola bars? I don't know what I was thinking. You're not him, Jake. I know. He died out there. He disappeared. Same thing. Not to me. Jake tries to spit the rancid taste of regurgitated bird out of his mouth as he tracks the boar. His stomach rejected most of what he tried to stuff into it, but he's grateful he got some nourishment for his starving cells. He can't even begin to imagine what it would be like to guide and care for others in the middle of nowhere. How'd he do it? How'd he feed them? How'd he lead them out of the woods with soldiers tracking them? Jake stops suddenly to examine a few broken twigs. He brings his focus back to the hunt, trying to determine which direction the hog took. Then he hears it. snorting. Almost inaudible, but he hears it. He turns toward a patch of shuffling high grass and narrows his gaze. The snorting grows louder and louder. He's laughing at me. Son of a bitch is laughing at me. You aren't worthy, kid. The hell I'm not. Jake launches his spear into the moving grass. A high-pitched squeal follows, and the hog jolts away. Jake surges after him, tracking a trail of red to the mouth of a small cave. He laughs to himself and knows he will feast tonight. He's done. So sure? I searched that cave before. There's no other way out. It's just a matter of time and patience. And focus, Jake. Focus. Jake figures an hour or so has passed, and he's noticed no movement or attempt to escape. This is a worthy adversary. He thinks he can outweight me. It's a good plan. He might actually escape. I'm betting on the hog. You'll lose, bro. Jake considers his options, then grabs a small shovel out of his rucksack and begins to dig a pit. He feels cobalt eyes watching him and he grins to himself. It will take a bit of time, but this deadfall will put the odds in my favor. The people his grandfather helped said he dug a tunnel under a small clearing to avoid detection. He dug a tunnel. Digging a small pit is nothing in comparison. What I don't understand is, you brought a shovel and matches but no granola bars. What the hell were you thinking? I guess I wasn't. You're a walking contradiction, Jake. I guess. The stupid shit we do when we're lost and alone. I'm not lost or alone. I'm exactly where I want to be. Yeah. The whole turn your back on civilized living because humanity and not you have lost your way. Make yourself believe whatever you want. But in the end, he's your father. He didn't even try to reach out to me. You didn't try to reach out to him. He kicked me out. You poked and twisted an old wound. You hit a nerve, and he reacted. His father was a hero. Maybe he didn't want a hero, Jake. Maybe he just wanted a father. A living, breathing father to do shit with. Kinda like what you got. Jake stands next to his father and brother by the sizzling barbecue in the turquoise in-ground pool. He takes in the scent of thick, fatty white bacon melting into mounds of burning black charcoal. He reaches around his father and pulls off a strip and devours it. His father smiles and says it's like he's never seen food before. Jake's eyes widen as thick droplets of grease drip off his chin. He suddenly pushes past his father and brother, attacking the grill, stuffing his face with greasy, life-giving fat and protein. His father tries to hold him back, but Jake won't be denied when suddenly the meat morphs into a living, wild hog. The hog turns to Jake and winks. Jake stumbles back and falls into the pool. The pool swirls and turns into a deadfall as several spikes rip through his chest. Jake yells in agony, waking up with a start, finding himself in a small pit beside thick, sharpened branches pointed outward. Jake wipes the sweat off his brow and slowly clambers to his feet. He climbs out of the deadfall and stares into the darkness of the cave for a long moment. Then he hears his mother's soothing voice. "Jake, please, finish the letter and send it to him." "Why? What's the use? It's just gonna end up in a shoebox in the attic like his father's letter." "You're wrong. It will be like the picture in his wallet. That's just a stupid picture." "Not to him." I'm tired of waiting. Jake grabs a few branches, sets them ablaze, and tosses them into the dark, gaping mouth of the cave. He watches the darkness fill with lashing flames and swirling smoke, and he waits for the inevitable. As he stares at the thickening smoke, he's reminded of a story, and his thoughts drift away to his grandfather. He reunited so many broken families. He helped so many people survive exposure, exhaustion, and starvation. He saved them all, and yet he couldn't save himself. They said there was a kind of smoke, too, a thick black smoke that suddenly surrounded them. 1 minute he was there, the next, he was gone. The survivors Jake had spoken to in Seoul said he was probably captured and executed, but that they didn't know for sure. A piercing squeal followed by a meaty thunk suddenly brings Jake back to the moment. He didn't even see the hog make a dash for it. He leans over the pit and stares at the skewered hog, shaking and convulsing as life pours out of its wounds. Jake sighs and feels mingled relief and regret. Sorry, brother. It was either you or me. Jake swallows a piece of charred meat and stares beyond the flickering fire at the gutted hog. All he needs to do now is salt the meat. Took the whole day to get him, but it was worth it. There's enough meat on him to last him months. The bloody and carved hog suddenly turns to Jake. But you didn't really get me, did you? Jake blinks, and blinks again. Truth is, I let you catch me because I figured you chased me long enough. Jake shakes his head in disbelief, and he knows his mind is still playing tricks on him despite having eaten. The hog sighs sadly. You and I, Jake, we're caught in the same vicious cycle. So don't feel so bad, all right? Today it's me, tomorrow it's you. Jake pinches himself, but the hog continues. Chase something long enough and it will surrender itself to you. It will stop running and let you catch it so long as you stay the course. Just like that story you chased in the old country. Jake narrows his gaze on the grinning hog. Now you're here on Blood Mountain, trying to be your grandfather while trying to forget your father, without realizing you're both and neither of them at the same time. Jake tries to shake the hallucination out of his head. Don't worry, Jake. I'm not really talking. You're tired and dehydrated and completely lost in the woods. I'm just trying to give you some perspective, or rather, you're trying to give yourself some perspective. Jake sighs deeply. I have no idea who I am or what I want to do, and I'm talking to a dead hog in the middle of nowhere. The hog nods. Yes, you are. It's interesting because your grandfather was poor and didn't have many options, and you're not so poor and have too many options. I'm not sure which is worse, the tyranny of too little or the tyranny of too much. Either way, a distracted life is a wasted life. It's good that you came out here to figure things out. And you know what else is good? If you let go. If you just let go. I have let go, and I'm still as lost as I ever was. The hog snorts. You haven't let go, Jake. You're still playing the old scripts over and over again like a broken record. But let's see. You like chasing stories, especially the hidden ones. You talk to yourself constantly, and you like being alone. Maybe you're a writer, Jake. Or maybe you're a historian. Jake laughs out loud. Are you kidding me? I hate history, and I failed every English class in high school because I thought the rules were stupid and the teachers were boring. You and every other writer that actually made a dent. English class doesn't make a writer, Jake. Fighting class and dancing class do. I don't even know what that means. It means you need guts and style, not grades and diplomas. It means you need courage and not the validation of some coward that doesn't know what it's like to lead someone on a dance floor or step into a ring. It means your country needs a lot more stories like yours, because let's face it, Jake, if your story isn't in the main narrative, if you're just a footnote in a history book, you may as well not exist. You're not your grandfather, Jake. You're not your father either. And every generation has its challenge. Oppression, war, separation. Maybe the challenge of your generation is representation. You gotta get your stories out there, whether you're a writer, historian, filmmaker, or producer. Seems to me a lot of kids like you in the new country need to hear your story, or stories like yours, to know they aren't alone, to know they belong, and that they aren't outsiders in their own home. A chorus of howls brings Jake back to the moment. Wolves! And they're coming for what's mine! They howl again, and above the racket he hears his father's voice. In every transaction, Jake, there are wolves. Not in this one, especially this one. Jake ignores the voice in his head and tries to focus as he considers his next move carefully. Jake sits high in a tree with the hog dangling from a cord. He grips the cord tightly and hopes the branch he uses as support doesn't give way. Another howl rents the night, and the chirping insects go silent. The wolves are coming, and they want what's rightfully his. He's glad he ate, and he feels new life coursing through his veins. He feels his focus sharpening, and yet he still hears his mother. You should have finished the letter when you had a chance. I'll finish it another time. If you get another time, Jake, I will. And what if you die here? What if you go missing? Your father will sell everything just to find you. Yeah, right. All he cares about is his packaging empire. You really don't know your father if that's what you think, or why he carries that picture with him everywhere he goes. Jake scoffs. The picture means nothing. Even the fortune teller didn't know what it meant. But it means something to him, Jake. It means the world to him. You point your finger at your father and accuse him of not understanding you. But did you ever try to understand him? Several wolves approach the tree and peer up at Jake with eyes that reflect the shining full moon. Jake tries to silence the voice and rein his focus on the threat at hand. But the voice of family, refuses to be silenced. Let me tell you something about your father, Jake. If he could give all his money away for just one chance to meet his father, he would. And if you disappear because you were too pig-headed to let go, he'd drop everything just to find you. We all would. Let go, Jake, and the wolves will disappear. Wolves growl and lunge and rip pieces of flesh off the dangling carcass. Jake holds the cord tightly with one hand as he uses the other hand to attack the wolves with a branch. He's exhausted and doesn't know what to do. He feels like a tick, beaten and battered by the rain, broken, beaten, defeated. Not by the hunt or the wolves, but the thoughts and emotions swarming in his head like a hive of anxious bees. The wolves circle the tree with cackles and growls that seem like laughter in the night. How the hell did I end up here? Up a tree fighting wolves in the middle of nowhere? And how the hell am I gonna get down? He hears his brother's voice break through the din below. The stupid shit we do when we're lost and alone, right, bro? Jake swallows a growing lump in his throat and admits the truth for the first time in years. You've always seen right through me, little bro. God, I miss you, but you're right. I am lost and I am alone, and I have no idea who I am or what I want to do with my life. And that fortune teller was right. I didn't know what to choose, so I chose nothing. His mother's voice returns. No, Jake, he was wrong. You did choose something. Jake draws a deep shuddering breath and closes his eyes, remembering his first birthday as his mother had described it so many times. He's dressed in his first red and blue hanbok, sitting on a white blanket with all kinds of objects spread before him. Pens, rice, paint, ink, brushes, money. His aunts, uncles, and cousins encourage him to choose something with exaggerated baby talk. The fortune teller asks everyone to be quiet and says the object Jake picks first will be the driving motivation of his life. The birthday boy drags himself toward the objects, drags himself past the pen, past the rice and the cake, past the ink and the brushes. Nothing seems to interest him. But then, he spots something. His eyes go wide with excitement, and he charges toward the money. Yells, screams, more baby talk to encourage him to take the money. But Jake doesn't take the money. He doesn't even look at it. He surprises everyone by charging past the money with perfect focus, and he only stops when he reaches a man kneeling in prayer. 1-year-old Jake looks up at his father, smiles, and grabs his finger. His father smiles back at him, and his mother takes a picture. The picture. Jake opens his eyes, and now he hears his mother's voice above the snapping and snarling wolves. The fortune teller didn't really know what to tell us. He said we didn't arrange the objects properly. He said you chose nothing. But I think we both know he was wrong. I don't understand. It's been years, Jake. Finish the letter, teach him about his father, and come back home. I wouldn't know what to write, what to say. You'll figure it out. Just remember that he respects what you did, because in the end he knows you chose family. You always did, and you always will. That's why I know you'll do what needs to be done. Come back. Help him complete his story. The imaginary words strike Jake's heart like lightning. His eyes widen with sudden understanding, and for the first time in his life, he wonders. He wonders what it would have been like to grow up without a father. To miss all the things his father gave him. To miss all the things he took for granted. Hiking, fishing, hunting, camping, fun and fierce games of baduk and moonlit tents. It wasn't all superficial bullshit. There was good, too. A lot of good. He was so contradictory. Aren't we all? I suppose we are. Jake loosens wolves below, and for the first time in his life, he knows exactly what he needs to do. Time to finish this. Kill the bastard, right now. Jeffrey Hawk makes his move, rounds the corner of his trailer. He squints, sees footprints in the soft ground. Bingo. Crouches low, belly skimming over the dirt. A crowd roars from the circus tent 300 yards away. He uses the sounds to conceal his movement. Then he sees it. The shadow of his chosen victim. Focus. Bring on the carnival of carnage. He shifts his weight to his back foot and springs.
I'll shred you up good, you son of a bitch!
He grabs the raccoon, ripping the creature from his trash can. They tumble. Garbage spills to the ground. Sharp pain and dull discomfort as he rolls through broken glass, cigarette butts and half-eaten corn dogs.
This is the last time you invade my trash!
The raccoon twists, snaps at air until finding a fat chunk of flesh.
Ah, damn it!
Jeffrey loses his grip, recovers just in time to grab a bushy tail. He's on the defensive, swings the animal around, whirling it like a lasso. He loses his grip. The raccoon soars through the air, reaching incredible heights. The squealing, thrashing silhouette of the woodland creature flies over the backdrop of a full moon. Majestic. It arcs downwards and lands safely in a tree.
Blast it all to hell!
With a furious hiss, the raccoon scurries into the foliage and disappears.
Scram, you hairball! Touch my garbage again and I'll make a balloon animal out of your intestines!
He wipes a smear of blood onto his pants. A blaring of trumpets rings through the night, coming from the circus tent in the distance. The acrobats are taking the stage. He had nearly forgotten his plan. There's hope for this night yet. Jeffrey hurries into the circus tent, anticipation buzzing through his veins. He stands at the back of the bleachers, avoiding the gawking, idiotic crowd. All eyes are glued to the trapeze artist swinging above. They have no idea. The best comedy is unexpected, and only Jeffrey knows the punchline. He greased the second trapeze an hour ago. Spotlights, a drum roll, the acrobat flips through the air, grabs the next trapeze, and whoops, slips right off. Down, down, splat. The sudden and exhilarating crunch of breaking bones, but nothing compares to the splat. The splat makes it all worth it, like a ripe tomato thrown against a wall, and then silence. 100 people in shock. Trauma forming in their brains, future nightmares being scripted. The moment broken by a single woman's scream, followed by 100 more. Jeffrey can't hold it in any longer. He bellows laughter, nearly suffocates with glee. No one can hear over the turmoil. Half the crowd rushes to the exit, needing air, needing to be sick, needing a stiff drink.
What a show!
Jeffrey chuckles, wipes his tears, and then, oh my, his eyes glaze over. So many fingers pass by, hundreds of them. He's a kid in a candy shop, and the possibilities are measured by the handful. He's paralyzed with indecision. As the crowd streams by, he appraises their hands. Long fingers, stout fingers, pristine and ugly.
Don't be greedy now. You get one. Gotta keep things quiet. The fuzz will be snooping after the trapezist's accident.
He spots a candidate worth his attention. 3 inches on the left hand of a young woman. Smoother knuckles than the norm. What does it taste like? Candy apple, maybe. Or brass. Why brass? With considerable effort, the memory arises. A first-grade teacher with a similar finger who used to wear cheap rings. He was a brat, but she was too hard on him. A burst of endorphins tickles his spine. How would he immortalize this stand-in for his first-grade teacher? A sharpened pencil to her jugular? Stupid, obvious, pandering to irony, but also satisfying in its cartoonish simplicity. Wait, what about the plump man with plump fingers? Thick sausages ready to burst with the slightest pinprick. A reminder of the mailman who yelled at him for flinging dog crap at a car.
Bastard. I was just a kid having fun. Could fry up that finger and feed it to the local mutt.
The fantasy is liberating, a righting of wrongs. And then, he sees it. The one. He shudders, recoils like he's seen a ghost, but is suddenly drawn to it, unable to look away. It's the finger he's always searched for, always longed to make his own, attached to a hand, to an arm, to a man with a very stupid mustache. He has found it, the finger of chaos. Jeffrey is fixated on the mustached man's finger as he walks by. So close he can taste the alcohol-soaked sweat between the joints. He knew a finger just like it, in a different life, before the circus. He's 7 years old, in his bedroom, playing with a plastic army man. He throws it against the wall, bites its head till his tooth hurts. But then, the unexpected. Chaos awakens. His father shouts from the living room with a booming voice, Jeffrey retreats to his closet. He hears his father coming down the hall, each step louder. Hide! He buries himself under a pile of dirty clothes and shuts his eyes. The closet door swings open. The odor of cheap beer floods in as a large hand grabs him, pulls him.
Why? Why, you little shit? Branson says you kicked his damn dog. That true?
Jeffrey's too afraid to say the words forming in his head.
It's true. I walloped the smelly mutt good. Don't know why. Just something like a reaction. Don't get twisted about it. Ain't nothing different I could have done.
His father shoves his finger straight into Jeffrey's face.
Speak up, you damned idiot! You think I want to be stuck with you?
The finger. Thick, oddly straight. A knuckle with ridges upon ridges of loose skin. A chipped nail that lends it personality.
Your mom would have hated you. You listening?
Jeffrey can't look his father in the eyes. He retreats to his imagination.
Hack off his finger, Jeffrey. Make Dad cry. Make the blood spurt. Point the finger right back in his face and laugh. Laugh, Jeffrey.
His father looks ready to burst as his face reddens.
This funny to you? You some kind of clown? Keep laughing and see what happens.
And though Jeffrey fears his punishment, he can't get the bloody thoughts out of his head. So he laughs and laughs. Jeffrey examines Mustache's finger as the crowd jostles around the circus tent. On his hand, a finger, thick, oddly straight, knuckles with ridges of loose skin, and yes, even a chipped nail. It may not be the original, but damn, it'll do nicely. Jeffrey barrels through the crowd, keeping an eye on the mustached man and his index finger. He pushes a lady aside, strong-arms a man.
Move along, you jerks.
Everyone's too disturbed by the acrobat's death to be upset by a clown's social faux pas. It'll be days before it crosses anyone's mind. Did that clown really elbow an old woman in the face? Jeffrey spots Mustache walking through the fairgrounds. Tents, Ferris wheels, and food booths have gone dark, closed for the night. The scent of deep fryers and popcorn is still thick in the air. Mustache breaks from the crowd. Perfect. Time to get to work. Jeffrey disappears into cover. Despite his size, despite his bright, gaudy clothing, he naturally slinks through the shadows. His anger over the raccoon infiltrating his garbage has fizzled away. There is only one creature of the night that lives here. His name is Jeffrey Hawk. The hunt begins. This is Jeffrey's moment. The anger and revulsion fades, if only for a few minutes, allowing him to exist in comfort. He doesn't stumble or slow as he stalks through the deep darkness. Takes sure, steady steps. He wants to remember this moment. It's simple. One man with a wonderful finger. One clown that's going to kill him. If only that was the whole of history, the entirety of existence. Wipe out the jealousy, betrayal, and greed, the tax collectors and nosy neighbors, the dogs that bark all night, the women who lead men on, the endless stream of cars and the suitcases full of lies. Erase the whole overwhelming thing, the pain that ties it together. He doesn't want to be part of it. He was never good at it anyway. Leave one simple moment, a clown, a man, and a murder. He's jolted from his tranquility as a branch snaps underneath his foot. 30 paces ahead, Mustache straightens up like a meerkat, swings his head around. He knows something's out there, something unseen. Hello? Please, someone there? I don't know what's happening. Jeffrey chuckles.
Neither do I.
Jeffrey keeps to the shadows, makes his way closer to Mustache. He moves swiftly, silently. Almost silently, he hacks into his sleeve and spits a mass of phlegm into the dirt, wheezes.
Could use a smoke and a shot of something. Bah, keep moving.
Skulks past the cotton candy stand and around the fortune teller's tent. No use drawing it out any further. It's time. Bring on the clown. Jeffrey paces slowly from the shadows, large, imposing, smeared in grease paint, wearing a ridiculous coat of stripes, polka dots, and patches, and the blade, beauty in simplicity. That's all it takes. Mustache squeals like a pig and scurries, all according to plan. Corral him past the pony stables, around the freak show, and cut him off. Give him nowhere to run but the haunted hostel, and really have some fun with the chump. Mustache sprints towards the rundown shack, covered in spatters of red paint and cheap imitation spiderwebs. But then, he turns, beelines away from the haunted hostel and towards, no, not that, the fun house of friendship. All the makeup in the world can't cover the disgust. A deep, resigned sigh. Jeffrey stands in front of a bright pink and blue building painted in smiling, cartoonish faces of giraffes, elephants, and bears. A sign on the front says, 50 cents admission. You're in for a ton of safe, friendly fun.
Oh, damn it all.
Darkness. Jeffrey hears Mustache bumping around up ahead, but can't see a thing. He fumbles with wires, jams them at a wall, searching for an outlet.
Bingo.
Colorful lights flood over him. Playful music fills the area. An animatronic dog stares at Jeffrey with dead plastic eyes.
Let's be friends.
Jeffrey delivers a solid kick to the dog's chest.
Let's be
Moving on. As soon as Jeffrey reaches the hall, he's overtaken by a teddy bear parade. Cartoonish animatronics emerge from the walls, singing, smashing cymbals, playing flutes, or at least pretending to. Crackling music plays from speakers above, singing a stupid song about hugs, bringing the world together. Jeffrey elbows his way past Billy Bear and dingles, buries a blade into Laffy's neck, gets tangled up by Terry Tickle's outstretched arms, smashes off Popo's lower jaw. Before he knows it, he's waist-deep in the ball pit canal, navigating the balloon forest, and that's where he finds Mustache, hiding at the feet of an animatronic tiger wearing a British Guards uniform.
Oh, bah! The longer you cower behind Sir Cuddlepuss, the more I'm gonna make this hurt.
Mustache makes a run for it. Jeffrey pulls a bottle of Afterpeace tonic from his inner pocket, gives it a swirl, and hucks. Glass shatters. A thick cloud of fumes envelop Mustache. The man stumbles and coughs, looks around in confusion, crisscrosses his feet as if each one wants to go a separate way. Jeffrey socks the idiot in the side of the head, knocking him unconscious. Time to go home. The man with the mustache is huddled in the corner of Jeffrey's trailer, babbling, crying, pleading his case. Jeffrey isn't listening. All he sees is the finger and the puddle at Mustache's feet. Jeffrey knows what it means. The man's realized he has one chance at survival, and his fight or flight just kicked in. But Jeffrey doesn't care. He knows he's already won. The finger of chaos is as good as his. The memories of his father are already shifting. A large, horrible man towering above, bellowing. No, that isn't it. Think, Jeffrey. A weak, slouching alcoholic, stammering and slurring, too pathetic to control him. The outbursts? Nothing but the fury of a coward. The parody of a powerful man. A joke. Mustache jumps up, reaches for the bottles of chemicals on the counter. Predictable. Jeffrey bellows laughter as he grabs the man's neck and slams him to the floor. Puts his full weight onto Mustache, grips his throat and squeezes.
You want to play with chemicals, do ya? I don't even know what'd happen if those mixed. Hallucinations, euphoria, uncontrolled flatulence, death.
Jeffrey thinks this over as he repeatedly smacks Mustache's head into the floor. They all sound like hilarious endings, and why not add some uncertainty to the mix? He doesn't need to fear chaos anymore. He can handle it, and hell, he deserves a little fun.
You want to play one last game? Okay, Mustache. Let's play.
Arcus 13. The series featuring Hattie and Jordan on Terra 717, or Haley and Jaden on Terra 1315, or even Hannah and Justin on Terra 238, are all titled Harbinger FM instead of the Harbinger of Hell, and they seem to have more insight on what the entity might be and how it corrupts and influences other worlds. Other Terra worlds have quite unique and sometimes contradictory versions of the Harbinger series, which make them difficult to track and interpret. But despite the discrepancies, each version seems to feature siblings trying to expose a nefarious cult devoted to the entity. I am currently searching the Rift for the real memories that inspired all these adventures to see how close they are to the actual inspiration. I'm even wondering if Hattie and Jordan are here, trapped in the entity, and if they are, I'm hoping their memories will somehow help me find a way out of here. So far I have found nothing close to a real memory, but I did find another story from Terra 717 in which Hattie discusses a phenomenon she calls the overlap, and which other stories call the borrow, the coil, the bleed, etc. I'm currently keeping extensive notes on the Harbinger stories and their descriptions of the overlap, to see if any of them can give me insight into what this phenomenon actually is. What I've discovered so far is that almost all of these stories describe places where a dark dimension intersects with the world, and that these intersections seem to attract tragedy and misfortune. Some of these stories go so far as to claim broken or traumatized people can derive strange abilities from the vibrations emanating from these dark and cursed places. These people can ultimately use the bleed, my preferred name for the phenomenon, to access knowledge beyond the veil, as it were. The Harbinger series from Terra 719 is also worth noting because the details included by the author seem closest to what we studied back home concerning ancients and living dimensions. Not to mention what I've been able to discover by examining the memories of souls marooned here. Piece by piece, or rather story by story, I'm getting closer to salvation, or insanity, whichever comes first. Chamber of Blood, Harbinger FM, Worlds Away, 1. Hattie entered the small deli in Manhattan, New York, approached a small booth, and plopped an envelope in front of her stepbrother Jordan. He stopped chewing his early morning scrambled eggs and asked, "What's this supposed to be?" "I know who our mysterious benefactor is." Hattie opened the envelope and pulled out a picture of a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair in a dark suit. Jordan shrugged. "Who am I looking at?" "Surin Rivera. He was a sound engineer for a highly classified military project in the Office of Strategic Operations. He experienced a nervous breakdown and was institutionalized for years until he was released under the care of billionaire philanthropist Kobe Dax. Others in the same program experienced similar breakdowns. One lives close by. The question is, why is Surin helping us?" Jordan raised his finger and pointed to a man standing behind Hattie. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Hattie turned to face the man in the picture standing beside her. Surin took a seat beside Jordan and said, "You need to leave my case alone. I assure you both you're not ready for what you're prying into." "And what is that?" Hattie questioned. Jordan took a small, nervous bite of his eggs and chewed slowly. "Let's not provoke the man, sis. If we're not ready, we're not ready. I'm good with that." "How do you know our uncle?" Hattie asked when he didn't answer her question. "Why are you helping us? What are these places you're sending us to?" Surin peered at Hattie for a long moment. Then he said, "Let's just say I have a fond interest in your work and your special abilities." Jordan swallowed and shrugged. "Okay, sure, that's good enough for me." "Not me." Hattie's face hardened as she waited for an answer. "I want to know why you're helping us." Surin scanned the deli nervously, then turned back to Hattie and Jordan. "Take my advice and don't go down this rabbit hole. Not yet. You're not ready, and you're exposing yourself to dangerous people." "What kind of people?" Hattie narrowed her gaze on him. "Police? Military? What are we talking about here?" Surin shook his head gravely. "We're talking about people who don't answer to the police or military. People who create governments and corporations to use to their end, and then throw them away like garbage when they're done." "What do they want?" Hattie asked, unsatisfied with his answer. Surin stood. "Leave my case alone. Focus on the show and the leads I send your way. All will be revealed in due time." Hattie held up the envelope with his picture. "I'm getting ahead of myself. Is that it?" "Leave my case alone," Surin repeated, and walked away. Hattie and Jordan watched Surin exit the deli in silence. Then Jordan turned to see Hattie's determined expression, and he knew they weren't leaving anything alone. Chamber of Blood, Harbinger FM, Worlds Away, 2. "Come on, bro. Let's get ahead of ourselves." Hattie led Jordan to the entrance of a dilapidated house in the suburbs. Colonel Jim Dunn worked with Surin Rivera in the OSO. Before Hattie could say another word, the door creaked open, revealing a plump, middle-aged woman with short blonde hair. "Can I help you?" Hattie smiled. "Yes, I was actually hoping to speak to Colonel Lieutenant Dunn for our podcast." The woman took a step back. "Is this some kind of a prank?" Hattie shook her head. "No, ma'am. Jim disappeared 7 years ago. No one has any answers for me, and all I'm left with are rumors." Jordan inched closer to the woman. "Maybe our podcast could help. Maybe someone out there can help you if you share his story." "Share his story?" The woman hesitated for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "Yeah, all right. I just want my Jim back." Hattie and Jordan entered the home and followed her to the kitchen where they sat around a small round table. "I can only tell you what Jim told me," the woman said, taking a deep breath and releasing it slowly to calm her nerves. "He worked for the Office of Strategic Operations, which was I guess you could say, the stuff of conspiracy theories. She paused, then continued. Did you know Jim said the word conspiracy theory used to never exist until the military created the term? Once you could actually question the government's narrative, but now you're not questioning anything because you don't want to be called a conspiracy theorist. The woman laughed, then added, Brilliant, really. And that's pretty much why no one questions the government anymore. Even if you've got a dozen whistleblowers with leaked documents all saying the same thing, you don't really doubt or question anything because you don't want to be stigmatized. The woman shook her head in disbelief and continued with a little laugh. Jim used to say the origin of conspiracy theory is a conspiracy theory. Anyway, he told me there were places in the world that weren't like other places. Places which defied the laws of physics, which defied human comprehension. Places connected to worlds away, to other dimensions. The government called it the overlap. Crazy stuff, right? Jordan nodded. Hattie didn't respond. She had heard the term before when they were investigating a mysterious cult that believed in a kind of ancient deity that would one day help humanity evolve to another plane of existence. It's a strange coincidence that this cult and the government would have the same name for the phenomenon. Like a wormhole? Jordan questioned. The woman shook her head. That's not how Jim described it. He didn't talk much about the overlap, but he said what they had seen made him think another world was, how did he put it? Consuming ours. Like these overlaps were growing bigger and bigger as we went down a kind of celestial digestive tract. And he said they were pulling stuff out. Things from other worlds. The woman fell silent and thoughtful for a long moment. I could see changes in him. He was getting angrier and mean, and he was never mean. He stopped sharing things with me, and I started hearing rumors. What kind of rumors? Hattie asked, leaning forward. The woman went silent and thoughtful. Then she said, rumors that the government was doing things to them, so they could stay in the overlap for longer periods of time. I even heard that they pulled someone out from another world. Imagine that. A person from another world or dimension. Tears filled her eyes. They say he left me, but I know my Jim. Something happened to him, and the authorities dismiss me as a conspiracy theorist for saying otherwise. But I'll tell you this. A sudden report, and the woman's mouth filled with thick, warm blood as she tried to speak. Shattered teeth and saliva gushed out instead of words. Then her eye went wide, and she slumped forward. Jordan cursed and instantly tackled Hattie to the ground as bullets began to rip through the house from every direction. Hattie stared up at her brother as bullets flew over their heads like angry wasps. I think we got ahead of ourselves. You think? Chamber of Blood, Harbinger FM, Worlds Away, 3. Bullets discharged from a flashing muzzle in the living room as Hattie followed her brother into the basement of the house. They stumbled down the stairs into the darkness and through a beam of sunlight pouring through a rectangular window. Before they could hide, the assassin was already descending the stairs with his rifle trained on them. Hattie and Jordan held hands and closed their eyes, waiting for a quick death. A loud report sounded, and when they opened their eyes, they were both still standing. The assassin stared at them with big white eyes of disbelief. Then he collapsed to reveal Surin holding a smoking revolver. Come on, he said. We need to leave before others come. The siblings didn't hesitate, following Surin up the stairs and out the door past several dead bodies. Hattie counted 7 dead assassins by the time she followed her brother into an unmarked black sedan. With a great sense of urgency, Surin started the engine, hit the accelerator, and the car peeled away. After a silence, Hattie asked, Is any of it true? The rumors? Worlds intersecting? The overlap? Surin didn't take his eyes off the road as he drove them back to the hotel where their uncle was waiting for them. I can't really answer that right now, and you need to focus on your next episode. You're here to investigate the old abandoned subway station, and I think you should stick to the agenda. Is it an overlap? Jordan asked. Is that why there were so many accidents? Is that why it was abandoned? Surin hesitated, then nodded gravely. What do you and a billionaire care about the old subway? Hattie asked. Surin sighed, took a moment to find his words, then answered. I'm looking for my colleagues. We explored these areas all over the world, and a few of us never returned, and those that did, they came back to us lost, confused, insane even. I want answers. I want to know what happened to the others. I know they're still alive. They're lost somewhere, between worlds. So you're using us to find them, Hattie said flatly. We're helping each other in mutually beneficial ways. Hattie shook her head. I need to know more. That's not enough for me. Surin sighed and pulled the sedan over to the shoulder of the road and killed the engine. After a long, thoughtful moment, he looked at the siblings in the rearview mirror and said, I was undergoing some, let's say, unorthodox training to enter the overlap. But it wasn't possible. It's like an impossible energy that pulls, I don't know, hell. Pulls hell right out of you. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. What you feel is just pure darkness. But the OSO figured when the mind is developing, it can be fractured, broken in ways so that it rewires itself to withstand the stress of the overlap. You turn children into tools, Jordan spat in disgust. Surin looked away from the rearview mirror and lowered his gaze without answering. And so I'm your new tool, Hattie said. There was a short silence as Hattie considered her last few investigations. She remembered finding journals in the old asylum that had notes about other realms. Memories of other people trapped in a deathless world, and journal entries revealing thoughts about how artists and writers were able to somehow tune into these other worlds with what they believed was their imagination, but what was actually their third eye. It was a strange theory that Hattie had dismissed as the ravings of a depraved lunatic with a wild imagination. But something the patient had written had stuck with her. The truth is in the story. Hattie whispered the words to herself and thought she would give those notebooks another read in case she had missed something. She had them stored in her studio apartment in Montreal and would force Stefan to make a detour before their next investigation. You don't understand, Surin continued. This isn't just about the friends I lost. There are things in the overlap we need to understand. There could be a new type of energy, a new way of seeing the world, the universe. Jordan interrupted with a laugh. Or there's nothing there, and it's just a living hell. Chamber of Blood. The spiders. I have seen them, the spiders, in my mind. They're coming. They're coming for us all. Big ones, small ones, even giant ones the size of dinosaurs. I see them in my visions charging through the streets, bringing truth and understanding to the ignorant. But now, they're safe. They're hiding in my head, and I can feel them crawling through my ear and skull, laying their eggs, nibbling at my nerves and waiting for the right time to burst out into the world, to help humanity achieve transcendence. I actually don't even know what that means, but they whisper it to me every night before I sleep. I remember the cave. I remember how it all happened, how I breathed them in. They were in the thick, dark mist, Little things that are now growing inside me, consuming me, showing me visions of truth and whispering sweet nothings to me. A million chattering voices telling me I am the one, the chosen one, the one who will change the entire world as we know it. And yet, the unbelievers try to medicate me. They try to poison the life growing inside me. They want to kill my children and prevent me from doing with my life what I was always meant to do. I have heard them go so far as to call me insane. Insane? How? How am I insane? Would an insane person protect the life growing inside them? Would an insane person set aside his wants and needs for the life growing inside him? Of course not. They are the ones who are insane. They are the ones who need to be medicated. I am the only sane one in this absurd institution. I've done everything for the spiders crawling under my skin, and the doctor sprawled at my feet will never harm them again. They are ready, and they are pushing out my skull and crawling down my nose and out my mouth, and I am becoming something more. How could they doubt? How could they not see? How could they not see what I am and what I have become? They will burst out of me and consume me, and I will be the apocalypse. Terra Arachna, 1. 105.7 FM, Falls City Radio Classics. I'm Matt Rivers with the latest report we have on the blackouts in the city. Unconfirmed reports describe spider-like creatures attacking the Falls City Power Company. Online rumors suggest a biological terrorist attack, unlike anything we've seen, but no organization has stepped forward to claim responsibility and nothing has been confirmed officially. What we do know is generators at the power company exploded into violent flames, taking down power lines, leaving the western sector of the city in the dark. City police report these unknown creatures attacked several automobiles near the company and are considered extremely dangerous. At least 3 motorists are dead and 4 others are in critical condition. Motorists are urged to avoid roads near the power station and the 93 South. That's the latest we have on the attacks. We'll keep you informed as the situation develops. We now return you to Moneybake with the latest advice from our financial analyst, brought to you by the Now or Never Wealth Management firm, because you can never be sure what the future will bring. Terra Arachna, 2. 105.7 FM, Falls City Radio Classics. The spokesperson for the Falls City General Hospital reports an unusual and alarming increase of poison cases due to an unknown spider the size of a fist with bright orange spiral-like markings on its back. The authorities are calling it the hellback spider and advise you to stay at least 2 meters away from the spider should you come in contact with one. Federal officials say they are trying to cope with this situation and are still trying to determine if this is in fact a terrorist attack or another phenomenon known as spontaneous evolution, in which new species suddenly appear without any plausible scientific explanation. Other theories suggest a government experiment gone wrong, as in the case of the weaponized ticks carrying the human-made Lyme disease variant that escaped from a classified biological warfare laboratory on Apricot Island. The situation seems to be reaching emergency proportions as more and more districts lose power. The city's coroner's office says dozens of corpses now reveal the poison from the hellback spider to be slow and lethal as boils and pus slowly cover the body. There also seem to be indications that some victims go on murderous rampages, induced by fever, overactive adrenal glands, and what can be only described as a complete loss of sanity. Infected individuals are to be handled with extreme caution until the boils cover the entire body and movement becomes practically impossible. A representative of the Falls City Power Company says they are actively trying to fix the generators to restore electricity, but a strange black fog is slowing down repair crews. Anonymous workers at the company are saying on social media that they are hearing strange sounds coming from the fog and believe it may somehow be linked to the spiders. One report claims a worker's body burst open with spiders after she inhaled the fog. Another report says that before the initial attacks, carcasses of deer were found with thousands, if not millions, of spiders crawling out of them. I should repeat that there is a fog, and it seems to be carrying microscopic eggs that require a biological host. We advise people to stay calm and take extreme caution. If they come in contact with the fog or a hellback spider, we'll get back to you with future developments. In the meantime, back to Moneybake, brought to you by the Now or Never management firm, because today's tragedy is tomorrow's golden opportunity. Terra Arachna, 3. 105.7 FM, Falls City Radio Classics. We are back in the Falls City newsroom. For those of you just tuning in, there is a strange disturbance in the area. Spiders of unknown origin of all shapes and sizes seem to be advancing toward residential areas. But authorities are asking everyone to remain calm, and that the military is on its way to contain the anomaly. There are reports of similar phenomena in other countries and cities around the world, but they have yet to be confirmed. And now we are trying to get whatever information we possibly can to keep you up to speed. And wait, this is just in. We have news that a group of teens have barricaded themselves in an abandoned cannery by the docks and are live streaming attacks from what are clearly spiders the size of dogs. 2 of the teens are the sons of our producer, Sabrina Malkus. Sabrina's desperately trying to get in touch with her sons, Elias and Elon, but can't. She seems to recognize their friends, Casey, Ariella, Olivia, and she believes Nina. It seems as though Casey may have inhaled the fog we heard about earlier and is complaining about headaches and nausea and things crawling under her skin. We're currently trying to connect to their audio feed to get a better sense of what's happening out there. Please stand by. Terra Arachna, 4. 105.7 FM, Falls City Radio Classics. As of 8 p.m. August 7th, martial law has been declared. The military will be in charge of security and civil affairs. The military has confirmed a biological attack of an unspecified origin. Spiders that defy classification have attacked our towns, our city, our country. Stay home. Barricade your doors and await further instructions. These spiders are real and they are deadly. The government will keep you safe, and we are doing our best to stop the... Ladies and gentlemen, we seem to have lost our connection to the White House. But wait, my producer is telling me we have more from the teens barricaded in the old cannery. Elon and Elias confirm Olivia was bitten by a hellback and has been locked in a room before she becomes a danger to everyone else. The live feed shows that Casey is swelling all over her body, especially in her neck, where tiny things seem to be moving under the skin. Nina is missing, and what we understand, what we are reading in the comments is, she was pulled outside by a spider and dragged away. Wait, Sabrina tells me that her sons are preparing to go out there to find her. We may be able to connect. Hold on. Elon, do you hear me? What's it like out there? Elon. Terra Arachna, 5. 105.7 FM, Falls City Radio Classics. I followed my brother Elias onto the docks where the spiders had taken our friend. We had cans of paint and a lighter as a weapon, but I don't know what the hell these things are. They don't seem possible, like they were sent by Mother Nature herself to stop us from, I don't know, doing all the damage to the world we're doing. Anyway, We didn't find her, and when we returned back to the cannery, thousands of spiders had burst out of Casey's body and were eating what was left. And we set them on fire and put them out. We're still here, but we can't stay for long. These things, they're from hell, or I don't know, someplace darker, if there is such a place. We seem to have lost Elan and his brother. We can only hope and pray for their safety. And now we are getting reports of chaos and panic in the city. A mother and her daughter were trampled to death at the grocery store when hundreds rushed the entrance for bottled water and other supplies. We'd like to remind our listening audience to stay at home and let the government handle the situation to avoid further tragedy. Wait, what was that? I'm hearing... Is that hissing? Do you hear it? Shit. Ji-woon lives within the sounds of Rio de Janeiro. Water splashes into a basin. A skateboard's wheels grind over asphalt. A rufous-bellied thrush chirps, and the voice. The angelic ethereal sound of a young Brazilian man singing floats from an open window. Ji-woon knows the man. Lucas. He's good. Nowhere near my level, but a diamond nonetheless. His voice is the brushstroke Ji-woon has been searching for. To think Lucas practically fell into his lap, the Brazilian man having sung at a recording studio Ji-woon visited. With Lucas's voice, Ji-woon can create art. Genuine, agonizing art. Silky, blood-curdling terror. Ji-woon has already prepared a warehouse at an abandoned harbor for tomorrow's act. Even the most mundane detail required his attention. In the past week, he's transitioned between concert rehearsals to disguising his celebrity visage, staking out his victim, assuming alternate identities, purchasing supplies, and stealing recording equipment, all while paying off his security detail to leave him be. The mundane details are what elevate the splendor of his artwork. Lucas will be dead in a day, and it will be beautiful. Ji-woon freezes as he reaches his hotel room. The door opened a crack. He faintly hears someone rummaging inside. So be it. He knew a crazed fan would take things too far someday. How could they resist him? But he's ready. He'll defend himself, test the invader for operatic sounds like an impromptu aria as he surprises them with a blade in their gut. He pats the knife concealed above his ankle. Ready. Pushes the door open, steps softly on plush carpet, hears the invader around the corner, sees Yeonjin, his manager. Fury meets fury. How dare you step foot in here? Where the hell have you been? She's paranoid about death threats they've been getting from a fan. When security couldn't locate Ji-woon, she came snooping. It's laughable. The threats were nothing but a ploy, a boogeyman he created to throw Yun off his trail if she ever got too close. But he should have expected this. Yun's on top of everything. It's what he respects in her, what makes them a great team. He brings the million-dollar voice, and she smashes through any problem in their way. Usually it works in his favor. In her hand she holds... no, damn it. His sampler. It contains his personal project, the screams of his murder victims layered into songs. It's an early draft, lacking subtlety. The violence and horror a bit too blatant for the faint of heart. She's disgusted. Couldn't hear beyond the terrorized voices to understand the beauty inherent in human suffering. The hairs on Ji-woon's neck stand on end. He sees the moment with clear eyes. They're dancing on a razor's edge, with Yun dangerously close to discovering who he truly is. Yun holds the sampler as if it's dripping blood. The only solace in Ji-woon's mind is that she doesn't understand what it really is. He knows her. If she thought the sounds were actual murders, she'd have tried to knee him in the crotch and run. But the anger still rattles through her as she moves up to his face. What is this twisted horror bullshit? What if this leaked? You're already attracting crazed, violent fans. How would it look if the media heard the demented sounds you're working on? Mighty One would drop you. Your career would be dead. Ji-woon knows what she really fears. Her career would be dead. For as tall as she stands, as strong as she swings, she's nothing but a scared girl, afraid of failure. He knows how to play her. Drops his head, breathes deeply, wipes the back of his hand over his eyes. Yun, ever since the death of No Spin, the fire, I'm riddled with horrid thoughts. I lost my friends and I fear I'm losing my mind. I see awful things behind closed eyes. All that guides me through the dark fog is turning my pain into sound, pouring the throes of death from my heart to a song. Yun's face softens. She sits, commiserates with him. Inside, he's reliving the divine screams of his bandmates as they burned, his swelling heart as they screamed his name, but on his face, he shows nothing but contortions of tragedy. She excuses his error in judgment, confiscates the sampler, requests he stay on hotel grounds until the concert is over. It's for his own good, his safety. She tells him to get a drink from the minibar and cool down. He quietly nods and complies, reminding himself to steal back the sampler in a few days. He lets her pretend she has what he's holding: control. Despite the stifling humidity, Ji-woon hides under a hoodie, large sunglasses concealing his face. Now's not the time to attract attention from rabid fans. He waits till Yun is in a meeting and strolls out of the hotel, a bag of necessities in hand. It's his show now. He pulls earbuds from his pocket, allows the music to envelop him. The song How I Became, recorded 6 months ago in Seoul. It stands as a metaphor for his childhood, written one drunken night while looking over old photographs. He is 7 years old. He sits at the back of the class. He's uncomfortable being seen and speaking. But today is different. In a few minutes, he's presenting on his favorite thing. A young boy shows the class his hamster, but Ji-woon doesn't care. He holds his flute, going over the notes to the song he wrote. He shuffles to the front of the class, places his sweaty fingers on the instrument. Following a deep, unsteady breath, he gently blows out a wisp of air, creating a light, whimsical sound. He closes his eyes, moves his fingers precisely, playfully dancing over each note. He ignores the squeaks of the hamster. The flute's sound carries like chimes in the wind. With one final soul-piercing note, He smiles and opens his eyes. His classmates are huddled around the rodent, laughing with its every move. His teacher, too. He walks to the group. Students pass the hamster around as it squeaks incessantly. It finds itself directed into Ji-woon's palm. He takes it in both hands. With one steady movement, he squeezes. A squeal, a slight crunch. No more sound. The children scream. Ji-woon feels nothing. Storm clouds overtake the sky as the first drops of rain spatter onto Ji-woon's sunglasses. He breathes deeply, prepares for what he's played over in his mind. The anticipation nearly brings him to his knees, the joy of the artistic process. He strides to the rear door of a cheap 1980s sedan, glances both ways, and appraises the few locals walking the street. Certain no one's watching, he jams a straightened coat hanger around the top of the window, pushing it through the other side. His thin fingers work quickly. Prior experience in breaking an entry pays off. He hooks the wire around the door lock and flicks it up. Without missing a beat, he slides inside, closes the door, and flattens himself along the back seat. He takes off his hoodie and sunglasses. From his bag, he pulls out rope, a blade, a dusty rag, and a bottle of chloroform. He waits, takes out his earbuds, listens to a song that's not his own, one he heard long ago. He is 8 years old. He sits on his father's shoulders, looking over a sea of human bodies. An elaborate stage is ahead, illuminated by colored spotlights. A man in gaudy, audacious clothing stands in front of a microphone. On each side is a guitarist. Behind him, a drummer. A crash of sound, beautiful rhythmic music, a voice that twists delicately through the melody. His father shouts something, but he can't hear. Shouts again. "This is what you'll do. This is where your talent will take you." He feels a tingle through his spine and sees something incredible. Everyone enraptured, focused intently on the sound of a single man. The emotion of thousands is guided by his voice. He is seen by all. He is loved, and he is wondrous. Ji-woon never played his flute again. He reveled in sounds that reached global audiences, attracted screaming fans, turned men and women into idols. His childhood fear vanished as he learned to divulge himself through the intricacy and pliability of pop, his inner thoughts riding atop sound waves, fusing together with other genres, rock, hip-hop, jazz, punk. It was the music that could deliver him the explosive fame he deserved, a promise that he would never be upstaged. He was no longer confined to his timid shell. He revealed himself through his mastery of music, poured his heart into sound. He became envied, lusted over, and respected for the hits that spilled from his lungs. He takes the earbuds in his hands and smiles. How miraculous that a boy became a god. Rain hammers down on the car's roof. Ji-woon checks the time. On any other day, Lucas would be in his car already. He knows this. He's done his homework. But Lucas is late, and Ji-woon wonders if the storm has altered plans. He feels control slipping away, replaced by something else. It pushes against his chest, forces him to gasp for air heavy and sticky in his lungs. Everything's ruined. He claws his nails into the car seat, forces his mouth shut to keep himself from screaming. All the planning for nothing. He doesn't have time before leaving Brazil to find another beautiful voice. Quickly, he needs music, fumbles for his earbuds, drops them to the floor, frantically scours. The only song playing is his teeth audibly grinding. As he prepares to spill into the street, he sees him. Lucas, drenched under the deluge, walks to the driver's side door. "Get your shit together. The show's about to begin." Ji-woon grabs Lucas's neck in a chokehold, shoves the chloroform-soaked cloth into his face. The two struggle in a frenzied dance. Lucas twists from side to side, reaching his arms back, grabbing for anything. Ji-woon resists the movement, holding the man in place with all his might. Rain smashes down, muting the battle under the pattering of 100 drops, concealing the outside behind a windshield of streaming water. Lucas grabs a handful of hair and pulls Ji-woon forward, breaking the chokehold. He bites deep into Ji-woon's wrist, drawing blood. Ji-woon screams through gritted teeth, pushing the cloth harder into Lucas's face until he's beating him with it. Lucas flails his other arm in a desperate bid, searching for a solution with no plan. His hand relaxes, releasing Ji-woon's hair. He slumps forward, head hitting the steering wheel, blasting the horn. Ji-woon scurries over the seat, pushes Lucas's limp body to the passenger side. He leans back, takes a moment to catch his breath, looks in the rearview mirror, inspects his face, hair, and through a sheet of rain sees a sight he never expected. Yun's car pulling up behind him. He grabs the keys from Lucas's pocket, jams them in the ignition, and slams the accelerator down. Lucas's limp body jostles back and forth in the passenger seat. Street-side shops and graffitied walls are a blur as Ji-woon veers around a corner. Wind and rain lash at the city as if dead set on blowing it apart. Ji-woon loses track of his plan. Usually, he would have Yun fix his problems, but now it's all wrong. He doesn't recognize the streets he's speeding down, only has a vague idea of the direction. Yun remains on his tail. She doesn't know when to quit. The tenacity and courage that proved useful when negotiating his record deal is infuriating now. He's losing control of his artistic process. Hands squeeze the wheel. He'd rip it from the steering column if he could. No, you're not going down like this. You have art to make, damn it. He flicks on the radio. Two men talking about something he doesn't know. Searches the channels. A commercial for a fast food restaurant. Recognizes the jingle. Keeps going. Lands on... There it is. Brazilian dance music. Rapid tempo, heavy bass line, percussive guitar notes, and a smooth voice. He pushes the pedal to the floor, dodges a few kids playing in the storm, bolts past an old pickup truck, praying no one comes the other way, swings the wheel hard to the left, nearly loses control in deep water, but recovers to find himself in a perfect turn. Guns it as the song hits the chorus. Trusts in the music, shifts with the tempo, slides with the riffs, feels the beauty in everything he does. Music courses through him. He is living art. He is the crescendo. Behind him, Yun's car comes to a crashing halt. It doesn't matter. The music goes on. Ji-woon pulls into the harbor he'd staked out days ago. He reluctantly turns off the radio and scans the area. No sign of Yun behind him, but he's on his guard. Somehow, she knew how to find him. He pulls out his phone, his Mighty One company phone. She's tracking me like an overzealous babysitter. Should have expected this from her. Always a micromanager. But she couldn't have known he was driving the car. Only that he was in it. Ji-woon drags out Lucas, barely conscious, and pushes a blade into his back. Before shutting the door, he takes his phone and texts a simple message to Yun. Help. He tosses the device on the car seat along with the rag of chloroform and rope. Needs more evidence. He cuts his palm and presses a bloody hand to the window. That'll do. With a thrust of his blade, he pushes Lucas forward. Thunder shakes the frame of the abandoned warehouse. Lucas sits in front of Ji-woon, bound to a chair, ready to be slaughtered, to sing, to create beauty. Ji-woon pulls out his blade, but hesitates. Something's wrong. He was too messy getting here. He wants to dive into his art, let the blood spill, but Yun threw him off his game. He can't shake the feeling. He knows she doesn't give up easily, or at all. Walks over to a window and looks out. Endless rain, lightning, and there, like a drowned rat skulking through sewage, Yun, so damn persistent. And further back, the flashing lights of a police car. Yun stumbled into a bloody game and has the power to end him in one move. He rummages through his pockets for his earbuds. Can't find them, can't focus, feels the plan slipping away, sees an end to his art, the music cut short, his vision incomplete. No, he can't let it end. He hears the music. It's always been there, sitting on his father's shoulders, washing over him. He inhales it. It circulates through his veins, becomes him. He'll never go back to being the boy he once was. He's an idol. He's a god. He's the trickster. And he has one last trick to play. Fatigued from the long flight, Yun-jin yawns as she turns on her laptop. She landed in Rio de Janeiro just 2 hours ago, but her work cannot wait. Looking through her mailbox, she spots a dozen unread emails from an unknown user addressing her by name. Few know her as Yun-jin. Most only know her as Magnum Opus. She clicks on an email. A graphic, detailed description of someone's plan to murder her and the trickster. Signed, the trickster's #1 fan. Death threat. An abnormally specific one with a picture of her in the hotel lobby. Before the death of No Spin, she ignored such threats, but now, her manicured hand shakes as she reaches for her phone. The threat is too serious to be taken lightly. She calls her security crew for an emergency meeting. Outings are restricted to recording sessions and concert rehearsals only. A bodyguard is assigned to the trickster and herself. Everyone complies with the new rules except for the trickster, who argues against staying on the hotel premises. No surprises there. Her relationship with the trickster has been on the rocks for months now. He challenges every decision she makes, his ego pushing her patience to its limit. Because of their frequent creative disagreements, their next album is behind schedule, forcing her to produce 3 new songs while overseeing his tour. Her security expert confirms that the phones are ready. At her request, a tracking GPS application was installed on all company phones. No one else knows about this. If the trickster keeps testing her patience, this app will come in handy. It's for his own good. And hers. Yun-jin pours herself a cup of coffee at the recording studio, stifling another yawn. Her temples are throbbing. The jet lag is hitting her hard. Plus, the constant threat of a crazed fan prevents her from getting any sleep at night. On her way back to the booth, she notices that the studio next to theirs is occupied. She peeks inside. A young man is laughing in the recording booth. He has an easygoing smile that could sell thousands of magazines. She recognizes the man at the mix table, Alano Muse, a semi-famous producer from San Diego. What is he doing in Rio? Some bits of fresh gossip could help re-energize her. She taps on the door's window. The door creaks open.
He remembers her, of course. Who could forget the magnum opus? She invites herself in as he plays the track he is working on, a slow, predictable build for the bass line, formulaic, too safe to be of any interest. Then, an ethereal voice fills the room. Yunjin almost spills her coffee. The artist's voice is crystalline. His range is powerful, yet nuanced. Who is that? Alano tells Lucas, the young artist, to drop down his pitch a notch. Bad call. The track should be building up to push Lucas's range instead of confining it to a boring, generic sound. She walks up to Lucas and hands him her business card. Contact me when you're ready to become a serious artist. A pang of regret hits her on her way out. She said those exact words to the trickster many years ago. Back then, she looked forward to working with him. Those days are long gone. At the hotel bar, Hyun-jin takes a sip of her cold caipirinha, the sugarcane liquor smoothing the sour burst of lime. Why did she give that young artist Lucas her business card? It's not like she can produce him. Another pang of nostalgia, another sip of caipirinha. She misses it, hunting new talents, the raw creative chaos of designing a bold sound, the adrenaline rush of the first album. Things are different now. Her time is split between handling the trickster's growing ego and following a generic, endless production cycle. Is this the cost of success? Producing music that makes her cringe, not to mention handling arguments about bodyguards and curfews while being threatened by a crazed, psychotic fan. Her life is so different from what she imagined as a little girl. Back then, music was the only good thing she had. She created tracks in her bedroom, imagining a stage of bright lights where she was safe, loud, and free. That is what pop music is to her, a vital dose of unapologetic release. Now, thanks to her success, she lives in a golden cage. Down goes the caipirinha. The bartender gives her a glance, and she nods. Keep them coming. She calls Mighty One executives for a virtual meeting and gives them the news. Once she finishes the 3 tracks in Rio, she is done with the trickster. She will move on to producing the launch of Trainees. A Mighty One executive cuts her off. They have more urgent business to discuss. Damaging rumors are trending online. A disturbed, delusional fan claims to have murdered someone at a trickster concert. Yun-jin closes her fists, her long manicured nails digging into her palms, anything to keep her hands from shaking again. She will handle this mediatic storm for her brand's sake. But after Rio, she is done with the trickster, whether Mighty One is willing or not. Online, rumors about the murder are trending. An anonymous post claims that the victim was last seen alive at the trickster's VIP meetup after his concert in New York early this year. Yun-jin remembers that night, not because of the concert, but because of a detail that has been replaying in her mind ever since. Bleeding scratch marks on the trickster's forearms when he showed up at the concert's after-party. The rumors online were rekindling the suspicion she silenced before. Years ago, the trickster and she arrived in Miami several days earlier than planned. Yun-jin attended networking events while the trickster rehearsed. 3 days following their arrival, a folk singer was found dead downtown near the bar where he performed. A security footage was released to the public, showing a man dressed in black, with his face covered, leading the singer down an alley. The dark, blurry footage revealed little about the suspect, but Yun-jin noticed a detail that twisted her stomach in knots. She recognized the gold-rimmed headphones around the suspect's neck, with 2 large X's, one for each ear. It was the brand new model of the Xerxes 1050X headphones, which few audiophiles knew about, and even fewer could afford. She recognized the model right away because the trickster favored their equipment over other expensive models. He wore a similar pair on the plane to Miami, but then switched to a lesser model for the rest of the tour, which only fueled her doubts. Back then, however, she was not in a good place. The death of No Spin was still fresh. Acute insomnia kept her mind in a haze, and the jet lag of the tour only worsened her state. In the end, she decided to let the police do their job and focus on hers, producing music. But now someone else was dead. Someone whom the trickster might have been the last one to see alive. The headphones, the scratch marks, and the late night outs were details. But they added up. How many coincidences does it take to know? A knock on the door makes her jump. The head of security is here. Yun-Jin follows her gut. She confronts him. She bluffs about firing the whole security crew if he does not come clean. It pays off. She learns that the trickster left the hotel premises last night. His bodyguard tried to follow, but lost him on the way. Yun-Jin pounds her fist on the table. Why would he leave the hotel? To go where? And to do what? Despite working with the trickster for years, he is still no more than a stranger. While he generates incredible profit, it comes at a cost. If the trickster is linked to a murder, so is she. Even if there is no evidence, even if it's just rumors, it's her life on the line, her entire career. She could never produce music again, and the worst part is, it's her own fault. She knows better than to trust someone in this industry. She needs to get answers before it is too late. Whatever the trickster is doing at night, she must find out. Her doubts won't be quieted until she knows for certain. Yun-Jin leaves her security detail behind during the trickster's rehearsal. What she is up to is not strictly legal after all. She shows her VIP badge at the doorman and enters the trickster's changing room. Perhaps she could find something in here that could be a clue as to what the trickster is up to. Amidst the flamboyant costume, she looks for a clue. Receipts, notes, pictures. All she finds is a gym bag. Inside lies a water bottle, a few t-shirts, and his wallet. No bills or anything of interest in his wallet, except for his hotel room keycard. Perhaps she is looking in the wrong place. Someone chatting loudly on the side of the door alerts her. She snatches the hotel keycard and zips up the bag just as the trickster's assistant walks in. Yun-Jin quells her thudding heart and keeps her expression impassive as she walks out. Whatever the assistant saw, she will not dare mention it, at least not to anyone who matters. Yun-Jin only pauses when she reaches the trickster's hotel room, keycard in hand. If she does this, there is no turning back. Yet if the trickster is hiding something, she needs to know what it is before everyone else does, before it ruins her life. There can be no doubts. Yun-Jin pushes the door open. The trickster's room is tidy, almost as if he barely spends time here. She goes through his luggage, a pile of odd clothes, all black hoodies and sweatpants, a black face mask, clothes she's never seen him wear on tour. A tap on the door. Room service. Yun-Jin drops the face mask. Come back later. She finds nothing odd in the room, except for a rare top-of-the-line sampler on his bedside table. Intrigued, she presses play. A series of loud, violent screams fill the room. The screeches sound genuine. Samples from a horror film? Yet she cannot fully shake her initial disturbing thought. What if it is genuine? What she finds next only enhances her discomfort. A sharpening kit for knives, whetstones and cleaning products, a whole collection of sharpeners. A past conversation overheard at the recording studio replays in her mind. Lucas, the young artist, introducing himself to the trickster, asking about the flamboyant knife in his hands.
the trickster replying that he always keeps a blade on him. Yun-jin picks up a whetstone. Why sharpen a stage prop? Sure, the trickster used real knives to do stunt work as a kid, but it is no longer necessary. This obsession with knives is not just for show. And what is the point of sharpening a knife if it's not to use it? She shudders. Another noise at the door. Yun-jin puts down the whetstone. I said, come back, The trickster walks into the room, catching her off guard. Her eyes meet his. He is just the awkward kid I signed years ago. I will not let him drag me down. His outrage meets her fury. Yun-jin picks up the sampler. Where the hell do you wander off at night? And what is this twisted horror bullshit? What if the media got a hold of it? Your career would be over. Trickster sighs and admits that after the death of No Spin, his mind drifted to a dark place. He rarely talks about their death, and she can tell why. That day still haunts her dreams. Time passes, but guilt remains. Yun-jin spots his phone on the table. Grab a drink from the minibar, trickster. Today's rehearsal is cancelled. She keeps the sampler and reminds him to stay on hotel grounds until the concert. He nods in agreement. Good. For her ploy to work, he must think she trusts him. Yun-jin looks out from her hotel room. Outside, the downpour is relentless, causing flash floods in parts of the city. She calls her staff. No matter how bad the storm is, the show must go on. Yet the weather is not to blame for the growing apprehension in the pit of her stomach. There is something off about the trickster, a hunch she can no longer ignore, no matter how profitable he is. While he might seem sincere, years in the business have taught her that she cannot trust anyone. Yun-jin grabs her phone and activates the GPS tracker on the trickster's company phone. His location appears as a blue dot on the huge map of Rio. Her gut feeling is right. He is no longer on the hotel premises. The chase is on. Time to teach the trickster a new trick. Yun-jin slows down near Trickster's location. As she approaches, a gray sedan suddenly speeds off. She checks her phone. The blue dot is getting farther away on the map. Trickster must be in the car that just took off. Yun-jin stomps on the accelerator and speeds off. After a few turns, she catches up with the sedan, which makes a sharp right. Yun-jin follows, yanking the steering wheel while stomping on the brakes. Her car drifts into the turn, gliding towards a wretched narrow alley. The sedan accelerates and swerves left, entering a narrow street. Yun-jin repeats her maneuver and drifts left, but the wheels hydroplane on the puddled asphalt, and the car spirals out of control. A thundering crash! Yun-jin's head is propelled onto the steering wheel. A flash of white light, then a burning pain follows, coursing down her body from her neck to her lower back. Yun-jin coughs and gasps at the pain. For a moment, all she can do is breathe. When she exhales, the pain lessens slightly. Loud rock is blaring on the radio. It's so loud. She reaches forward and turns it off absent-mindedly. A spot above her left brow is burning. She touches her forehead softly and winces. A drop of blood drips down her finger. The windshield is cracked on the passenger side. Yun-jin moves slowly, carefully leaning over. It's okay. Everything is okay. I'm okay. She looks out. The car crashed into a street lamp on the passenger side. This could have been much worse. A familiar ding interrupts her thoughts. Her phone. Yun-jin slowly leans forward, her hand searching under the seat. She grabs her phone and unlocks the screen. A text message from the trickster. Help. Why would he ask for her help? Unless she missed something. Unless the trickster is not the one she is chasing. Yun-jin's heart skips a beat. The death threat. The trickster's #1 fan. Perhaps the crazed fan found out about the trickster's nightly escapades and decided to strike. Kidnappings go hand in hand with death threats after all. She lets out a curse. In her rush to chase the trickster, she left her bodyguard behind. If anything happens to the trickster Ji-woon and she was too blind to stop it. No, she has enough guilt on her conscience already. Yun-jin readjusts her seatbelt. She turns on the ignition and the engine coughs in response. She grits her teeth and tries again. It won't be like the fire. I won't give up on him. She turns on the ignition again. And again. On the third try, the engine revs back to life. She puts her phone back on the dashboard and follows the blue dot. Yun-jin follows the GPS until she reaches a desolate parking lot facing several abandoned warehouses. The blue dot remains immobile. This is it. Ji-woon should be here somewhere. But where? As Yun-jin steps out of the car, a heavy curtain of rain falls on her sore, shivering body. Daylight is cloaked by dark storm clouds. The parking lot is filled with broken-down cars. Yun-jin uses her cell phone's flashlight to find the gray sedan. As thunder rumbles, her phone illuminates a bloodied handprint on a car window. She rushes to the door and peeks inside. A sudden blur of motion. She pulls the door open. A rat skitters out of the car. Some items lie on the back seat. Ji-woon's phone. A rag. And some rope. Yun-jin closes her prickling eyes. She might be too late. There's no time to waste crying. If Ji-woon is still alive, he needs all the help he can get. Yun-jin grabs her phone and calls the police, then her security crew. Whatever this crazed fan has planned, it ends now. Rumbling thunder. Yun-jin is staggering through the rain, looking for a clue, a trail. An icy gust lashes her drenched body, but she cannot stop, not until Ji-woon is safe. A rat skitters over a puddle upon which lies a white business card. Yun-jin picks up the blood-stained card and reads, Magnum Opus, music producer. It's hers. With a shudder, she realizes she might know the person who kidnapped Ji-woon. Police sirens are blaring in the distance, but she cannot tell if they are coming for her or the several people caught in the storm. Yun-jin shouts Ji-woon's name, yelling in despair over sirens and thunder. Then she hears a scream coming from across the parking lot, where stands an abandoned warehouse. She rushes to the warehouse, reaching its wide doors. A chain is wrapped around the handles, padlocked into place. Meanwhile, police are arriving on the scene. A brutal scream emerges from the warehouse. She cannot afford to wait. What happened to No Spin cannot happen again. Never again. Picking up a lead pipe from the ground, she strikes the padlock again and again. Ji-woon! Ji-woon! The padlock breaks open. Terra Arachna, day 987. Close call today. Came in contact with the Arachnas while testing multiple versions of the toxin. The doctor saw them coming through the window and ordered me to leave everything behind. She said we would return to the lab when the Arachnas were gone. and it was safe again. We still haven't found a toxin deadly enough to eliminate these horrible creatures, but I feel we're close. Very close. If we had a sense of their origins, it would help. As it stands, we still don't know where they came from, or what they want. All we know is the attack started at the same time. What makes our investigation more challenging is the fact that their DNA is unlike anything we've ever encountered. It's as though they came from another place. Terra Arachna, Day 992. Returned to the makeshift lab today and found dozens of people wrapped in silk hanging from the ceiling. Blood dripped in sticky pools right under them. I tried to look away as I grabbed the crate of toxins that we had left behind. But as I carried the crate into the corridor, I couldn't help but notice in the corner of my eye that one of those pods started to move. I forced myself to look and very quickly realized that these pods weren't filled with food, but with something else. It was clear that something was moving and growing inside the cocoon. Something was feeding off the dripping body parts that had been wrapped with it. The groaning creature inside the cocoon struggled to break free, and I instantly rushed out of the lab as fast as my trembling legs could take me. The last thing I wanted was to confront the latest Arachna evolution. The Arachnas mutate faster than we kill them, and finding the right toxin is our only chance at survival. Let's hope the doctor and I do so before it's too late. Terra Arachna, Day 998. Dr. Morell and I worked tirelessly for 3 days and found a candidate for mass production. Toxin HJ7 killed 100% of Arachna specimens in less than a minute. 1 dose, and the creatures disintegrated into a thick puddle of bubbling black tar, which very quickly evaporated into a poisonous mist that killed the other Arachnas we held in captivity for our experiments. I think both the doctor and I were shocked and amazed at the result. While it is true that we might not know where these monsters came from, we now have a way to eliminate them. The doctor and I are currently looking for ways to get samples of the toxin to other survivors. The office worker turned cook volunteered, but Dr. Morell chose a few other unlikely candidates. She says it's because he has a track record of messing up his assignments. Personally, I think that's just an excuse, and the truth is, she'll miss his cooking. His pizza. Helps her remember better days before the invasion. Helps us all remember better days, I suppose. Chamber of Blood. The Tale That Follows. Constable Duncan J. Smith said thousands of dogs haunted him wherever he went, but no one else saw them. To get away from the dogs, he would hide in the crawl space underneath his cabin, or he would hide in the shed where he kept his snowmobile, or sometimes he would escape to the glaciers and hide in the ice caves, where he prayed for the howling and the yelping and the whimpering to stop. But the howling and the yelping and the whimpering never stopped, and no matter where he hid, the dogs always found him. The first day Duncan saw the dogs was the day he started questioning his job, or rather, it was the day he started questioning the law and what he was doing with the law. There was something about legally destroying dogs that felt off, that felt wrong. Something that tugged at his heart and wouldn't let go. Something telling him that he needed to get out of the cold, lonely Arctic archipelago before it was too late, if it wasn't already too late. For Duncan, it was the first time in his career as a police officer that he realized that the law wasn't always the glorified tool for civilization he had imagined it to be. Sometimes the law was something else. Something blunt, something hard, something almost like a gavel of destruction or oppression, or perhaps both, destruction and oppression. Truth is, Duncan wasn't sure what he was thinking anymore. He was exhausted, and the dogs, well,
The dogs just wouldn't leave him be, and all he wanted to do was return home and farm. He liked working on the farm. Things were simpler on the farm. But here, up north, things were more complicated, and Duncan couldn't help but think about the law. About the gavel. And the last thing Duncan wanted to do was wield that gavel against anyone. And yet, to his everlasting regret, he had used it against the dogs. And though he had done everything by the book, and though the law had said he had committed no crime, his heart continually testified to the opposite. To be sure, Duncan had led countless dogs to the bay, where he had shot them like vermin in front of their owners. And it was only when he was alone and surrounded by their ghosts that he would admit to himself that what he had done didn't feel so right, and that maybe, just maybe, these dogs weren't the dangerous beasts or the diseased rats his captain had made them out to be. They were, well, they were something else. They were friends. They were family members. They played with children, entertained them and kept them safe. They warned against approaching wolves and polar bears, and even snowstorms. And more than anything, they made sure no hunter ever got lost in a blizzard, unlike those unreliable iron dogs or snowmobiles that broke down in the middle of nowhere and left a trail of black smoke across the cold, white, endless expanse. No iron dog ever led someone out of a blizzard. The same could not be said of the dogs he had so heartlessly destroyed. But in those days, when the production of the first commercial iron dog commenced, there weren't many challenges to the law, and so Duncan certainly tried to convince himself that he was doing the good and lawful thing for everyone. And while it's true that the mind might not make the difference between what is right and what is lawful, the heart certainly does. The heart, it is often said, doesn't lie. Nonetheless, Duncan found ways to trick himself and ignore the appeals of his heart. He told himself these dogs weren't like other dogs, and he actually believed his lie for a few months. But as time wore on, he very quickly realized that these dogs were, well, like the dogs he had known back home. Knowing this made it harder and harder for him to fall asleep, and soon he started to hallucinate and see all the dogs he had shot. At first, it was just one. Then it was two. Then a dozen. Then a dozen became 100. And 100 became 1,000. 1,000 dead dogs howled and stared at Duncan every night, preventing him from sleeping, from dreaming, from thinking, preventing him from living the life he had once known. Everywhere Duncan went, there they were, the dogs, looking at him with those eyes, those pleading, confused eyes, wondering what they had done wrong, or how they had failed their family and friends to deserve such a cold and indifferent end. Truth is, Duncan couldn't escape those ghosts any more than a dog could escape its own tail. Wherever he went, there they were, following him, reminding him of all the lives he had disrupted and destroyed with that gavel. One evening, Duncan sat in bed, holding his aching head in his hands, staring at the decaying dogs sitting all around him. They watched him closely as he tried to fall asleep and howled or barked every time his eyelids began to slip. Trembling with fear and exhaustion, Duncan murmured he had done nothing wrong and that he had acted in accordance with the law and that they should just leave him alone. But the dogs wouldn't leave him alone. They just stared at him in silence with those eyes. Eyes that reminded him of his own dog. Anguished, Duncan lurched from his bed, screaming at the dogs, telling them he needed to sleep and that he wasn't going to feel guilty for doing his damn job. He outright refused to apologize or feel guilty for doing what the law required him to do, what the law said he had to do.
The dogs suddenly stirred anxiously about the cabin, with their heads down and tails between their legs. Duncan's screams grew louder and louder, and one by one, the dogs whimpered and whined for their lives like they had done when they had been destroyed. Then, just like that, they vanished into thin air, as though Duncan had finally scared them away. When Duncan realized the dogs were gone, he collapsed into his bed and prayed that they should finally leave him alone. He just wanted his life back, for the dogs had robbed him of his strength and freedom, and even his sense of identity as a morally upright officer of the law. That night a storm picked up and blew all around his small cabin. Feeling a chill seep through his bones, Duncan rose from the bed, and he made a small fire in the iron stove as he remembered his first and only dog, Buster, a plump, yellow Labrador retriever with a black snout. Smartest, kindest, and warmest dog he had ever known. To Duncan, Buster was more than just a dog. He was his guardian, his confidant, his best friend. He was the brother he never had. He caught rodents, guarded against coyotes, and drove cattle on the farm. His father used to say a good dog was worth 2 or 3 farmhands, and Buster was certainly worth 4. Thinking about it now, he was glad that no one ever used the law against Buster, or any other dog in his town for that matter. To be sure, Buster wasn't as big or strong as these Arctic dogs, but he was quite the hunter, and had once even saved him from a wolverine. But what Duncan remembered most was that Buster used to curl up in bed with him to calm his anxious heart and help him drift away to sleep. And now Duncan longed for nothing more than the undisturbed, soundless sleep of youth. And as he longed for sleep, the wind blew harder and fiercer through the cracks of his cabin. The fire flared, flickered, and snapped, casting violent shadows that seemed to tell stories. Duncan rubbed his eyes to make the hallucinations go away, but wherever he looked, the shadows took the form of officers and hunters shooting at confused and frightened dogs as a thick and unnatural black smoke began to fill the cabin. Duncan tried to pinch himself awake, but when he realized he wasn't asleep, he quickly shut his eyes and once again begged for the dogs to just leave him alone. He wanted one night of rest, just one night. His brain reeled with despair, and he began to hear the warped voice of his captain laughing at him, shouting at him, tormenting him, telling him the dogs were dangerous, aggressive, a definite blight on their future plans. Duncan felt madness clutching at the seams of his soul. He screamed that these were lies, all of them, and when he opened his eyes again, the black smoke was gone, and the shadows were once again meaningless shapes flickering about the cabin. But just as Duncan sighed his relief, he heard a sound. A gentle, scratching sound at the door. Then he heard a bark that sounded vaguely familiar. The bark came again and again, and it sounded like Buster. Duncan narrowed his gaze and cautiously approached the thick wooden door. The scratching stopped just as he placed his hand on the doorknob. He stood in silence for a long, tense moment. When the scratching came again, he quickly opened the door and caught a fleeting glimpse of yellow fur disappearing beyond thick sheets of falling snow. Exhausted and confused, Duncan rushed into the churning storm in his undergarments and slippers, yelling for Buster to wait for him. Then he stopped suddenly when he realized he was being irrational. His tired mind was playing tricks on him. Buster had been dead for over 20 years. He had been hit by a car. The way Buster could still be with him. Covered in snow, Duncan told himself the solitude was getting to him, and that he just needed one night of undisturbed sleep. He turned back toward the cabin, but as he turned, he realized he was lost. He couldn't see an inch in front of him in any direction. Cold and panic swept over him at once. He turned and turned as the wind howled and shrieked and whimpered. In the raging blizzard, he could only make out dogs. Ghostly dogs. Dead and decaying dogs, thousands of them, running around him, growling, howling, barking, confusing him. Duncan shouted for them to stop, and he tried to scare them off as he had done before, but the dogs grew faster and fiercer as though they were one with the storm. Duncan fell to his knees and felt the cold bite all over his trembling body. His face twisted in terror as each dog seemed to pounce out of the storm to take its turn chomping down on him with cold, indifferent teeth. He collapsed to his side in agony. A terrible numbness crept over him, not so much from the cold, but the memory of hurting all those poor dogs. He begged for them to stop, and then he did what he had never done before. He confessed his shame and begged for forgiveness. At once, the dogs froze and stared at him with eyes that seemed to look straight into his heart. Duncan choked out that he was sorry, that he was truly sorry, and that even though he had done everything by the book, he had done everything wrong. He had done them wrong, he had done their families wrong, and he had done himself wrong. And as he emptied his heart, he heard a familiar bark as Buster suddenly emerged from the ghostly pack and stood before him. The dogs looked at Buster, then Duncan, then Buster again. A wave of peace seemed to wash over them as they disappeared one by one, and left Duncan with his guardian, his friend, his brother. And Buster curled down beside Duncan as his heart slowed to a stop, and the blinding white storm swept his life away as it had done to so many others. When Constable Duncan J. Smith didn't show up at the station the next day, his fellow officers searched for him and found his frozen corpse not 10 feet from his cabin. He was lying on his side with a peaceful expression on his face. One officer noticed that he had been running around in circles, while the others questioned why he had been foolish enough to leave his cabin in his undergarments in the middle of a snowstorm. The captain kneeled by Duncan's frozen black and blue face and sighed. Just as he ordered someone to cover the body, another officer panicked and rubbed his eyes, claiming he saw dogs all around him. He stumbled back and screamed for the dogs to stay away from him. No one saw what he was seeing, and the captain told him to stop making jokes at Duncan's expense. But the frantic officer shrieked in terror and swore that the dogs were real and that they were following him. Arcus 2921. Some civilizations collapse because they discover knowledge they aren't mature enough to understand. Other civilizations collapse because of natural disasters, and yet other civilizations get a little push, a little nudge, over the cliff. I have studied the final days of countless worlds, been through the memories of so many survivors, and I can say that the entity doesn't just corrupt and consume a world. It somehow taps into our collective fears and has a little fun. From what I've observed, the entity seems to take its time cherry-picking souls from a buffet of misery, while contemplating a perfect design of destruction as though an apocalypse was a kind of work of art, a kind of masterpiece. This, I realize, goes against everything I've learned about ancients back home, but I cannot deny that all the stories and memories I've been examining suggest a voluntary and not involuntary will to create and destroy on the part of this ancient. It's all speculation at this point, but the last realm that opened up in the basement allowed me to venture into Terra Arachna, where I witnessed the fall of a world to massive spider-like creatures, monsters that could have only come from the entity. Not wanting any of those monsters escaping into the tower, I quickly etched a symbol into the basement door to make the realm disappear. Then, just to be certain,
I opened the door, and all that was left of the apocalypse was a small, empty room covered in dust. But as I examined the room, I thought I heard a kind of chittering sound in the corridors. I swallowed a growing lump in my throat and cautiously searched the tower to make sure nothing had escaped. I didn't find anything inside, but noises outside continued to disturb my sleep. And I'm sure I've seen things moving in the fog.
Alright guys, I'm going to do one more tome, which is tome 10, and then I'm going to call it because this is taking a lot longer than I anticipated. So, alright, tome 10.
Amanda feels her heart racing as the test subject screams on the television screen. She observes him as he looks down at the see-through cylinder pressed against his bare abdomen. Several rats are trapped inside the cylinder, screeching against the subject's skin. The thermometer inside displays 97 degrees Fahrenheit. The rats are agitated. Stuck between the glass and his stomach, they cannot escape the heat. Amanda is pleased to see the subject cry as rats claw at his skin. Then he succumbs to his flaw, activating the trap's last mechanism. Amanda feels a jolt of adrenaline as a board rises inside the cylinder glued to the subject's abdomen.
opposite to the ravenous rats, letting through a hissing cobra. The snake uncoils, and the rats go wild. They claw and gnaw madly at the subject's stomach to escape the snake. One rat ventures inside the subject's gut. Amanda smiles as she watches him scream in agony. Game over. Amanda feels exhilarated as she rushes to the next room to find John Kramer, but her heart sinks when she is welcomed by John's exhausted frown. He wipes the sweat off his brow and praises her efforts, but criticizes her plan. Suffering seemed to be the trap's sole design. Pain can be used as punishment, but first it must be offered as redemption. Amanda frowns. After all her hard work, how could he doubt her? His teachings are law. This new chance in life is too precious for her to squander away. She looks up as John leans over the table to catch his breath. His inhale turns into a coughing fit, and she hands him a bottle of water. Amanda can see that their time together is limited. There can be no room for mistakes. She will be his successor and continue what he started. John staggers inside the meat plant. Dark circles are under his eyes, as if he has not slept in weeks. Amanda usually sleeps no more than 4 hours per night, less so before a test. The excitement keeps her wide awake. Amanda's eyes fall on the large folder in John's hands. Another test? John nods. He is compiling information on Grace Wright, an amiable politician campaigning for the upcoming election. Amanda watches him as he massages his temples. He looks worse than last week. How long did she have to learn everything about his craft? A few years? A couple of months? To protect their legacy, she needs to be ready when the time comes. She must continue John's work as Jigsaw, the successor. Amanda reaches for the folder in his hands. Let me show you what I can do. John's tired eyes stare at Amanda, who holds his gaze firmly. She is ready, and they are running out of time. He nods reluctantly. Amanda turns on the television and sees Grace Wright's beaming face on the screen. The elections are tonight. Several sheets slide over the printer's tray, falling at Amanda's feet. She snatches them from the ground. Earlier today, she broke into Grace's inbox to find her flaw. The test must be perfect. Perhaps John will be able to rest once he is convinced that his life's work is in capable hands. Amanda pores over a series of documents and emails exchanged between Grace and a lawyer from 10 years ago. A certain Ben Fairfax threatened to expose a scandal relating to when Grace joined the city council. The lawsuit was settled swiftly. But the emails continued between Grace and her lawyer. Amanda found a report showing that Xanix Industries, a copper exporter in the area, poured waste directly into the Hilford River, contaminating the groundwater. The city's decayed century-old water lines were unable to filter the filth. Grace covered up the lawsuit to avoid adding to the city's increasing taxes. For 10 years, filth has been poured into the water of Grace's oblivious voters. Amanda looks down at the glass of water sitting on her desk. She dumps it into the sink and grabs a bottle of vodka from the freezer. Icy bitterness rolls off her tongue, hitting her palate with a herbal kick. Not an ideal way to hydrate, but safer than Hilford tap water. On the television, confetti are falling on Grace's smooth brown hair. The polls are in, and Grace Wright has been elected as mayor. Amanda receives a cryptic message from John. When she meets him at the Gideon meat plant, her doubts are confirmed. John looks pale and frail. The side effects of his medication seem as draining as the disease itself. His gait is slow and meticulous, as if he is calculating the cost of each step. Amanda grabs his arm to help him sit down. He can no longer conceal his pain, not from her. She examines him as he catches his breath. Beads of sweat are purling above his brow. Her leader, her mentor, her father is dying. Amanda clenches her fist. What will I do without him? Panic twists her stomach in knots, and then another sensation. Something akin to trepidation. No, excitement. A thrilling rush of freedom. Complete control. John asks about Grace's test, and Amanda reassures him. His legacy is in good hands. She will prove it to him. Amanda's temples are throbbing. It has been weeks since she slept more than 2 hours per night. She pops a painkiller in her mouth and winces as the pill scrapes her dry throat. She ignores the bitter taste lingering in her mouth as it melts. No time for sleep or water. She is scouting the sinuous tunnel network under the Gideon meat plant for Grace's test. The throbbing grows acute, and Amanda massages her temples while walking. Her head feels as if it's going to explode, but she cannot stop. John needs her. This migraine will cease soon enough. Her mentor has no such privilege. She has little time left by his side. Eventually, all tests will be her responsibility alone. When the time comes, she must be ready. Amanda points her flashlight at the blueprint of Gideon's underground and retraces her steps. While examining the vast tunnel network, another thought crosses her mind. Soon, Gideon will be her domain. A thrilling sensation of alarm and excitement follows that thought. Her flashlight illuminates a familiar fork in the tunnel. Left leads to the underground bathroom, and right leads to the meat plant's wastewater. To follow in John's footsteps, she must craft a test that aligns with Grace's flaw. A corrupt ambition to rise and become mayor while sacrificing the health of thousands. It is time to give the mayor a dose of her own poison. Amanda crawls into the tunnel on her right. Amanda is hiding in Grace's bathroom behind the drawn shower curtain. Her heart is racing as she waits for the perfect moment to strike. This is her favorite part. Adrenaline is flowing, heightening her senses. She feels like she can take on the entire world without fatigue or pain. She feels awakened, despite not having slept for days. Waiting for her prey, she feels alive and powerful, every second stretching into a blissful, intense high. That is the real power of John's teachings, a second chance at living in a heightened state of mind. Amanda hears the door creak open in the hall. She strains to hear if someone is with Grace. A pair of footfalls confirm what Amanda already knows from Grace's schedule. The mayor is alone tonight. The bathroom door screeches open. As soon as Grace steps inside, Amanda strikes. A fight follows between the two women as water spills over the rim of the bathroom sink. Amanda slams Grace's face into the mirror. Grace shrieks and headbutts Amanda, and a jolt of pain courses through her masked nose. Amanda stumbles backward, but the adrenaline kicks in. She is ready for this. Grace pounces on her and grabs her pig mask, but Amanda elbows Grace in the gut and leaves her gasping. As Grace catches her breath, Amanda rolls over and slams Grace's head into the heated floor. Grace is knocked out. Amanda is toying with a water bottle made of glass. A pile of keys lies on the table in front of her. None of them matter, except for one. She should insert this key inside the bottle, but Amanda hesitates. If she does, Grace could use it to escape. A freshly elected mayor would make a useful ally, and a powerful successor for John. Amanda's grip tightens on the bottle. She would do anything for her mentor, even betray his teachings. Redemption should only be granted to a select few, after all. She pockets the real key and drops a fake inside the bottle. Then she throws the bottle into a pool of meat wastewater.
This is Amanda's design as the rightful and only successor of John Kramer. Game on. Weariness clings to Detective David Tapp as he exits the car. He straightens his shoulders and sucks in a deep breath, but he knows it's still there, in his eyes. They always betray him. The stroll up the sidewalk to Mr. and Mrs. Serenko's home is brief. He wishes he could stretch it out, take each step slower than the last, but this was his choice. He volunteered to tell them their missing son, Shane, is dead. Should have taken the vacation. Could be on the beach frying up slabs of meat. What the hell was I thinking? He was so close to getting on that plane. At the airport waiting to board, his wife's hand reaches out, locks her fingers around his, squeezes tight. He squeezes back without thinking. In his other hand is the coroner's report on the Jigsaw killer's latest victim. He promises he'll only glance over it, then stow it for the rest of the week. Female, 37 years old, fragment of a drill bit found in the wound on her hip. Unconventional design, custom made for a company that went belly up in the 80s. Tapp remembers the company's logo, grew up a few blocks from their factory. Could the place still be abandoned? It's too important to leave to someone else. He can cancel the plane tickets, take the loss, and try again in a few days. He turns to tell his wife. A tear streams down her face before he even opens his mouth. It sounds like someone else's voice when he says it. Your son Shane is dead. There's an outpouring of emotion on the parents' faces. Shock, devastation, agony. Too much for a single word. It's as if they're cycling through trauma with each second, pouring it from their bodies in howls and cries. Tapp stands and waits, tries to ignore the discomfort, reminds himself that what they're going through is far worse. He's a spectator, torn between offering condolences and leaving them to their grief. Either choice lacks sincerity. All these years and he still doesn't know what to do. No one ever does. The father screams, and it reminds him of Shane. It brings him back to where it started, as memories from hours past take over. He remembers it clearly. He arrives at the factory. It's abandoned. He snoops around, checking for signs of forced entry. 20 minutes pass. No footprints, broken windows, or snapped fences. A nagging doubt starts from the back of his mind and pushes forward. Left your wife behind to trounce around an empty lot in some old-as-shit building? This is one hell of a vacation. There's an apology forming somewhere, but it sounds no different than the past few. Still, better put something together before he heads home. She's had hours to talk to her mom,
and that woman will fan the flames just to watch him choke on the smoke. Get some flowers, or too cliche? Yeah. Well past the point of floral arrangements counting as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Anyway, there's no... A sudden noise. A scream? It was barely audible, in a range that makes him question if his mind is playing tricks on him. Hold up. Don't rush this one. Take a close... screw it. He needs to be right about this. Close the case so he can go home, tell her it's over. He's sorry. He messed up. He's a bastard. That's behind him. He'll make it right. Just stick around. He'll make it right. Shoulder up, he takes a running start and slams into a rickety door. Mrs. Serenko asks him to come in and talk over tea. He'd rather find a bar stool and a place to hang his head, somewhere where only a waitress will interrupt. He wants nothing more than to decline the invitation. Of course, anything I can do. I'm happy to stay and talk. He settles onto a dusty couch, letting his tea go cold on the side table, chai spice. Wife used to make it for him when they started dating. Didn't like it then either, but he'd drink it anyway. It made her happy. Maybe it made him happy too. Hearing the kettle whistle, sipping at a teacup, seemed like the kind of thing married people do. Can't remember when she stopped serving it. Shane's parents smile between tears as they recount stories of their son. Every now and then reality hits and one of them chokes up, excusing him or herself for a minute. Tap moves his hand alongside his radio, hoping that a voice on the other end requests his help. Mrs. Serenko dabs her eyes as she recalls the last year of Shane's life. Such a gentle boy, that one. He was broken-hearted over his fiancée leaving. Wanted to make things right with her, but never really did. She just kind of got away. And he fell apart, dropped out of college, drifted day to day without a path to stand on. Never really recovered. Stopped living, I guess. Lost that sparkle. Tap reacts with a consoling look, but inside, he's mentally recording the information for his report. Testing those who have given up on life. It fits Jigsaw's MO. Shane lost his will and abandoned his future. That's some kind of sin in this madman's book. The sick asshole strapped the poor kid into a trap to teach him a lesson. Discomfort being necessary to mend a broken heart. Could be. At this point, he knows Jigsaw better than he knows anyone. Shit. Anyone. He tries to rattle the thought from his head, finds some other memory to torture himself on. Mrs. Serenko's voice in the background decides for him. Shane. He had the chance to save him, and he blew it. The scene plays over again in his head, beating against his skull like a bad hangover. His eyes adjust to the darkness of the abandoned factory. Slivers of light pierce the gaps in the boarded-up windows. Stale air fills his lungs. He paces forward, moves between a row of shelves, looks to the floor, sees footprints in the thick dust. With a calm, steady movement, he unholsters his gun, stops, listens, waits to see if the intruder will give themselves away. Nothing but silence. Takes another step forward and... Metal screeches on the concrete floor. The shelf beside Tap leans towards him, looming tall, heavy. Adrenaline takes over. Time appears to slow. For a millisecond, he intercepts a thought intended for his subconscious. Will she cry when they tell her I'm dead? Neurons fire for one singular purpose. Jump, shift weight, push off, extend arms, brace for impact. He hits the ground hard. A deafening crash echoes around him. He looks back to see the shelf collapsed where he was a split second ago, his gun pinned beneath it. Footsteps barrel along the floor. A cloaked figure flees into the shadows. Tap jumps to his feet and gives chase.
He sprints after the fleeing figure, trying to catch a glimpse beyond their cloak. He shouts to stop, knowing it's futile, but... Mr. Tapp? Officer? He's abruptly pulled from his thoughts. Mrs. Serenko patiently holds a photo out to him. He doesn't want to see it. He'd rather turn his attention to his tea, take a cold sip and stare at residue swimming along the bottom. He knows he can't. As much as the guilt rises in his throat like bile, he knows he has to play his role in this ritual. He takes the photo. A young Shane, dressed for prom, smiles at him, a bright, eager grin. But what Tapp sees quickly fades until all that's there is a murdered boy, pain and fear etched onto his face. Then he remembers. There was something else in Shane's eyes when he first saw him. Hope. The belief that maybe he would be saved. That one hurts most. Tapp chases the cloaked figure into a dimly lit room, electronic beeps ringing out as he enters. He stumbles, nearly freezing in shock at what's before him. A terrified young man stands 15 feet away, metal hooks piercing his back and arms, keeping him from moving. A jackhammer is propped in front of him, chained and locked to his neck and torso, its tip pointing into the left side of his chest. On the wall behind him is the picture of a heart, broken in two. A timer counts down, 45 seconds. Shane screams, stretching for a ring of keys dangling in front of him, hooks ripping at his back and arms. Blood trickles down his body. Tapp runs to him. "Hold on, kid. Breathe. Breathe. Don't move." Tapp grabs the key ring, picks a key at random, shoves it into the lock around Shane's neck, forces it. Nothing. Grabs another. Useless. Hands shake, looks at the timer. Another one. No luck. Footsteps patter along the concrete. The cloaked figure emerges from the shadows and makes a run for it. There's still time to catch them. Shane screams, his hurried breath making his words incoherent. Tapp looks back to him. "Damn, hold still. Almost got you." Another key that won't work. Or was that the one he tried before? That can't be right. Which? The cloaked figure races towards an emergency exit. There's no time for Tapp to think. Tapp stands at the front door as Mrs. Serenko puts a hand on his shoulder, offering him a sad smile. She thanks him for being with Shane in his final moments, for providing what comfort and support he could. "I know that made a difference for him. Shane never did well with being alone." Tapp's mouth dries out, heart drops into his stomach. He tries to form a word, but only clears his throat. He nods and hopes that's enough. Pulling his jacket on, he turns, tries to find his footing as he paces away from the house, the walk longer than he remembers. He wants to shout, or collapse silently, maybe both. He reaches for his phone, scrolls to his wife's number. This was the routine. Call her. Tell her it was a rough night. He'd bring home ramen, maybe some beer, stay up, talk, watch reruns on TV, wake up on the couch wondering who fell asleep first. His thumb hovers over the send button, but he can't bring himself to press it. Too late for that. No matter where she is, she's gone. Long gone. Just him and Jigsaw now. The realization shakes him. The burden pushes down, unconfessed, unconsoled. Without her, the memory of what really happened to Shane burrows in and festers. Arcus, 27. Most of the fiction featuring Hattie and Jordan end with one of the siblings disappearing, which accounts for some of the contradicting memories I've discovered in the fog. I believe there are several actual Hatties and Jordans stuck here with all the others. The memories I've studied so far conflict with one another so that they rarely line up with each other or the fictional stories I found in the Chamber of Blood. However, I must always remember that the collected stories and artwork in the chamber are interpretive. They are not exact, and they were more or less inspired by several versions of the siblings that exist, or will exist, or have existed within the endless tapestry that is the Omniverse. The truth is, the unknowns have collected so many stories that I don't know where to begin my research. Currently, I am focusing on the Red Crane and 12 to Midnight to better understand how the Black Fog works and how the characters in these stories may have been able to interact with it to their advantage. There are also many versions of déjà vuism that relate a story of how one man found a way into the darkest recesses of this dimension to save the one he loved. But the story doesn't go into the details of how he managed to find a way in, and I will have to go through other versions of the story to see if there is any information that can help me. Better yet, I am hoping to find his actual memories within the fog, to give me a sense of how he found a way into this realm. Chamber of Blood, Day of Night, Mahan Singh, 1. Mahan Singh spent 17 years amassing a fortune for his estranged niece by leading mercenary missions all over the world for Leviathan Securities. A decorated soldier in the Indian Army, Mahan was discharged after 13 years of service for disobeying orders while on assignment for the United Nations. Shortly afterward, he joined Leviathan and found himself on a series of strange assignments that involved securing haunted locations and procuring strange artifacts of an occult nature. Locations and artifacts that seemed worthless, but were of grave importance to governments and organizations for some reason or another. Mahan didn't know what to make of it. To him, it all felt like a kind of invisible war between secret societies that were somehow able to use governments and corporations like pieces on a chessboard for a bunch of old, moldy books and geometric trinkets from forgotten civilizations. Now Mahan was pinned behind a crumbling wall in a village in the outskirts of Nairobi, Kenya, with his fallen units scattered in pieces all over the surrounding dirt roads. He had been fighting all day against different units and was fresh out of luck and ammunition. "There's no way out of here," he told himself. "I've got no support, no ammunition, no luck." Why do you need luck when you have a weapon and your wits? You've been in worse situations and survived. Think you were beaten, and you were beaten. I am beaten. You are almost beaten, and that's not the same thing. Suddenly, Mahan heard the surrounding mercenaries yelling at one another in Russian. They were planning an attack and coordinating with one another. He peeked around the corner, then ducked fast as several rounds punched holes into the wall, sending clouds of dust and stone into the air. He cursed in Punjabi, grabbed his automatic rifle, then craned his head ever so slightly to see fast-moving silhouettes against the full moon, closing in on his position. Quickly, he crawled into a nearby home and hid the asset, the ancient scroll, underneath several corpses of British agents he had killed just before the Russians had decided to join their party. Then he hid in the shadows, holding his rifle by the barrel, refusing to die without a fight. They probably all work for the Collector, he told himself.
crazy rich man with too much time and money on his hands. Shaw just wants to make sure he gets the scroll before another eccentric billionaire beats him to it. And from where does this prize come? It supposedly comes from a lost elder civilization with advanced and forbidden knowledge. Nonsense, all of it. A bunch of ancient stories about pagan priests and barbaric rituals and cosmic deities told around a campfire. Ancient sci-fi at best. Taking a deep breath, Mahan heard their almost inaudible footfalls before he saw them. His eyes narrowed, and his face hardened as two mercs entered the moonlit doorway. With a groan, he launched himself into the air, smashing the butt of his rifle against one head and then the other. Both mercs collapsed to the ground, unconscious. A split second later, Mahan yanked a loaded rifle from the hands of one of the fallen mercs and rushed through the doorway, taking cover behind a well spilling over with thick, buzzing flies like living black soup. Inside the well were the rotting bodies of those who had sought the scroll but had found death instead. Mahan buried his nose in his arm and suppressed an instinct to retch. Then, seeing a merc, he lifted his rifle and pulled the trigger. Bullets tore holes through the neck and face as the mercenary staggered back and forth, then fell against a wagon with the pulpy head hanging by a shred of flesh. As he searched the shadows for other mercs, Mahan suddenly heard the crunch of stone behind him. He whirled to fire, a second too late. Several rounds pounded into his Kevlar vest like a jackhammer, sending him stumbling backward into the black soup of death. A moment later, the surviving mercs loomed over the mouth of the well as a thick black fog coiled around them like a snake. Taking a deep breath, Mahan closed his eyes and waited for a death that never came. Instead of a report ripping through the darkness like a clap of thunder, he heard a scream, followed by a cry and then shrieks of agony. When he opened his eyes, the mercs were gone, as though they had been erased by the fog. Mahan struggled through the putrid blood and fluids to climb up and out of the well. As he pulled himself over the gore-covered mouth, he noticed the world had been plunged into an abyss of fog. Before he could make any sense of what was happening, something snatched his ankle hard and tried to pull him back down. Desperately, Mahan gripped the edge of the well and held on tightly. He looked to his feet where he saw multiple hands yanking and clutching at his legs. He held on for dear life, but his hands slipped in the blood and gore and soon gave way. With a terrible cry, he fell back into the gore as bony hands clawed at his legs, his arms, his throat, his beard, his nose, his turban, and pulled him deeper and deeper into the darkness. Needles of pain burst inside his head as he drowned in thick fermenting blood. He knew with a strange resignation that he was dying, or that he was already dead, and that he would never know his niece or what had become of her. After his wife and parents had died in a plane crash and his brother had disappeared, she was the only one left. She was his only family, and he swore he would always take care of her. But then life happened, and in the end he had only taken care of himself. He had lived a lonely, selfish life, counter to his upbringing and his beliefs. He was a walking contradiction who had somehow convinced himself that he was cursed, that everyone he had ever loved died or disappeared, and that he was doing his niece a favor by staying out of her life. He had somehow convinced himself that he was keeping his bad luck away from her, while he amassed a fortune that he would one day leave her. But Mahan knew it was all a lie. He didn't know the first thing about nurturing and raising a human being. Raising his brother's daughter terrified him, and that's why he had clung to any reason he could to abandon her. All he knew was killing and destroying in the name of governments and corporations. And as the darkness swallowed him whole, Mahan realized in horror that killing and destroying was all he would ever know. Mahan had failed his ancestors, he had failed his family, he had failed his brother and his niece. He would never know her hopes, her dreams, her likes or dislikes. He would know nothing except the inky blackness that swept over his eyes and the unnameable terrors that awaited him in the great unknown. Mahan opened his eyes with a start.
He was still in the well, submerged in the putrid death stew, staring up at thick black fog drifting over him, as he heard a whirring sound. The sound of a motor accelerating and decelerating somewhere in the distance. He took a moment to gather his senses. He didn't remember much. He remembered being shot, stumbling back, and falling into the well. Everything after that moment felt like a nightmare that had been inspired by one of his father's stories. The one where unarmed, peaceful protesters were shot dead and stuffed into a well, and left to rot in the blistering Punjab heat. With a painful groan, Mahan reached out with trembling hands to a jutting rock, and with difficulty, pulled himself free from the gore. Rock by rock, he climbed his way up the festering throat of the well and finally pulled himself over the mouth and into the thick black fog. A cry sounded over the incessant whir of the machine, and Mahan quickly realized he wasn't in Kenya anymore. He stood and took in his surroundings. There were strange structures like factories submerged in the fog. Scattered around the structures were piles of clothes and bodies set ablaze. Above in the pale red sky, crows circled and cawed, adding to the oppressive cacophony. "Help, please." Mahan heard a woman crying for help coming from a bank of fog. Snapping out of his daze, he extended his hands and waved a tunnel through the fog, searching for the source of the sound. "Help, someone, please." The disembodied voice reached him again, and she somehow seemed close and far at the same time. He froze to listen carefully, but all he could hear was the incessant whirring of the motor accelerating and decelerating. "Help." There it was again. He moved left, then right, and finally he reached a woman in pilot fatigues, stuck in a trap of twisted barbed wire. Without a word, he pulled the metal thorns out of her legs as she winced and squirmed in pain with every movement. "I don't know what happened, or how I ended up here." Her voice trailed away, and she seemed bewildered. "What's the last thing you remember?" Mahan asked as he struggled with the barbed wire. The pilot stumbled back and answered with intermittent groans as she nursed her wounds. "I was on patrol, soaring through clear blue skies, when this black cloud suddenly appeared, and then the plane began to shake and break apart, and I don't know. I was here." A sudden click, and they both turned wide-eyed to face the barrel of a rifle. Behind the rifle, a man in black fatigues appraised them. "Who the fuck are you two?" Mahan raised a hand. "Wait, careful. We're not a threat. We're just as confused as you." "Who are you and what are you doing in Texas? Are you CIA? Is this some kind of test?" Mahan gritted his teeth. "This ain't a test, and I'm pretty sure this ain't Texas." "Who are you?" The agent shoved his rifle in Mahan's face. But before Mahan could answer, a Japanese woman in a black and red kimono emerged from the fog, unsheathing a katana with a high-pitched ring. She yelled at them in Japanese, and Mahan extended a calming hand to her. "Please, put the sword down." He then turned to the agent. "Please, put the gun down. Let's figure this out." "Who are you?" the agent yelled, pushing the muzzle in Mahan's face. "I won't ask again." "I can tell you who I am, but that's not the question, is it?" "Yeah. What's the question, then?" "Where?" Mahan said flatly, motioning to the destroyed factories, the craters, and the smoldering piles of trash and bodies. "I should think the question is, where? Where are we?" Another voice came from behind. "He's right, you know." Mahan turned to watch a man with a police jacket emerge from the fog. "We're still trying to figure that one out. Right now, we should all be asking, how?" "How?" Mahan repeated. "Yes," the detective said. "How much time do we have before the horror finds..."
Before he could finish his sentence, a shriek, followed by a high-pitched whine, startled them. A moment later, a mass of melded humanity and machine came at them. Mahan could make out several heads, all shrieking battle cries in different languages, attached to a patchwork of charred scraps from missiles, tanks, fighter jets, and nuclear submarines, all bearing flags and strange logos of brands from different periods he vaguely remembered. He stared at this monstrous chimera in shock and wasn't quite sure what he was looking at. The horror, he called it, looks more like the embodiment of war. Sponsored war. Mahan swallowed a thickness growing in his throat as the horror rushed the stunned agent and tore his head off, swallowing the terrified face and dripping neck like a ripe cherry. Then its ghastly mouth opened wide, and a stream of fire torched the jerking headless corpse as it collapsed into a heap of industrial garbage. Not waiting to be next, the samurai lunged at the monstrosity, and with incredible speed and precision, cut it to pieces. Then all of them watched in disbelief as the pieces of flesh and metal slowly disintegrated into the living fog. The detective sighed. "It will be back," he said, appraising the samurai. 18th or 19th century, Red Crown clan. You're not the first. We could definitely use your skills here. The samurai sheathed her katana and grasped at the fog as though trying to capture pieces of it to study, as though she recognized it. Mahan approached the detective. "Where exactly is here?" But the detective didn't answer. He merely turned his back on them and walked away, saying, "Follow me, if you want to escape." Mahan took in a deep breath and gathered his senses. Then he took to his heels and followed the detective into the unknown with the samurai and the fighter pilot in tow. Mahan followed the detective through a labyrinth of bombed-out factories and mountains of garbage set ablaze. At the center of this industrial hell was a giant machine with hooks and cameras and television screens of every possible brand and size, broadcasting moments of Mahan's life, as though his brain was a Wi-Fi signal that could stream his memories, his darkest memories. And not just his memories, but the memories of the samurai, the pilot, and the detective. It was as though they had been selected by some unnameable and incompressible intelligence for mere entertainment. The detective stopped when he reached what seemed to be a submarine hatch, surrounded by a pile of smoldering trash and mangled, charred bodies. "Get in," he yelled, opening the hatch. "I'll explain what I know when we're safe." "Where does it lead?" Mahan asked. "Away from here," the detective said, "and that's all you should care about right now. We don't have time for explanations, but when we're safe, Ben will answer all your questions as best he can. Right now, you need to—" A clanking noise suddenly interrupted him. "Go, go, go!" the detective yelled as the horror came at them from the shadows. Instantly, he pulled out his flashlight, distracting the horror as Mahan and the others escaped down the hatch. Arcus, 34. There are countless horror stories about mist or fog in the chamber, and not all of them are related to the entity. The unknowns have done an adequate job at separating the relevant from the irrelevant stories, making my research on what others have written about this place and experience easier to conduct. What is it about the fog, and not just black fog, that has inspired so many stories throughout the Omniverse? Chamber of Blood, 12 to midnight, dark age to come. The sound of a bottle clanging against the ground greeted Hattie as she entered the half-burned building that had gone up in flames nearly a week ago. Thick, smoky air stung her nose as she stepped over shards of glass and heaps of charred wood. Bright city lights spilled through the shattered windows and crumbling walls. Carefully, Hattie picked her way across the floor toward the elevator, where she found the door leading to the stairs. A sign on the door warned her that the entire structure would be demolished in the morning. There's still time, she thought, as she ascended the narrow stairs. I've got a few hours to convince Max that he's not crazy, that he's not losing his grip on reality, and that something is happening to our world. Something only a few of us can see and feel. Hattie reached the last door at the top of the stairs and pushed her way onto the roof. There she spotted a man sitting on the ledge with thick, tangled hair and a weathered army jacket, drinking himself to oblivion as he stared out at the bright lights of the city. She approached him slowly, and he didn't react or even turn to regard her when she sat down beside him. She merely sat in silence, listening to the police sirens wail in the distance over the horns and the muffled music coming from the clubs and bars below. At last she said, "I thought I'd find you here." Max took a few swallows of rum. "I don't know you." "But I know you, Maxwell." "I don't care where you're from. I don't want to talk." "Yes, I can see that. You want to drink." "Perceptive," he said sarcastically, then extended the bottle toward her. "You're welcome to join." "No, thank you, Mr. Holt." "How do you know my name?" "I know much more about you, Max." "You CIA? FBI? "If I were, you'd already be dead," Hattie said. "You were an Olympic biathlon athlete. You were a soldier. Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan. You left the military after an incident, and after that you kind of pulled yourself off the grid." "You know how to use a search engine. You get a gold medal. Now leave me alone to my quiet time." Max raised the bottle and took another swig. Hattie narrowed her eyes and looked to the shadows on the roof beyond him. She couldn't see anything, but she could hear disembodied voices talking to him. She shut them out, then leaned closer to him. "I know you see and hear things others can't. I know they follow you. I know you want them to stop. And I didn't get all that from a search engine." Max lowered the bottle from his lips and fixed his gaze on a couple arguing on the sidewalk below. "You don't know what I hear, what I see." "Things from another place, another world, another realm." Max swallowed a growing lump in his throat. Hattie paused, then continued. "Something otherworldly attacked your unit, and you survived because of your abilities, and now no one believes a word of it. You were ridiculed, discharged, and silenced with an endless supply of opioids to fog your memory and neutralize your questions." Hattie stopped as his eyes filled with tears. "You're not crazy, Max. You saw what you saw, and no drug or drink in the world will relieve the guilt or stop the nightmares. And that's why you're here, isn't it? Waiting for morning to make it all stop." Max cleared his throat. "What do you want?" "Your skills and abilities on my team." "And what team is that?" "The one that is trying to stop the end of the world." Max laughed uproariously, then stopped at once. "You're serious?" Hattie grabbed the bottle out of his hands, took a swig, handed it back to him, and nodded gravely. Max shook his head. "What do you know about what happened to my unit?" "Not much," Hattie admitted. "What I do know is there are some very powerful people who have the answers, or think they have the answers you're looking for. What I do know is that since I was a teen, I've been caught in the crossfire between two warring groups that need people like us to access this other realm and bring things back. I've been running from them for the last 40 years, and I've helped others like us from suffering an unknown fate at their cruel hands." Max's face hardened. "They laughed at me. They said something in me snapped, and that I had imagined the fog and the creatures that came out of it." Hattie shook her head. "You didn't imagine anything. I lost my brother in the same way." They exchanged a look. "He's not dead."
I can still hear him. I do. But I can't see him.
Where is he?
Hattie shrugged. I don't know. All I know is we're not the only ones who lost friends and loved ones to this phenomenon. And if we work together, we might one day see them again.
Max laughed and pulled on his bottle. So, you're recruiting me? Is that what you're doing? Recruiting me in some kind of paranormal army? He laughed again in disbelief.
Hattie watched him laugh. I'm giving you what you need.
Then what is that?
A second chance, Hattie answered flatly. Purpose, meaning, a chance to save others from being murdered or used by the same assholes who are coming for you right now as we speak.
Max laughed. What are you talking about? Who's coming for me?
I have a list. Hattie broke off abruptly. She pulled out a gun from her jacket and shot 2 dim figures in the head as they emerged from the exit door. She then jerked to her feet and hurried to the bodies, searching their jackets for IDs without any success. There'll be more, she said, looking up at Max as he stepped beside her with wide, confused eyes. You're at the top of their list, and that's why I'm here.
What list? What are you talking about?
Follow me, Hattie said, and I'll explain everything.
Max nodded, dropped his bottle with a loud clang, and followed Hattie down the stairs, through the charred building, and out into the alley where a cab was waiting for them. Max Holt stood in the basement of the Park and Sherwood bookstore, examining a wall of pictures, notes, and numbers, covered by a web of red string highlighting connections. He narrowed his gaze on hundreds, if not thousands, of missing people from all over the world. Tacked between the pictures and notes were transcripts of horror stories from various podcasts, decoded into numbers and coordinates. He then glanced around the room and noticed artifacts and artworks from ancient civilizations he did not recognize from any history book he had ever read. And he had read many. He turned back to the wall and noticed for the first time a picture of his unit in Afghanistan, among countless other units that were missing in action. His face grew stern, his eyes narrowed, and he turned to Hattie and asked, "Is this the list?" Hattie stepped beside him. "This is the list of those we failed." Her eyes fixed on a picture of her brother at a World War II Zeppelin crash site in the French Alps, where they had recovered several wonder weapons that a secret unit of German soldiers was transporting for the Thule Society. It was the last time she had seen him before he had disappeared. The list is of those that are being targeted by some very powerful and disturbed elites. They will either be killed in ritual sacrifice, or they will be used as tools to search areas that overlap with another dimension. I don't understand.
I know. It's a lot to take in. But these groups, they communicate through random podcasts and deliver encoded messages in stories and media, and we do our best to decode them.
Max scoffed. Is this some kind of joke? Codes and stories? That's your list?
Hattie shook her head. This is real. There are people who are in serious danger, and you can help them. You left the government because they laughed and ridiculed you. That won't happen with us. We know what you saw is real. Max approached the picture of his unit. I've got names and places and endless funds at my disposal, she said. We're 12 to midnight, and only a few of us know it. And I need you on our team, not theirs.
Minutes?
Seconds. 12 seconds.
These groups, Max queried, are they that powerful?
You have no idea. Max extended his hand, touching the picture of his unit. He then followed a red string to a passage culled from a horror story. From the passage, he followed yet another string to a series of numbers. The time, day, and place the creatures in the fog attacked them. Hattie stepped away and soon returned with a folder
pulling out a picture of an abandoned cemetery in Chile, along with a picture of a man. She handed the pictures to Max, and he stared at them for a long, thoughtful moment, before nodding that he would join her team. Chamber of Blood. Rabbits attack hiker in Colorado. A hiker is in critical condition after being bitten by a dozen rabbits that escaped the Ascendic Research Institute, an emergency responder said Friday. The hiker was bitten in the legs and face near Misty Lake, said National Park Ranger Steve Downer. The hiker's condition was unknown Friday, but doctors are optimistic. Chamber of Blood. The Red Crane. Veil of Blood 1. Several paths led to the harbor where peasants and merchants had witnessed the strange appearance of a foreign ship. They discussed the ship and the arrival in the surrounding villages with mingled anger, fear, and curiosity. Most believed the foreigners were here to disseminate contraband and rob their beloved land of precious artifacts. Many believed a band of thieves was selling these precious goods to these foreigners in exchange for their weapons. Some even claimed that they had seen these thieves on the gangway, loading stolen artifacts and relics from fallen lords and noble families onto their ship. Saku Nakano stood in the moonlight, considering her options. There was the long and safe route along the dirt road, and there were shorter routes through the dark and deadly woods, where many unlucky villagers had been killed by creatures, it was said, not of this world. Saku knew of these cursed places all too well. She had lost her entire clan to these mist-enshrouded areas over the years, and now she roamed the country, the last of the Red Crown clan, seeking out the great corruption that was upon her people, finishing what her clan had started centuries ago. The enemies to her clan, the Black Serpent Society, served a 9-headed serpent made of black mist. They believed the Black Serpent would grant them powers and boons beyond human comprehension in this world and the next, in exchange for unquestioning devotion. They were convinced that the Black Mist Serpent was a demon that slithered through these wooded, cursed areas, creating doorways into what they called the belly of the serpent, or just the belly. Saku turned toward the dark woods, and sensing raw evil in her midst, she prepared to enter. Thinking about the hushed conversations she had overheard in the nearby markets, she remembered the merchant hacking and gutting fish as he talked to a woman who was going through a bag of oysters she had just gathered in the sea. She remembered them talking about how they had seen bandits with pistols and gunpowder, and other strange weapons. I remember them mentioning the foreigners, she thought. They said they were Dutchmen. They were on the wharf, speaking fluent Japanese with unknown merchants in plain kimonos, with the exception of a strange serpent crest. They described the crest as a 9-headed serpent, twisted in a circular knot as it chased its 9 tails. They described only a few sailors, and how most of the crew had perished of an unnamed disease during the voyage across the ocean. A sudden laugh interrupted her thoughts. "Where's your husband?" A man in a plain brown kimono looked her up and down in the pearly light of the moon as he approached her. Saku met his gaze, but did not react or respond. The man placed his hand lightly on the hilt of his sword as he continued to appraise her. She was tall and lean, with strong, sinuous arms and piercing dark eyes. She had long, black-oiled hair gathered in a perfect queue, doubled over and tied neatly with a red and white sash. She wore thong sandals and a simple black kimono. A vibrant red sash around her waist held 2 scabbard swords. One sword was short and straight. The other was long and curved at the tip. "Where are your papers?" The man edged closer to her with dim recognition in his eyes.
He had heard rumors of an Onimusha in a black and red kimono roaming the land, destroying the wicked while protecting those who could not protect themselves. Or did she roam the land seeking justice for her butchered clan? Or was she a bandit leader who raided and pillaged villages? The man couldn't quite remember what he had heard, and he had forgotten the name people had given her. It was related to her clan and its origin. That much he knew, but not much more. It would have helped if he had paid closer attention when his wife had been discussing her many adventures with her sisters. But he had ignored most of the stories as exaggerated gossip and legends, not unlike that other samurai that everyone called a demon. There was no such thing as a demon samurai, and there was certainly no such thing as a woman samurai that could perform all the feats the stories claimed she had performed. Saku breathed deeply and placed her hand near the hilt of her long sword.
Do you not see I am addressing you? Where are your papers? Answer me,
With impossible speed, Saku whirled her sword in a gleaming silver arc, and the man's torso toppled off his hips, and a fountain of warm crimson fed the ground. The twisted mouth twitched as it sputtered bile and blood and tried to make out the words, Red Crane. He had remembered, a moment too late. Returning her sword to its scabbard, Saku sighed and said an inward prayer for the brute. Then she stepped over his jerking torso and entered the belly of the serpent. With careful, silent steps, Saku pushed smoothly through the belly, paying close attention to the lurking black mist slithering through gnarled trees that seemed to shift and waver with her every step, as though to intimidate her. Don't make a sound, she thought, stepping down a slope through noiseless shadows toward the sound of waves crashing against rocks. She was close to the wharf. She could smell the seaweed, fish, and salt in the air. There was also something else, a strange heaviness in the atmosphere. Staring up through the shaking canopy, she saw thick clouds marching across the sky. She sensed the floor moving and looked down to see her legs completely submerged in the creeping mist. A moment later, a branch cracked not 10 paces away, and she knew she wasn't alone anymore. Saku neither ran nor hid. She froze, closed her eyes, listening carefully for threats approaching through the black mist that heaved and moved as though it were alive. Saku knew she was somehow, as difficult as it was to explain, in 2 worlds at once. And she knew there were demons and monsters in the other world that hunted within these overlapping areas. Saku didn't know much about this other world. What she knew, she had learned from her mother and father. The Black Serpent Society, they had once explained, believed the Black Mist Serpent was a living deity that consumed people, towns, civilizations, and worlds. The Black Serpent Society believed that within the belly there was lost knowledge and power from all these consumed worlds that could help them usher in a golden age of peace, prosperity, and abundance. Their dedication, their devotion, their ritualistic killings were, in the end, for the betterment of humanity. The Red Crown clan, however, believed the promise of a golden age was nothing more than a cosmic ruse, a shiny gold lure to snag minnows, fish, and whales in the abyss. With a deep breath, Saku sensed the threats were gone. She opened her eyes and continued through wavering light and shadow as the wind began to pick up and the mist grew thicker. But then she stopped suddenly when she heard a familiar roar. A thunderous roar that seemed to shake the world. This time, she didn't close her eyes. She didn't run. This time, she silently lowered herself by a tree as she heard the pounding footfalls of a giant samurai in shiny green and gold armor approaching. She heard him smashing bushes and trees with his kanabo as he searched for her in the shadows.
She knew without seeing him that she was being hunted by the samurai that had been corrupted and turned into a demon by the Black Mist Serpent. Her sister had told her many tales about this samurai, how he had once been a man of honor and conviction, how he had hunted and executed corrupt merchants and false samurai, how peasants and villagers began calling him a demon because of his savage methods, and how he had ultimately been turned into the very thing he hated most, the very thing the stories depicted him as, the Oni samurai. The very same Oni her sister savagely battled long ago when they had been caught in the mist. She had escaped, her sister hadn't, and now all she wanted to do was take down this demon and make him tell her where she was. But Saku knew better than to lose herself in the past. She pushed the memory of her sister out of her thoughts and instantly found her focus. She looked through a gap in the trees toward the wharf, where she saw orange specks of light against the wall of darkness that was the sea. She could make it. She could outrun him to a place where he could not follow. Looking over her shoulder, Saku saw the giant samurai only 10 paces away. He was decked in shiny gold and green armor and carried around his back a massive leather bag dripping thick blood at the bottom. A few heads jutted out of the bag, and clouds of buzzing flies surrounded him. The Oni searched the trees and bramble and was now only 7 paces away. Unexpectedly, something jerked away from a bush, and he launched at the creature and smashed it with his kanabo, losing his bag in the attack. The bag fell, and dozens of heads rolled toward her. One head stopped at her feet and stared at her with wide-open eyes. Saku gasped as she suddenly realized she was staring at her own face. She fixed her gaze at the other heads in the mist and thought that they all seemed to resemble her, as though this demon samurai had already decapitated her countless times before. None of it made sense. Impossible, she thought. It cannot be, and yet it is. Have I fallen to the demon before? Are there others like me in the demon world that made him? But look, a scar. Saku observed the head at her feet and noticed a long scar on the side of her face. She instinctively felt her own cheek where the scar should have been. It was proof that this was someone else, though she could not deny the resemblance was uncanny. Saku swatted flies and reached for the head to get a closer look, but then she suddenly froze when she heard a terrifying roar not 5 paces behind her. In one fluid motion, she dove into a thicket as the kanabo missed its mark. Without a moment to spare, she scrambled to her feet and turned just in time to see a gore-covered kanabo with the crushed head of a rabbit coming down on her with devastating speed. Quickly, she sidestepped and withdrew her sword. An instant later, she slashed off the demon's arm with a roar of her own. But knowing the arm would grow back in the mist, she turned and charged away, desperately running for the beach. She had downed the demon before, but somehow it always managed to rise unscathed to continue the hunt. There was no defeating the demon. There was only one option: escape. As she rushed through the woods, she turned back to see the demon chasing after her. She pushed herself to run faster and faster, and just as the demon lunged at her again, she dove out of the mist through a break in the trees to a place he could not follow. The demon samurai stopped suddenly and watched her closely. Saku clambered to her feet, brushing off sand, seaweed, and salt. She turned to face the edge of the woods where she saw red glowing eyes fade into the night. Then she heard the crunch of rocks behind her, followed by a clicking sound. She turned slowly to face the barrel of a musket pistol glinting in the moonlight. Chamber of Blood, the Red Crane, Veil of Blood 2. Saku looked beyond the pistol to a man in a dark kimono and short black hair. He inched closer to her with a smile, but she did not move nor give him the satisfaction of flinching. She met his gaze and edged back slightly. Then she stared off in the distance,
where she could see shadows moving about a cluster of abandoned homes near the wharf. The small village had been abandoned, no doubt, due to its proximity to the woods and the creatures that lurked within the mist. The man cleared his throat and placed the barrel inches from her face. Saku stared into his eyes without fear or concern. She looked down at his sandals and back to his eyes. "Move," he ordered, his ignorant smile widening. "I know who." A sudden flash of moonlight, and his head toppled off his shoulders before he could finish his sentence. Saku watched the headless body spray warm blood into the cool night as it jerked left and right and finally collapsed into a mound of shells and seaweed, startling a nervous crab that instantly scuttled away into the gloom of the night. Saku gripped her sword and patiently picked her way through the jagged rock formations to reach the small village, where black serpent brutes guarded the area against anyone who might try to interfere with their dark rituals and secret trade negotiations. She moved silently through the shadows, following the edge of a home. She froze when she heard footsteps approaching. She slowly placed her back against the wall and waited. She peeked around the corner and saw two thugs telling stories about the demon samurai. She crouched slightly. Then, like a mighty tigress, she leaped into the air and thrust her sword through the two heads. They jerked violently, then collapsed when she pulled her sword from their skulls. She took a moment to survey the area, then made her way noiselessly to the wharf, where three thugs laughed and made jokes about the strange red alcohol the foreigners had shared with them. She held her sword firm, and she started toward them, practically gliding with quick, smooth steps. Just as one brute turned to meet her focused gaze, she lunged with blinding speed and... Three headless bodies suddenly staggered stupidly in the dark and collapsed into each other, with arterial blood spraying darkness against the bright light of the moon. Wiping warm blood off her face, she climbed a series of crates, moved past a clump of fishing nets, and crouched by the gangplank. She listened carefully for movement and heard steps just above in the ship. When the footsteps receded to silence, she moved stealthily up the gangplank and halted, scanning the ship, spotting one thug sitting cross-legged on a crate. Beside him were several other crates bearing the VOC logo and name of the Dutch East India Company. Carefully, Saku embarked on the ship and moved toward the brute. But just as she prepared to pounce, she heard a click, followed by a high-pitched wheeling sound. It took her less than a moment to understand she had been lured into a trap, less than a moment too late. Before Saku had time to react, she felt the heaviness of a net collapse over her as dozens of thugs surrounded her with dirty looks and curses. She then watched the sitting thug, the leader of the group, turn to face her. The leader smiled, stood briskly, and laughed. "We thought you might show up," he said as he approached her. He made a quick wave with his hand, and the thugs instantly trained musket pistols on her. "You've been quite busy interfering with our good work." She didn't respond, but she pushed and pulled against the net to gauge its strength. She glared at him as she realized this was no chance ambush. The Black Serpent Society had been tracking her and had somehow managed to trap her. The leader shook his head at her. "Your clan is destroyed. Your weapon is irrelevant and outdated. You're outnumbered and trapped. And still you think you can do the impossible." This will be difficult, she thought, but not impossible. I've been in worse situations and survived. Saku inched closer to the leader as he smiled at her. She believed his reluctance to shoot her was evidence that they wanted her alive for one of their rituals. The leader motioned to all the thugs and laughed again. Saku gritted her teeth and studied the thugs as they slowly closed in on her from every direction. She looked into the leader's thieving dark eyes and saw all the lies and treachery of the Black Serpent Society. Then, looking beyond his eyes, she visualized herself triumphing against her enemy, leaping from thug to thug, cutting them down with her sword like weeds.
Suddenly, the leader barked orders, snapping her back to reality. The thugs inched closer to her with hideous smiles and wide, nervous eyes. "Surrender willingly," the leader said flatly, "and we will reunite you with your clan, as misguided as they may have been." Saku understood his meaning. He believed their rituals would open a doorway into the nameless realm, where they were supposedly trapped and cursed to live out an endless cycle of life and death for reasons beyond comprehension. Saku didn't know what to believe. What she did know was that she wouldn't allow these thugs the satisfaction of serving her on a sacrificial platter to the darkness they served and she had promised to destroy. She had made an oath long ago as a member of the Red Crown clan to cleanse the world of the reeking corruption that was the Black Serpent Society, and she planned to honor that oath. With the strength and power of her ancestors coursing through her veins, Saku instantly rushed forward, her hand thrusting through the net. Powerful fingers grabbed the leader by the scruff of his kimono and pulled him in. Then, using him as a human shield, she whirled as pistols fired and balls ripped through his belly, chest, and skull. Through the rising smoke from the pistols, Saku could see the thugs trying to reload. Without a moment to lose, she tossed her busted and shredded shield to the ground, and with difficulty, she sliced through the net with her sword. A moment later, she was a hurricane of death and destruction, leaping from thug to thug as her hissing blade painted the deck red. The thugs didn't know what to do. They were too stunned to react. It was like fighting a ghost, a monstrous shadow, a formless mist with swords for claws. Their futile attempts to parry her attacks with pistols met empty air as limbs fell and heads rolled. It was a horrible nightmare, as if by some strange, ironic twist of fate, the Red Crane actually drew her power from the Black Mist Serpent, so that she was somehow a servant of the very darkness she had sworn to eliminate. When the last thug fell with a gasp, Saku found herself surrounded by blood and carnage. She took in the stench of gunpowder as her gaze slowly lowered to a thug groveling like a maggot. She had sliced his legs at the knees, and he was crawling away with nervous elbows that slipped with every move in the growing pool of blood. Wiping the gore off her face and kimono, she blocked his path and crouched to face him. The thug looked at her with widening eyes. A bleat of terror rose from his throat that rose to a shrill pitch as she raised her sword and ended his service to the Black Serpent Society. Saku rose slowly and, searching the ship, spotted a cluster of oil lamps glowing and flickering atop a crate. With focused determination, she picked her way through the bodies and kicked the crate, sending the oil lamps scattering to the wooden deck below. The lamps spat liquid fire and set the deck and lifeboat ablaze. Then, walking away from the burning ship, Saku considered everything she had just experienced. Trapped. How did they know she was coming for them? How could she have taken the bait? How had she been lured so easily? Enough. Warriors do not waste time with what-ifs and what they should have or could have done. What matters now is the present and taking the next right step. Where to now? She couldn't think straight. Despite all her training, a flame of anger burst in Saku for her careless mistake. Yet she repressed her frustration and knew there was no use for it. Anger would only cloud her judgment and waste her time. She needed to keep her composure because her friends and family could not have perished in vain. Because she was the last of her clan. Because the Black Serpent Society had to be stopped. Because she was the hope of all those who believed she would end the darkness that was upon their land. Because she was the Red Crane. Arcus 41. The mad designer sketches are preposterous, yet entertaining. I just went through hundreds of sketches of monsters and killers in tuxedos and golfing attire. Makes no sense.
And yet I found myself pinning these absurd illustrations in my study. They have absolutely no value to my investigation, yet they made me smile, even laugh, and perhaps that's enough. Perhaps helping me forget the horrors of this place, even for just a moment, turns the absurdity of these designs into a kind of medicine. As much as I take offense to the complete disregard the mad designer has for these characters, I can't help but search the Chamber of Blood for more Emperor Dwight illustrations. They are, so far, my favorite. Arcus, 8542. The creatures move around the fog, watching me without attacking. They're waiting for the perfect moment, which will never come, for I have barricaded every door and window and practiced savage and efficient combat maneuvers with my 9-iron. I've caught glimpses of their forms, and they are ever changing, as though imitating all the monsters I've read about in my favorite stories, as though the fog itself were an extension of my dark imagination and fears. I'm calling these horrible things creatures of the fog. Chamber of Blood, Deja Vuism.
It was a book club, and they were arguing over the latest Edwin Cain novel, along with the interview the author had given, where he discussed a concept he had called Deja Vuism. He put forward the theory that our brains are biological quantum computers with vast networking abilities beyond our current understanding of physics. Cain believed that our quantum brains could connect to other beings with similar frequencies within the multiverse, as though they were interdimensional cell phones. The club members, who discussed these theories and how they sometimes felt their inner voice was another version of themselves, advising them from another time or place, began telling stories about instincts, gut feelings, and deja vu experiences that felt all too real. There was one skeptic who scoffed at the idea of the multiverse. He thought the idea was ridiculous comic book nonsense, and he laughed at the very notion that our brains were interconnected multidimensional computers that received or projected ideas from the ether. One woman exclaimed, "It could be true. Such a theory would help us understand why ideas seem to come to us as a group, or why so many similar ideas seem to bubble up all over the world at pretty much the same time. Who's to say we aren't all tapping into the same stream of ideas?" The skeptic answered, "It's just coincidence. That's all it is when a bunch of people from different places come up with similar ideas. And coincidence has nothing to do with the multiverse or other versions of ourselves in the universe." Another man shook his head and said, "I don't really agree. There's shit out there we just don't understand. And I recently read the idea for Wi-Fi and cell phones came from a bunch of scientists trying to understand a gland in our brain. A gland that's bioluminescent and seems to be searching for signals. Granted, this could be online misinformation, but what is true, and what many cultures believe, is that our artists can tap into things not of this world. What I found interesting was how Cain said these visions that artists receive are only accessible to those who experience trauma when they're young, those who have been bullied, abused, exiled, those who have learned to shut out their reality for self-protection in order to fully experience other realities." A woman added, "The door to the physical world closes, the door to another world opens." The skeptic laughed and was just about to speak when another woman, an aspiring storyteller, interrupted him and said, "I get visions and dreams about the same place all the time. One of my recurring dreams is of Romulus, and how he is taken up by a massive black storm cloud and brought to this dark realm where he's chased by a hideous creature, a monster that could not possibly exist. What's strange is he's not alone. He's not the only being hunted. He's with a biker and 2 other Scottish men who at first I thought were sailors. But then I had this other dream that showed me that they were, in fact, lighthouse keepers. I did some research and I could swear by the pictures that the biker I was seeing was Yui Kimura, the one who disappeared a few years ago." The skeptic laughed and said, "So what you're saying is the Emperor of Rome wasn't assassinated by his generals, but is somehow stuck in some kind of demented world with Yuri Kimura and 2 lighthouse keepers. This, you somehow believe, is real. Romulus and Yui are running from a monster as we sip coffee and tea in our cozy chairs and talk books and authors. This is what you're putting forward as something possible? Something reasonable for all of us to believe?" A woman said, "It sounds a bit out there, but maybe there are things in the cosmos that are beyond reason or science." Another woman beamed at the aspiring storyteller and said, "Real or not, you should write a story for your blog or even for your next performance. I think it would be a lot of fun, even if it does require a little suspension of disbelief." The aspiring storyteller smiled and answered, "Actually, I have a draft I've been working on, which I wanted to share with the group before I posted it. I'm still not sure if it's a story I can perform because it's a bit complicated and messy, but maybe you can help me find ways to energize and simplify it." Everyone nodded enthusiastically, except for the skeptic who rolled his eyes. The storyteller pulled out a coffee-stained notebook and opened it to a story that she still hadn't titled. She took a deep, calming breath and began. "This story doesn't have a title, but I'm thinking of calling it The Tragedy of Cliff and Alex, who were real people and who disappeared before most of us were born. Now, I'm not one to believe in conspiracy theories or urban legends, but their story, which I acquired through extensive interviews and research, opened my mind to the possibility that there is more to our lives than that which can be seen or proven." The skeptic quipped, "Well, that's convenient, isn't it?" The storyteller ignored his comment and continued. "Love, for example, exists and ceases to exist just as soon as we indulge in proofs and evidence. As soon as there is doubt, as soon as there is a need for proof, love is dead. And yet we know love is real. And we know, don't we, that love is quite unreasonable. It's powerful, it's maddening, and we hate that we can't define it. Love exists, and it doesn't need to be proven in any way, shape, or form for it to be real." The storyteller made an exaggerated gesture to grab something in the empty air. And yet, just as soon as you try to grasp it, it tatters at the touch. Cliff Barra always loved horror movies. He started making scary movies when his father bought him his first Super 8 camera. And so it comes to no surprise that he grew up to be a famous director who translated his favorite Gothic novels and horror stories to the silver screen. It's also no surprise that when he met Alex DeMauro, an equally famous art director known for his brilliant and visionary production sets and costume designs, that they were instantly smitten with one another. Together, it's safe to say, they produced some of the scariest and most iconic films to date. But all this changed when Alex suddenly disappeared while on set, in a rolling cloud of black fog the crew insisted they had not designed. From that point on, the movie stopped. A great heaviness came over Cliff as he found himself confronted by the horror that he would never see Alex again. He turned his back on his friends, his career, his life, and he became possessed by an obsession to find out what had happened to Alex. Investigations into this strange fog led him to a group of people searching for missing loved ones. With this group, he learned about the existence of secret cults and societies that understood the black fog and the strange realm from which it came. He dug deeper and deeper, discovering his old movie set wasn't haunted as everyone said it was, but was a kind of doorway to another realm. So he returned to the haunted movie set where Alex disappeared and waited and waited. He waited for days until finally he heard Alex's laughter, and with the laughter came the fog, and the fog rolled in and carried him away. And so Cliff ended up in another world that defied his wildest nightmares. He followed Alex's voice through a darkness that had never known the light of day. At last, he came upon a forest of wooden stakes bearing skewered heads. He picked his way through the stakes, inspecting each head. The scene reminded him of one of the first films he had made as a teenager. He soon came to one head that resembled an old producer friend of his. Suddenly, the eyes sprang open, and Cliff started. At once, all the heads came alive, taunting and ridiculing him like he had been ridiculed as a child for his passions and hobbies. But Cliff stayed the course, despite the insults and the taunts, that he would never see Alex again. One head of the thousands shouted louder than the rest. The head screamed that Alex was being corrupted and that he should turn back before it was too late. Realizing this severed head knew more than the rest, Cliff kicked the stake and caught the head as it toppled off. The head protested and yelled that it had once been a king, and it didn't want to be in the hands of a commoner. And Cliff promised the king he would release him after, and only after, he helped him find Alex. Long story short, the head led Cliff to the edge of a massive gate that surrounded a town that resembled every production set Alex had ever designed for Cliff. Before he could take in the area, he suddenly heard Alex screaming in the distance. The king warned Cliff not to interfere with the process, and explained that Alex was being twisted and tortured into a brutal, murdering monster for reasons they would never understand. But Cliff couldn't bear to hear Alex suffer. Every agonizing scream was a dagger in his heart, and so, dropping the head, he climbed over the gate and, unperturbed by the formless creatures moving in the fog, he followed the cries to the top of the castle he recognized from his Frankenstein film. Cliff charged up the winding stairs to the roof, where he found Alex, agonizing on a metal table as bolts of lightning struck him every few moments from a thick, black storm cloud. All around him in glass prisons, filled with formaldehyde, were all the monsters Alex had ever designed since he was a child. Cliff couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was as if this living nightmare were all a projection of their combined memories. Cliff didn't even try to understand what was happening or what he was experiencing. Without hesitation, he rushed up to Alex, not knowing what to do. In the shadows, he spotted an axe on the cobblestone floor and instantly grabbed it. Then, despite the deadly lightning, he pushed through the sizzling and sparking pain to smash the chains that bound Alex to the table. Alex opened his half-conscious eyes with difficulty. He barely recognized Cliff. Alex squinted with charred eyelids and managed to murmur words that made Cliff smile. Then Cliff hefted Alex over his shoulders and charged down the stairs and out into the thickening fog, where frantic, formless creatures did all they could to prevent them from escaping. Cliff kicked, punched, and charged through the fog, smashing through creatures, crows, and claws, everything and anything the world set against him. He remembered the king telling him something about a hatch. The hatch would somehow lead to freedom. Desperately, Cliff searched the ground as he heard a roar followed by a clap of thunder. Pounding steps chased him through the darkness. He didn't even bother to look back. He rushed forward until he saw it, the glint of metal by a crumbling gargoyle statue from one of his movies. He ran to the hatch, opened it, and lowered Alex to safety. Then, just as he was about to descend, something sharp like talons clutched his ankles and pulled him screaming into the raging fog. I'd like to say that it all worked out in the end, and that they lived happily ever after. But that's not the truth of this story. The truth is, Cliff took Alex's place at the torturer's table, and was turned into a perfect champion of horror with little or no memory of who he was, or how he ended up in this dark realm. And Alex, well, he ended up with a group of stranded souls who did whatever they could just to survive. But that's another story for another time. Suffice to say that love torments all, bringing the best and worst out of us when we least expect it. The storyteller finished, and everyone was silent and inward, thinking about what they had sacrificed for love and what they would sacrifice for love. But not the skeptic, No, the skeptic was turning the story over and over in his head, searching for issues. At last, he broke the silence, asking, "What happened to the head? The talking head? Cliff just drops the king's head and then you never hear about it again. It kind of makes the story incomplete." A woman blurted out, "Who cares about the damn head? It's a love story." The skeptic added, "Also, I don't think you can use tatters as a verb." The storyteller smiled and politely said, "I'm still working the story, and the ideas are still coming to me in my dreams. I've been logging them in my notebooks, and I'll reread the current version more critically to see if I need to do something else with the talking head." Another woman said, "All that horror, and for what? To end up twisted and tortured and turned into some abomination worse than anything he ever filmed? I feel so bad for him." A man said, "I don't. Not because I don't like him as a character, but because that's just the kind of things we do for love. The horrible and the beautiful. The bitter and the sweet. The euphoria and the madness." He lost himself in a memory for a moment. "Love twists and torments. And I'm sure there's nothing that dark world can do to anyone that would surpass the torment of not knowing what had happened to a loved one. Or worse, the regret of knowing what had happened and not doing anything." Another man said, "Well, I do hope you publish this story on your blog. I found it heartbreaking and terrifying. And I guess I'm wondering if you really think this is what happened to the real Cliff and Alex." The storyteller shrugged and closed her notebook as she prepared to leave. She wasn't sure what she believed anymore. The skeptic laughed and said, "I'll tell you what I think. I think the real Cliff and Alex faked their disappearance to get out of the limelight, and they moved far, far away to some gorgeous exotic island where they're eating grapes, drinking margaritas, and living happily ever after." The man said, "Well, I do hope you're right, and the story is just a story. But if you're not, well, I hope Alex will one day be able to do for Cliff what Cliff did for him." A woman said, "It kinda makes you wonder if the characters we read about in the books are actually real somewhere." Another woman said, "A story in this world, reality in another." The storyteller stood, smiled at all the book club members, and excused herself as she had an early shift at the cafe. Everyone said goodbye, watched her disappear out the door, and then returned to their discussion about Edwin Kane, déjà vuism, and the story they had just heard.